mistakes from the past try to do me in, and I can't hesitate on the gas, and I'm here to win. Hold this pen, staring out the window, know the end is near. Coming into focus, there's a chorus, feel it in the air. I can understand how a lot of rappers disappear. I can't understand how a man lives his life in fear. I got goals, matter of fact, I got more. I got dreams in the lyrics, can you hear them? Can't fall. So it's non-stop, I won't fold, I won't drop until we on top. Only going non-stop, non-stop, I won't fold, I won't drop until we on top. Only going non-stop. There's no plan B with me. Do you believe in me? Ain't no plan B with me. Do you believe in me? It's non-stop, I won't fold, I won't drop until we on top. I'm only going non-stop. You ain't prayed till you're staring at the ceiling, trying to be a better man. Trying to wrestle all your demons, staring at my own two hands. Trying to build a better kingdom, ain't no castles 2020. That ain't stopping me from scheming, ain't stopping me from reaching. Won't stop me from believing that I'm here for a reason. As long as we keep breathing, that ain't stopping me from reaching. Won't stop me from believing that I'm here for a reason. As long as we keep breathing, man, it's non-stop. I won't fold, I won't drop until we on top. Only going non-stop, non-stop. I won't fold, I won't drop until we on top. Only going non-stop. There's no plan B with me. Do you believe in me? Ain't no plan B with me. Do you believe in me? It's non-stop. I won't fold, I won't drop until we on top. I'm only going non-stop, non-stop. I won't fold, I won't drop until we on top. Only to make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are, and we just trying to make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are, I don't even know how we got here. I don't know what's fair or what's not fair. I don't think it's your fault or my fault. Maybe we can blame it on the time of year, or maybe we can blame it that I'm always here. I'm always writing songs, always my career. Phones off in the studio. You try to say goodnight, but I couldn't hear. We just try and make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are, and we just trying to make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are. Drake song when the break long. You and me about to put the brakes on. Yeah, maybe I should get a day job. Something safe, working at a bank, huh? Yeah, I don't know what to think. Yeah, this was a dream we could chase. Yeah, but I know things change. Yo, and I can see it in your face. We just try and make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are, and we just trying to make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are, And we're looking for something that's not there, and that's not fair. Yeah, and that's not fair. Yeah. And we're looking for something that's not there, and that's not fair. Yeah, and that's not fair. Yeah. We just try and make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are, and we just trying to make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are, We just try and make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are, and we just trying to make it through the winter. You and me looking for a spark. I wanna take you back to the beginning, but that ain't gonna change where we are,
Everybody's got to believe in something. Everybody's got to believe in something. Everybody's got to believe in something. Break it down.
GSL 10주년이라 드디어 올 것이 왔군. 좋아, 이제 한번 제대로 시작해볼까? 2020 GSL 시즌 1 코드S 쇼다운. 자, 한판 붙어보자고. 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 코드S 쇼다운.
What's up, everybody? We're here at the last day of this phase of the GSL Codex. We are, of course, starting a little bit early today because we do have the group selection right after the tournament ends.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of fun to see what those groups are going to end up looking like. Of course, the group we have here today, a very exciting one, special, going to be playing Stats Hurricane and TaeJa coming back as well.
Very exciting to have TaeJa back here. I really want to see how he's performed. If you followed StarCraft 2 from Legacy of the Void on, you might not be as familiar with TaeJa, but TaeJa was a really dominant force, especially in tournaments outside of Korea in the early days of StarCraft 2, the Wings of Liberty era. A very, very impactful player from that time period. So I look forward to seeing how he plays. Of course, other players like Stats, much more present here in Legacy of the Void. We've got a good mix of players.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a very fun group, I think that for sure. Here's who we have already advancing. It's a really great racial distribution thus far.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we keep that alive. Of course, we did have a couple really big upsets, Rogue and SOS, for instance, falling out.
Yeah, SOS looking very, very, very impressive with his games, but did not win enough of them to allow him to advance. But that Nexus Rush game will go down in history.
Yeah, that was a crazy one, no doubt.
That was insane.
And we've had quite good groups here. Some of them had some one-sided games for sure because it's the round of 24. But like, for instance, if you are just tuning in because you're a special fan, you're like, oh, I have enough time to catch up on one group, Artosis. What is that group? Because I know so many people are in that boat. The Ragnarok Parting group, I think, was really good.
Yeah, that was a great group.
That was the best one, I think.
But, you know, usually this phase of the tournament does have the most one-sided games. That can be good for learning sometimes if you want to just see how to do one build straight up and beat another player. But it tends to get closer and closer, especially when we get to the round of 8. Anyways, today, Hurricane or Hurricane versus TaeJa, Special, and Stats.
Hurricane.
Hurricane.
I like Hurricane.
Yeah.
That's kind of cooler.
Doctors say don't take Hurricane with alcohol. Side effects might be drowsiness, sleepiness.
I haven't seen Juan yet at all.
Yeah, so we don't know what's going on yet. He's not the first match, but as you can see, he's not there right now. And so,
well, I'm sure he must be on his way. I was texting with him this morning, so
I'm sure he's
I know he knows he plays today.
Yeah. I also know the traffic's not that bad right now in Seoul. But,
yeah, he lives kind of far away. But.
So hopefully he gets here in time. I think we've had this happen maybe once or twice before. I think once in an ASL and once in a GSL where a player was late. And they were late enough we had to just not have the match.
Huh. Well, he's probably here. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get here. If he's not there, he's probably going to just makeup done. Anyways, more importantly, we're going to go to our first match.
Yeah. So Hurricane actually comes in as the top seed in the group. He's had some good results as of late, so that could surprise you. I'm sure everyone just looks at the group and says, oh, Stats must be seed 1. No, it's actually Hurricane. And he's in very good shape. He started to play a lot better under pressure, which is really cool to see. And, I mean, I think that it's really reasonable to think he can get out of this group. Now, he's going up against TaeJa. Now, TaeJa is one of these guys that is so unbelievably old school, such a talent from back in the day. He won countless tournaments. But mostly in the foreign scene, as you mentioned. This was before the foreigners really were anywhere near the Koreans.
Let me just run off this idea for a second here, because this is really important to point out, is that the foreigners have really caught up to the Koreans. The Koreans are still more
They're
dominant.
better except for like Cyril and Rainer.
Yeah, they're still more dominant in higher numbers, but the foreigners are not that far behind. Then you have your Rainers and your Cyrils that can compete with them. But TaeJa was a killer in the era where I think for foreign esports, StarCraft 2 is still very much in its infancy as far as skill goes. But obviously an incredible player nonetheless. Now the question is, how will he compete against a player like Hurricane, which I think is actually a very good match for these two. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. We're going to go to Nightshade for map number 1. Hurricane versus TaeJa. Game 1 starts now.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고. 브레이브스타 게이밍 허리케인 남기웅. 팀 리퀴드 태자 윤영석.
Yeah, so, you know, TaeJa, definitely a very strong player again from back in the day. He had a few pretty good GSL finishes. I believe he got a round of 4 one time, if I'm recalling correctly.
This was pretty...
It was a long time ago.
Long ago,
yeah. But yeah, he was quite strong. Strong enough that when he tried to qualify for GSL, he was pretty much getting in, you know?
Yeah.
And once upon a time, we actually did have a deeper pool of players trying to qualify for GSL that could or could not make it in. Whereas right now, there's like 4 players that are on the fringe, and then everyone else makes it every time.
We're also in a we're in a weird spot where for a lot of these guys, they have to make the choice: do they serve their military service now, or do they push it further back?
Yeah.
And it's a really tough decision, you know, because of course, just to be clear, and I know I talk about this off and on, but we actually get asked about this a decent amount. You cannot be a pro while you're doing your military service. You cannot actually earn money doing anything else when you're doing your military service. And so, of course, when you're done with that, yeah, you're welcome to come back. There's no age restriction on being a pro, but a lot of times, you know, the game is in a different place, and what you know then, especially in the way multiplayer games are now, where everybody's playing all the time, nonstop, you're oftentimes rendered obsolete. So you can come back, but then you better catch up, and frankly, more than catch up, figure everything out, and then innovate on top of that.
Yeah.
And so that's what,
that's a good way to put
for
it.
me, that's the interesting story I'm looking for here.
Yeah.
How does TaeJa look, and where does this game go?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what he's going to look like here. I'm not really holding my breath in such a tough group. Because, like, really, all 3 of the other players are round of 16 caliber, it feels like. So I think it's a very tough one for him. If he makes it through, I mean, that's awesome. That's amazing, because he is a player that just has so many fans from the old days.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, we'll see how he ends up doing. We have the Stargate coming up for Hurricane. Again, Hurricane's in quite good shape right now. I feel like TaeJa would have a better chance against special and stats than Hurricane, to be honest. Which sounds kind of weird, I guess.
Wait, did you just repeat that one more time?
I think
want to make sure I heard you correctly.
TaeJa will have a better shot. Like, I think Hurricane's the hardest match for him here.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
If you look at overall just how Hurricane plays, like, stats playing a more defensive type of game is going to be a little bit more comfortable to play against, I think.
You think stats, because he'll just leave...
TaeJa's
he'll leave him alone, and TaeJa can then kind of focus on macro and pushing, where a lot of Pro-Ops players kind of go for the heels, go for the ankles, go for the knees. A lot of their games.
Those sharp moves, I think, are a little bit more difficult. And then, you know, TVT is not TVP, so that's why he would do better against special, I feel like.
Okay.
But, we'll see. I don't know. You know, Hurricane's still a guy that you're not sure what you're going to get in a game.
Yeah. Well, I think he's one of these players. There's still a lot more story to be written here in GSL for him.
Yeah, well, he's done a lot better lately, which is very cool to see. But it's just he chokes sometimes under the pressure, and he did heavily for a very long time, but he's starting to come out of it, which is good, and I hope he can continue that.
This is enough that, yeah, I don't even know if it would have been worth it to drop that at all. Probably better to just boost away, but that's actually an incredible blow here. The Phoenix is catching both the Widow Mines and killing them. The medevac should be able to get back. The Marines can cover it, no problem, but I mean, well, hold on a second. He pulled the Marines away for a little bit.
Yeah, this is like the greatest opening.
I am so surprised that he even picked that up. What? And somehow it lives, but
oh wow.
So do all the Phoenixes, so funny game.
Looks like he really wanted to stop the harassment that was about to occur, and I guess he pretty much did, and damaged them quite a bit, so all right, looks good. Some extra gates coming up. Did he go into Colossus tech?
I didn't see. We'll get a shot of the base in a little bit here. But he's gotten up to 4 Phoenixes now.
I don't know that he did. Like,
it wouldn't be crazy if he did do it.
Well,
the units that TaeJa's made here would be fine against infantry. We've seen it before, but I don't see the tech out here. I don't see any robo tech out at all. We've mostly been following the Phoenixes and looking inside the Terran's base. So
yeah. Well, he has an immortal now. I wonder if he is getting up into that splash damage. It feels like almost a needed thing as a follow-up to Phoenixes to get into some splash.
Sure.
Because your overall army is just going to be a bit weaker. Okay, there is that tech.
There we go. So we'll probably have a Colossus come out next year. And things are going to slow down for a little bit. We'll probably have the Phoenixes continue to roam here looking for any openings, but I think at this point in time, Terran's been pretty incentivized to not actually move out with any more medevacs or anything of the sort. Instead, power up, get your later third base, and probably push. In these positions, usually it's Terran first to attack.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're on 3 bases going into Colossus tech. You've already done Phoenix tech, so
yeah.
You're kind of hoping to just weather the storm for a bit.
Yeah, absorb the blows and move on.
Well, TaeJa does have his 3rd command center, so he's playing a very standard, modern style right now, getting into the 3 racks, getting into the upgrades before taking that 3rd. Has it ready, though. We'll see what he can get done. Has a little side drop, so this is going to be more multitasking oriented.
Where are the Phoenixes now? Are they just back in the middle on the Protoss side?
Yeah, I'm not.
I can't find
them.
them.
They're above the natural.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so this drop may actually end up working out pretty nicely here. There's a lot to spot there, though, as well. And here comes the push. Now, a scan shows the 1 Colossus, plenty of Stalkers, Zealots, and Sentries as well.
Yeah, and he was just running, because that force can't actually do anything against it.
The Protoss army is literally better. Oh, wow, and trapping the 2 Widow Mines, great kills. That's 4 now we've had killed that have actually done no damage, but this drop is still inbound.
Yeah, didn't see it.
This drop is actually fairly dinky for what it's intended to do, especially because it's coming in late after the bush is already chased away, so I don't think this should be able to do that much.
Didn't see it, though. He didn't see it at all. TaeJa's got a group of Marines out in his base right now.
I guess you wouldn't necessarily be looking for this right now.
Oh my God, look at this.
Kind of an oddly timed moment here, and so TaeJa's going to come through and thrash these probes. 9 kills already. And now TaeJa rotating down towards the 6 o'clock spot, adjacent to the Protoss's 3rd base.
Look at that, shutting down some of the upgrades as well for now. His other force just kind of roaming a bit, takes out a pylon that he saw at a different location. Looks like this medevac is going to go down, but I would say that was worth it. That was good, and during all that, he set up his 3rd base. I like it. This was a cool play from TaeJa. We don't see too many people play this opener like that.
Yeah, well, it started out a little bit rocky, but I'll tell you, if Hurricane had identified that, oh my God, okay, takes out the war president. If Hurricane had identified earlier that the medevac was actually hiding in plain sight in between the 3rd and the main, maybe this would have been different, but yeah, a lot of damage was done there, and I think that really puts TaeJa back into this game.
Yeah, you know, Hurricane did have pylons up, but that frontal group that he was chasing, I guess Hurricane was paying too much attention to it.
Yeah.
Just didn't see that medevac and took the damage because of it. But Hurricane is not by any means dead, right? He's still got a good probe count, even though he lost like 9 or 10. He's still teching very well. Look at this. He's got his +2 back online, getting Blink, has the 2nd Forge, going into Disruptor tech, even getting a 4th base. So it's definitely a recoverable situation for him.
Oh my God, great force fields here, locking out a lot of those Marauders. And that was not an even trade there for Terran at all. That was a lot blown up for not too much damage. And we're seeing another great warp-in round here. Now, Protoss is on 4 bases. Terran has been, I think Terran's been doing a good job, but overall Protoss' defense, if you were to just subtract the 1 drop, Protoss' defense has been very good. They're basically...
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah, they're basically meeting the army wherever the army is, pushing it back, dealing more damage. But TaeJa's far from done. He does have a lot more Vikings here now. And depending on the angles at which he hits, maybe he can start to take out the Colossus. It's really hard. It's one of the reasons why we see more Marauders in this army than there are even Marines, because you know, the Marines just get vaporized once they get close enough to the Colossus with the splash damage. Okay, here we go. Coming in now.
Well, you know what? There's disruptors in here, so I'm a bit nervous for TaeJa with that.
Where are the disruptors actually?
They're with the army, actually.
Oh, I see it now. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. They're in the bottom left.
And that was actually a good engage by TaeJa, though. He gets in, and then he moved out before he was actually going to get crushed there. Hurricane was actually lining himself up to clear that out.
And this was play that we actually, it kind of reminds me of the TaeJa I'm used to seeing.
I'm getting
like
chills
way
right
back.
now.
Yeah.
He's playing a good game.
When we had almost too many tournaments where whenever StarCraft 2 first came out, but TaeJa was just dominating. His movement is looking very clean.
Yes, it is.
You know?
I'm liking what I'm seeing. And I was never like the biggest TaeJa fan or anything, but I mean, this is some good, solid play that we've seen so far. Well, sits there, but you know what? That Blinken doesn't really do all that much. I like that he had the bunker behind the third. Unfortunately, no units in it, so he loses a buttload of SCVs, but the ideal was there. Now that he's done a few good things, I just see good things everywhere, Tasteless.
You got your heart-shaped glasses on right now for TaeJa.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, some more Zealots are going to come through the top again. And, you know, this is one way to actually get back at the Terran is just to keep sending Zealots in there. This might be almost a comically large amount to send over
that's
there.
Like, yeah,
that's
no,
like
that's
maybe
a good
2
way
or
to
3 times to put it.
He split it up. So
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you
left. If you send all of it, I'm like, well, you're still going to lose money sending these Zealots out.
Notice how most of those are not even attacking.
Yeah,
It would have been that, but more.
usually the number's like 4 or 5 or something like that.
Yeah.
But you know, the Zealots continue to come through here. They're going to thrash these SCVs. Okay, an odd blink over there.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, the disruptor shot doesn't get too much killed off there. He does have his Liberators up too.
Good stalker play here, sniping that one Liberator. The command center is destroyed.
Ooh.
I think we all were expecting that to just be lifted. Oh, great EMP. Oh my God.
Sick EMP,
sick
like snipe.
Amazing. And things happened so fast, all he could do was make that sound with our mouth.
Yeah.
We could just make a noise out of our face holes. That was it.
That was it.
That's how you play-by-play that.
Though.
Yeah.
But he lost a command center during all this. He's doing a ton of damage over here. Oh, a big disruptor hit, though. It looks like there's going to be another one. Yeah, those disruptor hits. Looking strong, but he's sitting here fighting partially under a Liberator.
I think Protoss is actually still okay. I think Protoss fends this off. Yeah, that's it. GG, Hurricane wins.
You know,
in what was a pretty explosive endgame there. There was a lot. That was pretty epic. I love the EMP onto all the Templars. All the Templars are picked up and immediately the Warp Prism is destroyed.
Yeah. It's like, no.
That was Ninja Scroll level violence.
Oh, my God.
Man.
That was a good first game.
Yeah,
that was a nice showing by
fired
TaeJa,
up.
I think.
I'm fired up over that game.
Yeah,
that was great.
Me too. That's really exciting to see. And, like, a couple small things went wrong there. The Zealot harassed me. He had a bunker at his third, but nothing there, so he lost a bunch of SCVs. And then the second group goes in. He didn't send enough to clear it. It didn't really go all that well. He lost the command center. And then he was kind of all in with that army. It was the right move, I think, what he did because of the damage he took.
Yeah.
But obviously we saw, you know, that was, I don't think he wanted to go all in at that point. It's just, it kind of was like, well, we may as well.
Okay, Eternal Empire from map number 2. I really like the way that game looked because they were both strong. TaeJa was definitely the player from a different era, but he was holding his own. I think he makes a few more adjustments in his play. Maybe he actually comes out here and beats Hurricane. But Hurricane was able to hold off each attack and eventually snowball that game to a victory. Game 2 starts now.
전투 준비 완료. 브레이브스타 게임, 허리케인, 남기웅. 팀 리퀴드, 태자, 윤영석,
Well, definitely a cool game there.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that TaeJa can show us similar moves here, where he's taking something that's somewhat basic and then kind of put his own little flair on it and making some smart decisions on where to move his army. That was really great. Like the medevac getting through into the main. You know, I liked his Liberator range coming up in a very timely fashion.
Yeah.
That's something that I've been pretty shocked that we've seen like none of so far this season. Because, I mean, I think it's fantastic that they moved that upgrade, Liberator range, to the Fusion Core. You know,
Yeah.
you can just continually reactor units out. You don't have to switch to a tech lab. It makes it so much more streamlined. You get more units that way.
Right.
It's just, it seems like
It's made the whole
should
process
be-
a lot less clunky.
yeah, and it felt very smooth the way TaeJa was going about it.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, too. TaeJa looked like a very modern player in that game.
Yeah, he did.
He was playing just like every other Terran is, which is great. Occasionally we'll have a player come back and, like, they're doing something weird and from the past, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, sort of, it's not like it doesn't work, but it's not what everybody's doing.
It was kind of cool the other night to see Bomber with his parade push. That was a neat.
Yeah, I was like, oh, look at this. It still kind of
Yeah.
looks like him
Yeah.
in the
yeah.
game.
Well, I like them bringing back these pieces of themselves. Like, yeah, you have to modernize, but if you're not playing your own style, I think you said it well, where you're like, well, you have to catch up to the meta, but then also kind of do your own thing, innovate something.
Yeah, you better be adding more than just...
Yeah, you can't, if you like just copy Maru, people say play like Maru, but really if you just try to copy Maru, you're never going to be a champion because...
Yeah, you'll be high on the ladder.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
it.
you'll be a good player, but you'll never actually do anything. You need to have your own stuff, you know? And
Yeah.
so it's cool to see these older players kind of come back with some modernized play, but with some of their older ideas still.
So generally speaking, at least especially for this season, we're seeing the Protosses get the third base before the Terran, and the Terran kind of take their third as they're pushing and try to get the Protoss out of position. We've seen Colossus Tech become popular as a way to basically hold a lot of infantry coming in early on. You know,
Yeah, we don't see too many Templar openings, do we?
Not really. I thought we might have a little bit more, but it's pretty
Yeah.
clear that at this level, this is really the way that people are approaching
People are
it. At
really
least mostly
preferring
out here.
Colossus right now.
Yeah,
for the
well,
most part.
It kind of makes sense. I'm interested to see that it hasn't been punished more with medevacs, like Widow Mines, or at least in the tournament that we've had so far here. But I guess we've also seen, for instance, in the last game, Phoenixes were made as a way to basically answer that, and that really puts some pressure on the Terran where if you are going to drop them, then you might risk losing the medevac and the 2 Widow Mines or anything else, and then it's like, you know, from the Protoss' perspective, it's just you're getting further ahead. All you have to do is swat away their little attack, and you're getting that much bigger, and you're that much more likely to survive the push later on. And this is a matchup, you know, if you guys have watched previous GSLs, a lot of times I would say there's more ambiguity with, you know, who gets to take a base win, especially when you're further apart. Like on some of these huge maps we've had where it's like you can't quite attack into each other. But it does seem like now Protosses, in this current meta, on these current maps, seem to just get their third every time. And Terran is going to try to come in here with some type of drop.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to have that just line up right here.
Well, I think that's kind of the way to do it, right? Oh, they are really ready, but he gets it out. But yeah, like either you're going to do some sort of 2 base, very hyper-aggressive all-in play as Protoss, or you're going to go 3 base, get your upgrade / splash going, and try to hold, right?
Right.
Because that's when you start to get very powerful as Protoss. Protoss definitely, you know, we were talking about how Protoss has a very hard time late game against Zerg. It's very playable against Terran in the late game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I find this matchup a lot of fun in general to cast.
Yeah, I like it a lot, especially in later portions of the game.
Yeah.
Like the 2 base attack that comes out from Terran, I feel like sometimes that's a bit too decisive. Those games I don't like as much when it's like, oh, got
where they're going to try to end it with that?
Yeah, that's. I've never been a fan
And
of
sometimes
2 base
SCVs
all-ins.
are pulled, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, when the SCVs get pulled, I'm just like, no.
Yeah, I'm like,
I don't have anything to
This
do with
can't
this.
be the way. There's
can't
got to be a better way to do this.
Yeah. Okay, so TaeJa just kind of playing that same style here, getting quite a bit of units out.
It should be pointed out again, this is the style that Terrans are using right now, not TaeJa style so much. TaeJa's unit movement, though, is looking similar to like what we've seen in the past, where he was just very good at controlling the map, very good at playing the zoning game. On both sides, you're trying to, especially in this matchup where it's like there's a lot of abilities that have to be casted at once. When the fight starts, Protoss have like so many things they need to shoot out, and so do Terran. They got to stim, and they got to figure out, are they going to push in or pick up with their medevacs and go back out. And so with each engagement, it's really important to watch and see how the players handle it, because this game is a fast game. You can, and this is a moment where we see TaeJa not quite pulling away in time, losing one medevac there, or excuse me, Widow Mine there. Sorry.
Well, TaeJa pushing out. He is making that third command center on location, getting his additional barracks pretty quickly here as well. Nice little small zealot harassment here, just slowing that down. That's very, very annoying for Terran.
Well, especially because Terran does need to catch up and get that third CC up, and oh no, easy free kill there on the medevac. I don't even know why it got moved over there.
Yeah.
We saw it was actually over the...
he might have made a hallucination if it wasn't on hold position.
Oh, and he just nudges it over there to the side. That's smart.
I don't know if that's the case, but I see something floating there right now, so that's my guess.
I think that's an observer.
Or there could have been an F2 moment as well. You know,
good point. Yeah,
where you're being lazy, and get punished for that. Anyways, you know, TaeJa right now, he's macroing pretty well. This is a very gateway-heavy style that we're seeing out of Hurricane. He's got the +1, he's got the charge, he's got the blink, and he's got a lot of units.
Okay, an attack in here. A lot of Widow Mines going off, making there no more Zealots now in this fight. Stalkers and Sentries still over here, but Terran is not quite getting the angle that Terran needs to really do the damage they want to do. We see there's other units elsewhere on the map, but for now, Hurricane's going to advance a little bit further forward here.
Yeah, it still looks like he wants to push a little bit more.
Yeah, especially with the War Prism there.
Yeah.
And a fourth is taken. I don't know if Hurricane's going to commit. I think he might be able to.
I think if you're taking a fourth here, you're not committing. But I love this move, right? Drop the natural, see how many units come back, and maybe you can hit the third if he sends his units.
He's going to send this back up here. He actually wants to. Now this might be Hurricane trying to get too much over here, but taking out those Widow Mines is pretty huge.
And look at this. If he brings the Prism over now and warps in at the third.
Oh, my God.
That's a strong move right there.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this going to work, though? This is like so much.
Yeah, well, I don't think he doesn't necessarily kill him here. The force fields, in fact, are blocking the Zealots, but the amount of SCVs he's gotten.
Yeah, actually, it looks like if he backs up and maybe does another warp in here. Yeah, that was a great save.
That was a really good save on those sentries. I was like, oh, no, he's going to lose 4 sentries. Nope.
You really called this, Artosis, by saying that Hurricane, you know, is going to be a much tougher fight here for TaeJa. This is already looking like a very difficult game.
Well, he's as modern as you can really get.
Yeah.
You know, he's just on top of stuff right now.
He's the newest smartphone. Like all the other players, there's different types of smartphones.
Yeah.
You know, they can do everything. They can email, they can text, you know, but his are like a little bit better.
TaeJa's BlackBerry.
Is TaeJa BlackBerry right now? Yeah.
He's discontinued, but
TaeJa's
you know
a Palm Pilot. It's even worse.
Still got one. I'm a pager.
Yeah.
This is a rotary telephone.
I'm an answering machine is all I am.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm fire on top of a mountain.
Now, TaeJa is probably going to try to push back across the map here. But, you know, Hurricane really got to get ahead in multiple different ways. I think that when he was retreating, he lost a decent amount, and that's got to hurt. But how exactly is this next attack going to be handled here? Terran has a lot of Marauders, which is pretty scary.
What's the Immortal count at? Is he at 3 right now?
Something like that, yeah.
But
it's at 1.
No, that's units lost.
Oh, sorry. It's like it's right there.
He only has 1.
Yeah. Look at the top. He only has 1 Immortal in his whole army.
Yeah, he has 3 here. So the Marauder Heavy is not as scary, and he's sitting at a kind of no. He shouldn't be coming down the ramp. If he just kind of you know, goes back and forth and zones out this army from attacking, he's in good shape, especially with something like that warping in.
If he's got Storm, this is going to be very hard to ever advance up. Good splitting. keep in mind that the War Prism is not being used to try to juggle. Oh, I wish he would not.
Do you see this?
This
The
is mine.
Zealot keeps on jiggling and getting out of range. Oh my god. It's like that gif of the guy with the Xbox controller.
Oh, yeah, where he makes a circle and then the storm comes down and kills with the veins.
That was insane.
Yeah.
Oh. So TaeJa may be skimping a little bit. We don't see any like anti-prism technology, such as the missile turret or a Viking. So the prism so far has just done a lot of work against it.
So we have more warping in. Did Protoss actually just push this? It seems like it, especially when the 4 Immortals come down there. The natural enemy to the Marauder. I think we're pretty close to the end of this story here.
Yeah, it's not feeling too hot for TaeJa right now.
Yeah, he's microing, but that number is getting very, very small. And I gotta say, Hurricane's really playing a masterful technical Protoss versus Terran against an old school giant. In TaeJa, GG, Hurricane takes series, number 1, and will be waiting to play his match in the winner's match. TaeJa is not out yet. He has a chance to prove himself again. And I'll tell you what, he did look good. I don't know if he looks good enough to get to the round of 16, though.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that. Like,
No disrespect.
But he did look good. I feel like there's a few things he needs to do.
Right.
He needs to have something to deal with the Prism, whether you're like flying a Viking around in your base. Maybe if you made an early Liberator, you can keep that in there looking for it. Throw a missile turret down. I tell you, a couple missile turrets is a lot cheaper than what a Prism's going to do to you.
Right, yeah.
So we saw him a little bit struggling with that in this previous
also,
game.
Hurricane didn't overdo it with the Zealot Harass. He dropped, like, for instance, 1 Zealot, the natural.
that was
then
good.
he looped through the main, which pulled most of the army back in there, and then he just sent the War Prism back out to the 3rd. It was a really good tactic.
Yeah, it was.
Which allowed so much punishment to happen at that 3rd base.
It was played so well from him because he did it and got away with just enough after doing just enough that there was no way to really die to anything TaeJa could do from there.
Yeah. It was.
And he did a good amount of damage economically to him. He killed like 15 SCVs during that attack.
Again, though, TaeJa looking strong, good at fights, but not good at, I guess, not ticking all the boxes of controlling a StarCraft 2 game.
Yeah.
You know, even in Game 1, we saw the Zealot counterattack get in there, kill a lot of SCVs. TaeJa's looking strong. Also, TaeJa not always keeping track of his medevacs. In both games, Game 1, he just straight up got shot down by the Phoenixes. Those 2 Widow Mines
Yeah,
picked up.
that happens
and then in Game 2, he
occasionally.
had a medevac waiting in a big chasm where no ground units can go.
I think it was
presumably
an F2 error, maybe.
That, or you said maybe a hallucination pushes it or something
possibly,
like that.
yeah.
But look, either way, I mean, if you set that up, you need to keep it there for as long as possible so you can punish later. And then he lost that just to some stalkers.
Maybe we can patch it. Maybe we can make it like the Observer and the Overseer, where you can just give it more range by not letting it move. You do that siege mode thing, so F2 you can just. Can we just fix anything so that F2 doesn't grab it? We can do it with High Templars too.
Yeah, there we go.
Where they go into siege mode and they just don't move. Those are my favorite patches.
We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, our second best of 3. Don't go away.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
짜릿함이 마칠송 사이다 정감이 마칠송 사이다 70년의 사이다 칠성 사이다 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는지
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹을기면 당신은 저한테 계속 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료 이걸 빠시다니
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
I can't help but confuse the things you want me to do for what I wanna accomplish in life. 29, I'm thinking I'm no good for you, you're no good for me. There's a better way. Why is it so hard to put you into the past? It's so
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 하식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 뇌가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙아닙니까? 그것은 전설의 음료 하식스.
올 때 하식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색 맛 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
코로나 사태가 좀 심각해지고 있고 밖에 나가기가 좀 힘든 상황인데 안 나갑니다. 안 나가요.
It's going well for me. It's been going like the same as 5 years. I've been isolated for 5 years, so it's okay for me.
부득이하게 이제 나가게 되면 손 잘 씻고
컴퓨터 많이 하실 수도 있으시니까 스트레칭이 굉장히 중요하거든요.
I'm really sad about this and I hope we can meet as soon as best in many events.
저도 팬분들 앞에서 이렇게 경기를 하고 싶었는데 코로나가 이제 종식되면은 그때 이제 많이 직관 와주셨으면 좋겠네요.
라운드 오브 24 허리케인 남기웅 태자 윤영수 스페셜 후안 로페즈 스태치 김대영. 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 1 코드 S 쇼다운.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to start our second match. Special has entered the building.
Literally, just barely.
Yeah, about a minute ago. So he gets to play his match.
Without any real warm-up, I would say.
Yep. Maybe that's how he likes it. Probably not. I don't think nobody likes it like that. But he'll be going up against Stats. Now, Special has become such a strong player over the years. At times, he appears to be, especially in results, the best foreigner. We've seen this guy get top 4 in the entire world.
He does well. I can't let the top foreigner stand, though, because Cyril has had that, and before him...
No, I mean, at times, Artosis, there were periods where he looked incredible. But all I'm saying is, don't count him out. He's got his hair poking up like he's a bird that's excited.
Well, he didn't get here early enough to get makeup and hair done.
That's what birds do when they're happy, Artosis.
I know. You see my hair do that all the time.
Right.
Why do you think they put a faux hawk on
bird, tasteless. So now we got to see how he's going to perform here now. I think, although Juan has had really good placings in tournaments, it's not like he's won a GSL. We're still waiting for that, you know. So let's see how he does. But he's against Stats, who is the defensive Protoss of all the Protosses.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, historically, actually, Juan has done pretty well against Stats. So I think that this match is closer than people are probably thinking, because I think a lot of people just look at things on paper, and they're like, oh, it's Stats, and they just think of all the great things Stats has ever done.
Yeah.
But he's not like an invincible PvT god. There's certain ways that you can play against him, and Juan knows about those ways. Bigger attacks do well against Stats, lots of Liberators and things like that. But I don't know. Let's see how this goes. I hope that Special can show us what he's made of here.
Let's find out what happens. He has just entered the building. No time to do a warm-up game or anything like that. Eternal Empire will be our first map. The winner goes on to face off against Hurricane. Special versus Stats. Game 1 starts now.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고. 스페셜 후안 로페즈.
Focus, determination,
Yes.
bravery.
아프리카 프레스 스텔지
I like
김대.
bravery. Purity.
Yeah. Well.
Virtuosity.
Yeah. Okay.
So, generally speaking, Protoss can show that they can. There's a lot of ways to play the race, and usually the top tier Protoss players can play the widest range. But Stats is one of the few Protosses that has leaned into reactive and defensive play and had success historically. It doesn't mean he's going to do it this time around, but Stats was somebody who really showed you could pretty much watch what the Terran's doing in this case and kind of scout and defend and tack up and then get into a good spot in the late game and win.
For the most part, yeah. Yeah.
And so
he
we'll
kind
see.
of
We'll see if
blocks all the cheesy, aggressive things that player might do.
And in that sense, he plays a lot like the way we stereotype a lot of Terrans tend to play, which is kind of cool to see. You know, where you get somebody like Parting, who's on the complete opposite of that.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's doing a lot of aggressive attacks, a lot of crazy all-ins.
Well, I think it's part of the reason why Stats fluctuates quite a bit. Well, really, a lot of Protoss players in general. We don't have too many Protoss players that are always delivering through different metas. A lot of times people go up and down. I think maybe one of the closest opposites you can see that is Hero, who's now in the military. But for instance, I thought that was one of the coolest things. It's anytime Protoss is in trouble, Hero is doing well. Anytime Protoss is doing pretty well, Stats is doing well.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's very funny how that works.
Yeah, it's like when the meta shifts into an unfavorable position, you want aggressive Protosses. And then when the meta's like pretty solved, I guess is a better way to put this. That's where Stats really comes in and shows his strength, where he's like, oh no, I know how to tread all these lines perfectly and get into a very fine middle of the game and late game. All that being said, I'm not sure exactly what he's going to want to try out here. An Oracle, obviously, we see, but like, is he going to be going into Colossus tech? He is a guy that definitely does like Colossus tech.
Sure.
So I wouldn't be surprised about that. A Cyclone coming up here for special. Oh yeah, and I wonder if there's any chance that we end up seeing mech out of him.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe.
Well,
one thing we should point out as well is a lot of the Korean players actually consider Juan to be a Korean player. This is not like an ethnic thing. This is just Juan's basically always in Korea.
Yeah, yeah.
And so he's playing with the Koreans.
Wow. He got 3 kills with that
Yeah, that's
Reaper.
pretty insane.
I'm going to show up to work late. I'm going to be the greatest cast of my life. Show up for set 2?
Yeah, just right when the show starts.
3 probes. That's crazy. But yeah, go ahead. Say what you're
no,
saying.
I was going to say, you know, a lot of the Korean players refer to him as another Korean player because he plays on the Korean ladder all day in Korea, trains with a lot of the other players in the tournament. And so, you know, if he's been out here for, how long has he been out here for, actually? I'm not sure.
He came out briefly at the beginning of StarCraft 2 about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Joined TSL for a little bit, got a bit homesick, went home, and eventually he came back out to join Team 8. He had to go back for a little bit, but then he eventually moved out here pretty full-time.
Is it like 5? It's been a long time that he's been out here.
Yeah. Long time.
I'm used to.
He's been in and out of the
thinking him
country
as
for
being
10 years.
on the other side of town.
Yeah.
And so, you know, if you've been out here for that long and you're playing with that many people, there becomes a point in time where I think a lot of the Koreans say there's no point in referring to the guy as a foreign player. It's not like he's, ethnicity doesn't really play a role in this regard, right? It's like, well, he
your
just plays
style
with us.
is a better way to speak of it.
A lot of times the Korean players will say they think of him as just another one of the Korean players that just another GSL Korean scene player. And I think a lot of Juan's style reflects that, by the way.
Yes,
he looks like a robust, strong Terran.
Yeah, and he's kind of got the speed, and he's got the Korean meta game that he plays in.
Yeah,
and he is going mech here, which I want to talk about as well. But yeah, that's always what you were saying is always the way that Juan's been. Like, I met him, I don't even know how long ago now. when he was a little kid. When he was like
I think we
13 or
first
something.
met him at the same time. We met him in Chengdu in China.
Yeah, that's where we met him in person, but I'm talking
yeah.
like I played Brood War with him like a million years ago, and he was always copying the Korean meta, which is like how I knew he would be good.
Yeah.
But he's continued on that course, and his TY is basically one of his very best friends, and he plays with a lot, talks to a lot and all that, so that's why I was wondering if he'd be going mech here, and he is going mech. So that's really exciting, because I think, first off, mech is a good thing to go into if your opponent has gone Phoenixes. The Phoenixes, I think, are not any good against mech, really. They're not really going to serve any purpose here.
Yeah.
And you see that Stats is going to Colossus Tech now, and we were talking about this the other night, right? It was a TY against Deer, right?
Sure.
Where Deer was going Colossus, and it just wasn't working. The Colossus doesn't really add a lot against mech either. So I'm liking this position right now, and it's very cool to see that he's going for this mech style.
Oh, nice kill on the Raven, though. That's pretty sick.
That was nice.
You know, the Raven's pretty important for... wait,
oh, my God. He started stim as those flew in, and Stats never got vision of the
That's so
factories.
funny. If you look at the way, the way the blind spot is arranged, hold on, he's going to see it now. Okay. I was like, wow, that is like the perfect storm of just disinformation.
Yeah. And in fact, it's not just mech. Okay, so this is a different style than what we saw.
This is a hybrid, my friend.
Yeah, and that's actually...
I thought he was going to cancel the stim after he got chased out, but no.
Yeah, this is actually a hybrid style that TY was screwing with for the last couple of years, and we don't see it all that often, but generally it's very tank-heavy. He actually opened with Cyclones at first, but generally it turns into a very tank-heavy bio push. I think that's what we'll end up seeing after that initial set. Like, it looks like the Hellions might have been made just for some harassment, and then the Cyclones for some defensive purposes.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally what we end up seeing, again, is like maybe 10 siege tanks, 12 siege tanks, a bunch of Marine Marauder medevac. So very cool to see. Very different style.
That Raven that we saw get picked off earlier, a lot of times that's helpful for disabling a Colossus, for instance. So that was a good snipe we had back there. But this is funny because, you know, Stats is the ultimate reactive player, but let's see if he can really react well to this.
Yeah.
Because this is a very, this takes a very nuanced approach. It's not like you're trying to stop this unit comp or that unit comp.
Yeah. Well, I think he's actually reacting a lot better than what I saw from Deer, for instance. I love the double Nexus. I think that when you see your opponents going mech, you automatically know that their push is slower, and it should be more cost efficient. So what you need to do to counter that is to kind of build your economy really, really quickly so that you're going to have those extra units, and they can't really punish you well during that time. So I think that Stats is doing the appropriate move here, and we're going to need to see him add on, you know, more robos and a ton of gateways.
Well, you know, with the Storm ready, Blink coming, it looks like we're going to halt any more Colossus production, but there's Archons being made and everything else. I mean, Stats seems like he should be ready to hold this. I've always been impressed with the fact that Stats really just wants to stick with this style. He actually plays like he's the Zerg.
Yeah, kind of.
It's pretty funny, you know. He's just, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that we see certain character traits come out. Now, I think with looking at Special's playstyle here, and I think this is certainly him taking a page from TY's approach.
Yeah.
But you never know. These two guys are close enough that could, you know, this could have been a
goes
collaborative meta.
Sure. Well, it's different from what we saw against Deer from TY.
Yeah.
Too, so.
Now, hold on. We got the push coming here, and I want to see how well Stats can handle this. Special is setting up the initial drop to draw some forces away while the push comes through here on the 5th. And actually, this is going to unpower, like, everything as far as upgrades go. The Nexus is pretty vulnerable. There's Phoenixes here that are not... Okay, hold on. Well, you can see Stats is paralyzed right now.
Well, what are you going to do? You're going to attack in with your Archon Colossus against 12 sieged tanks? I don't think so.
Yeah, well, here we go.
He's going to lose all that.
Well, hold on. These cells are going to come in here from behind, and this is a lot of siege tank shots that are being drawn away that are allowing these Archons to continue to do so much damage over here. The tanks are finally under fire, and the Phoenix is picking up the last remaining tanks. A masterful attack in here by Stats. I never thought that was going to go as well as it did.
Oh, I didn't either. That
Phenomenal.
Zealot flank was just awesome, and now he actually gets through and kills off the rest of the army.
Oh my God.
Wow. I was very excited about that attack from Special, but Stats able to pull it together there.
Stats, I mean, had those Zealots not come from underneath.
Oh yeah, the frontal attack would not have done anything.
Yeah, I was like, this is 5 Archons against just Siege tanks and Stim Marines.
Yeah.
But you know, the AI, it targets those Zealots because they're right in front of the Marines, and that allows the Archon shots with their splash to get off. Right when it looks like maybe a Siege tank or two can pick off an Archon, the Phoenixes come in and scoop up the tanks.
Yeah.
And what looked to be, I thought it was actually going to be a very long and dramatic game, and we certainly got to the late game situation, and then Stats just suplexed him.
You know, that style, I'm still excited about it, but I feel like I've never seen it win. That massive Siege tank push.
I don't feel like we see it win,
Protoss
right?
breaks it just barely every time.
I feel like a lot of times we go, oh, cool, and then it doesn't work.
Yeah. It's definitely deja vu.
Let's make
right
those
now.
sounds together, right? Oh, Meg! Oh, I like this, and then it dies. Wow, Protoss wins. Game 2 on Nightshade is ready. Special for Stats continues on.
전투 준비 완료. 스페셜 후안 로페즈. 아프리카 프레스 스테치 김대영.
It's bouncing.
Yeah. And I gotta tell you, Special looked pretty intense there.
Yeah.
I think he's unhappy with that loss.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if he just attacked the wrong angle or what. I mean, it seemed like everything was actually going perfectly, but I guess it shows why he's such a good player, Stats is, because Stats didn't move, took a couple losses here and there and said, no, I'm going to do this perfectly. I'm not just going to fight him when he gets over here. I'll let him siege up, whatever. We need to get Zealots out. I need to stop this drop. But this game, we have Special really seizing control of the actions of Protoss by planting an engineering bay here over at the natural. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this before, but if you're confused by it, you can cancel the eBay. You're still blocking their nexus. You can cancel, you're not losing that much.
Yeah.
So it's a very smart way to play, and it does limit the options for Stats, and I guess we'll have to see what kind of game Special wants to play from here and how Stats reacts.
Yeah, it's very nice because Stats doesn't even see it till he has like 380 minerals or so. So his whole build is just not really optimized anymore.
Right.
And obviously it takes away optimization from Special's build because he's building an engineering bay that doesn't really need.
Right.
But the thing is, he planned for this. Stats did not.
Right. And
so that just, it makes it, I love moves like this in a tournament.
Well, especially if you're going up against somebody like Stats, who's known as just trying to react to everything in the mid-game, to try to get in there in the early game and interrupt some stuff. Maybe this changes some timings. I don't know. The math would obviously be very fine-tuned for that, but, you know, you get your workers out so quickly in StarCraft 2 that to delay that like that can be kind of annoying.
Yeah.
And it's certainly disruptive to the progress you're making. And of course, we see the command center is going to finish far before the Nexus will.
So, another gateways.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. You know what he's going to do? I think he's just going to go like 3-gate and just attack. Remember there was this small period of time when Classic had like a 97% win rate in EVT, and he was just going 3 gates kind of early and like making a very peculiar amount of units. And the thing is, all the Terrans were getting like kind of aggressive early game, so he would just like smash it and win. And so we were like, whoa, Classic versus Mario is going to be great. And then, yeah, and then Mario's like, nah, it's not.
Stop that. Now, he sees the pylon out here, which you see the pylon that's telegraphing that Protoss wants to have some action on the map here pretty early on. But, yeah, let's see how this goes.
Well, there's a bunker up already. We'll see now that got scouted. Okay, he is going to go ahead and make some more depths.
Okay, the Reaper's coming forward here.
I love how good people are with their grenades.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's pretty cool how well people have that as a zoning device. It's the same Reaper from game 1. He's got 3 notches on his arm tattooed there.
Well, he tries to, but then they all heal. Okay, so actually Shade's in here. How much is he gonna
terrible.
get done?
It's not doing anywhere near as much damage.
Yeah,
4
right?
SCVs is probably not enough. It looks like he'll get these 2 out, though, but...
Okay, so he gets like 4 SCVs and loses 3 Adepts. And the thing is, his tech is a little bit slower because of that, right? His third base is going to be a bit slower, too. Yeah, I don't think that really... That wasn't what he was looking to do. He can't be happy with the results of that, Tasteless.
Well, let's see how the rest of the game goes. He's usually... One of the things that's funny about Stats is we don't see him do a lot of aggressive plays like that. And when you see players with aggressive plays like that, like, you know, you mentioned Classic earlier, but he was a really good example of somebody who would just always dunk.
Oh, yeah.
On his opponent when he'd get in there and do damage. It's kind of funny to see Stats do it and it doesn't go as well. I guess it's not really his forte.
Yeah.
I don't want to typecast him too much and put these guys in different roles.
It's somewhat right, though.
But you do see this,
It's at least somewhat correct.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're right. Like, the thing is, everyone has a little bit more range. Like, he has a little bit more range than what we're saying, but it's...
Sometimes
we've been saying this for years, that if he would just learn Haas's builds and just roll a die and do them every now and then, he'd be the best player in the world, man, for sure. But, yeah, I mean, that attack doesn't really end up doing very much. We'll see how he tries to pull out, but he is taking the third base. He is getting up here to maybe do some blink harassment, but I think that Special's not likely to take damage anywhere.
He's going to try to pin him here. I don't think he's going to actually blink up there. You know, it would be great, actually, with the Raven going across the map to chuck an auto turret is he went and caught that Raven. That'd probably be better usage of blink.
So look at this. He's hitting the bunker, and you might be wondering, why did all the units go up? Well, he's afraid that there could be a blink into his main, so he's playing very carefully against that.
If all the units are down there, then you do blink up into the main. Here comes the Raven. Now, we see the auto turrets are going to come here.
Yeah, very annoying right there.
That's so funny.
Well,
oh my God, the balls. I just can't even believe it.
Oh my God, the balls.
The balls.
Well, he loses several stalkers there. This is not going so well for Stats right now.
Yeah.
The auto turret got 3 probes as well. That's really reasonable for an auto turret.
Yeah. This is going to be one of these games, I think, where it's not going to be one big moment. It's going to be many small moments to show how somebody lost this. Now, Special, it's funny because now the second time he comes in, he actually does deny, in this case, concussive shells.
Do you think he had his fingers crossed that was stim?
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, he doesn't know what it is, right?
Well, now he knows it's not stim because Special stim against him.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm sure he was hoping that, because if it's stim, then it's like,
he's like, all right, I got it.
That's where we look over at the Protoss player, and he's playing from a lawn chair.
Oh my God.
Now, yeah, but I do think that overall, there's actually been a couple L's here for Stats, you know? He's definitely taken some hits here and there.
This has not been a great opener.
Yeah, but it's also not the opener we're used to seeing him do.
Yeah, he's tried to mix in a bit more aggression. And now we have Special actually coming across the map. He's up 20 army supply, and there is a good 10 army supply flying into his base right now. So,
yeah,
I mean, maybe this Prism does a ton of damage. It definitely looks like it could.
Hold up. This is really important, this attack over here. There's not any splash damage for Protoss. He is going to get rolled.
Yeah. But the Zealots are doing something across the map, so we're going to have to just see where that ends up.
Yeah.
Like, maybe Stats, I think he's going to take so much. Look at this. He's actually getting out of there now.
Well, this push isn't going to be stopped, I don't think. Yeah. GG, Special takes game 2, and we're tied up 1-1.
Right. I want to say a better game from Special. You can tell he's much happier about that one. But also, Stats played, like, a little bit off-brand there.
Yeah, that was
a little bit of Sam's choice.
That was... he was a little... What's the off colas? like Diet Right or whatever.
Dude. Well, Mountain Lightning?
Mr. Pepper
Is
or
that
whatever
what it's called?
instead of Dr. Pepper. Mountain Lightning, I think, is another one.
Yeah.
He wasn't like Cheerios. He was like, what's the bottom bag one? The one that looks like
it's the one that doesn't even come in a box.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it's called.
He was not. That was not the normal stats we have. That was like a counterfeit ripoff stats. Falls apart after a week of wear.
Yeah.
That was.
We ordered that stats game from AliExpress.
Let's see how game 3 goes.
전투 준비 완료. 스페셜 후안 로페즈. 아프리카 프렉스 스태츠 김대영.
You remember when Jurassic Park came out? Still a great movie to this day, but the movie had so much success that then there were other movies about dinosaur theme parks coming out, usually made for TV.
Like Jurassic Park 2?
Yeah. No, but I mean, it was just like another. Someone's like, I'm gonna make that too. No.
Yeah, that's what they do.
That already happened.
And
don't do it again.
Yeah, no, they did that. Do you remember when Twister came out? Then there was a bunch of hurricane movies.
Yes.
And tornado movies, and then like, yeah, this has happened so many times with so many different movie sets. Like there was a Summer of Only Zombie Movies.
Oh God, yeah.
A Summer of Only Asteroids Hitting Earth, and all this stuff.
There was a period where there was 2 movies about volcanoes erupting in the United States.
Yes.
Like, we never needed 2 of these. Ever.
Well, Hollywood is just so smart with their infinite wisdom on how to make really high-quality content, such as all of the superhero movies, it's really beautiful to see the gaming industry follow suit and make nothing but battle royales and auto battlers.
Dude, it's just they all just copy each other and just proliferate more trash.
Yeah, it's like, hey, look at that. Yeah. This makes money. I'm going to do something.
Let's do what those guys did. Probably, by the way, it's already too late, but let's do what those guys did.
Yeah.
And alter it slightly.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's.
I can't believe this guy's sitting here.
Oh my God! Now this is
the cheesiest thing.
Now we're talking about crap products, but this. Let me tell you something. This is from the farmer's market. This build right here. This is fresh from the farmer's market.
Yeah.
Juanito has grown this.
Dude, this is so dangerous.
He's there with his farmer hat on.
There's a Reaper jump spot just above it.
No, it's fine. This is a good play. Yeah, the Adept doesn't give like that extra millimeter of vision to see it.
He's just going to walk mines in, isn't he? Or is it going to be Hellions?
Hold on. Oh, he's like, I'll just patrol here. This is cage-free.
I want him to make a reactor with it now. Imagine that.
Look at this. He's going to make Hellions, too. Okay.
Dude, if he makes 2 Hellions, just runs them in.
Yeah. Look at young Juanito. This is like you go deep into his hometown, all right? And he's made it just his own way. He's added his own spices.
Yeah.
Generations upon generations have been working on this recipe. Okay.
Well, we'll see if he passes this down to his offspring after it kills stats, because
this is just a great opening here.
I can't even believe that this is what we're seeing. This is too funny for me. Stats, I'm just going to stare at his face now.
This is, this happens to everybody on all levels of play where you get a building in your base and go, okay, yeah, I know I'm supposed to look for that, but after a while I kind of stop because nobody does it. Here we go! Stats, by the way, did not even raise an eyebrow.
Wow, that's a quick drop.
Yeah, he's like, oh, okay, you're a real scumbag.
Dude, 4 probes already. This is not bad at all.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he should be getting more, but I guess the damage is being distributed in kind of a funny way. Now here comes a little whittle biddle mine. Oh, okay. Hey, 8 kills total now.
Yeah, you cannot scoff at that. That is a lot of damage for so early in the game.
To scoff, certainly not.
No. I wanted to scoff,
yeah.
But then he got so many kills, I'm like, can't do that anymore.
No, you cannot. Kind of a funny spot for stats to be in. He's going to be on 3 Nexuses. This is just now starting here.
The damage ain't done tasteless.
This is like you've already invested so much into this, and now you don't have the resources to really keep this all stable.
Yeah.
You know?
There's a Banshee coming. More barracks speed.
Stats also got a pool built in his backyard. It's like, oh. You can't afford this.
No, you can't afford it at all. It never really finishes construction.
Yeah, it's just a hole in his backyard that fills up with mud and stuff when it rains.
Yeah, and the mosquitoes breed in there.
Yeah, and then you can't even use your backyard.
Yeah. Sadness.
Yeah. Now, things are all lining up here for Special. I mean, he's in great shape. He does have a battery here, so it'll be harder for this Banshee to get the kills it needs to. You know, Stats' building placement has always been a little bit of an obstacle for him to even get back here and defend his own workers. So he's going to just move to, I think he was hoping for greener pastures here, but not going to happen. This actually doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much anything. In the meantime, Special just creating Marauders and Marines right now. Getting his upgrades rolling. Stats adding a lot of gates. He's got his probe count going back up. No forges or anything. You know, you have to skip some things. You can't just play exactly the same way.
Yeah, or you will lose.
Yeah, if you play exactly the same way and that worked, then what a terrible game this would be.
Then you were already way better than your opponent. Good for you.
Why are you trying so hard then? That's the real question. Have you ever heard of conserving energy? Come on.
Now the Forge is coming, albeit late. He's going to get the gateways out first. I think he's trying to anticipate an attack coming here.
Yeah.
One that would be, at least one of the features of it is that it would get in there before your upgrades are done. So he's just going to delay the upgrades anyways and get production out first and foremost.
Yeah, looks like this medevac wants to go out to get some mines made out of that new.
And he needs to turn around right away.
Oh. Whoa, he made it. Look at that.
Yeah, nicely done. And there's no reason to not continue to just produce mines there. By the way, Combat Shields is done, so we may see Terran come out on the map. Actually, hold on. Stim's going to be finished, and then he'll come out.
+1 as well. Stats, I mean, he's making a reasonable army at the moment. No upgrades, though, don't forget. The +1 attack is going to finish up here for Special, so his army is definitely going to be a bit better. But, you know, if you take the fight right, you have a chance here with Stats.
Okay, good thing he's able to pick these up and move them elsewhere. The army's going to come down here. It looks like he's going to try to save this reactor. There's not an easy spot to push from here, though. There's a lot of surface area that you have to navigate. Okay, he actually does not save the reactor, though. So now Stats knows the position of Special's army. Quite far away, unless he decides to drop into the main, which seems like it might be all too predictable, but we'll see. We'll see what Stats wants to do.
Is that medevac up there in the top right? Yeah, that has 4 mines in it, so let's see what that does.
Wait.
And then none of them hit.
Okay.
It's just too fast. Well, that was a great idea, but
when I saw him
drop
doing it,
in the
I
right
thought
place.
for sure this is going to work.
Yeah.
Or he wouldn't do it at all.
If they had drilling claws, man, no problem. Blow that thing right up. If he had caught that, that would have been game, I think. But he didn't, and now he has to feel pain.
Now he has to feel pain?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not too much pain, though.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of pain. Stub toe pain.
Here comes the drop now. We don't know if Stats is going to catch us in time. He does. He pulls the probes away, dives in, does not kill the medevac in what has been a bumpy engagement so far.
Okay, so doesn't really do anything with that, to be honest.
And I mean, that's...
Loses everything trying it?
Stats is staying patient here on the high ground.
He can't go up that ramp anymore.
No, I don't think so.
No, he has to back up. There's
That's
2
enough
shield
force
batteries.
fields.
Look, he's adding 2 more shield batteries. Do you need that, do you think? Oh, he pulled SCVs? Are those the boys? That line is too big. That has to be the boys.
That has to be the boys.
The boys are on their way.
Yeah. Here we are.
All right, here come the boys.
Force fields come down. This arc right now for the Stalkers is pretty good. Shield batteries are healing up. There's still 2 more Immortals here, but I think one's going to go down.
There's a lot of Marines here. The rest of the boys get out into the front, but yeah, those additional shield batteries really doing a lot of work right now.
I don't know if
we're down to almost only Stalkers, though, and this Marine DPS is so high right now.
He's still healing up. Probes are now pulled. The damage is still being dealt here in the main. 35 SCVs killed to the 20 probes killed in this attack. Good blinking away from some of those Widow Mines, but has the damage already been done? The CC in the main has gone down.
Oh my god, he's gonna unpower a couple of those.
Stats knows he just has to hang on. There's only 11 SCVs in this game right now.
Don't forget, he still has a couple Nexuses mining full on.
Very true.
I think he's gonna be able to hold this.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much energy's on these medevacs either, but there's been a lot of healing here. Eventually that's gonna run out.
Stats cannot be losing these Stalkers though.
Oh, it's so
this
close.
This is really the backbone of his army. A couple
close.
more Zealots being warped in. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's down to 3 SCVs. He just has to hold up the attack. He's to run. Run!
Those Stalkers are so red, tasteless.
Oh man, okay, he's got to be careful to avoid the minefields over there.
Oh, this is a crazy game right now. That mule is not mining, no!
He's gonna unpower the Robo and this one gate. He's separated from back home. There's an Archon and an Immortal here.
Okay, a good EMP, but that's not gonna be enough.
GG, Stats takes it.
Well, that was a wild ending to that series.
Cool match. Look at, you can
see the smile on his face.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, okay, so that got really close there at the end. Just barely able to kill him off there. Whew.
Great game.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good series.
Well, Stats goes on to the winners match. So we've got a great PvP coming up next.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Now we have PvP and TVT.
Yep.
Okay.
Time for the mirror matchups.
Yeah, hard to say how the PvP will go.
Yeah.
I'm excited about the TVT, though, actually.
Sure.
I think that's going to be fun to see Special versus TaeJa,
see how that Special
goes.
should be slightly favored there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's just one of the top Terrans in the world for sure.
Yeah.
So can TaeJa fight against that?
We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, our third best of 3. Don't go away.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
사이다, 칠성 사이다. 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는데
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹었기면 당신은 저한테 계속 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료. 이걸 빠시다니.
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
견제를 받지 않았을 때에 비해서는 이제 좀 더 적을 수 있고요. 물론 이 병력 자체가 좀 세기는 하죠. 앞마당 열어줬어요.
와! 두드리니까 열렸어요.
이게 두드려라 열릴 것이다. 강영 선수는 여기서 이제 운영을 해도 괜찮다. 근데 이거 전차도 여기 전차 끊었으면 안에 본진. 그래 펑커피어만 해병 들어갈 수 있나요? 해병 들어갈 수 있나요? 하나 거의 박민호 선수는 경기를 즐기는 것과 거의 비쌀 정도로 여왕을 엄청나게 준비했습니다.
밀어버리네요. 여기 전차 고기까지 끊어버렸습니다. 시즌 오늘 땅굴 두번으로 경기 마무리 짓고 가장 먼저 16강에 올라간 주인공 박명 선수예요.
여기로 홍상모드 놓쳤어요.
터져요.
나 대신에 맹동총이 작곡 잘하죠. 이거 본진 쪽에서 이신영이 2등 못 거두면 이영우가 좋아집니다.
그렇죠.
흔들어 놔야 돼요.
자, 이번 대신 몰아내야 됩니다.
네, 근데 이 정도면 잘 막았죠. 주요 건물들 잃지 않았고요. 일본에도 뭐 4개 뭐 별거 아닙니다. 링링을 상대 트리플 쪽으로 돌려줬어도 되는데. 와, 공성 잘 되는데.
네, 선택 쪽으로 좀 들어와서 이병렬. 와, 선수적 움직임 보세요. 기가 막혔습니다 방금.
근데 그 좋았던 상황인데도 불구하고 강영호를 여기까지 몰아붙이는 이신영의 생산력도 그리고 운영도 너무 대단합니다.
네. 와, 이거는 마지막까지 이겨낸 모습이거든요. 의료선도 없어요.
예, 마지막 홀이죠.
지제! 강영훈 선수 갚아주면서 1대 스코어를 만들었습니다.
추가 병력 계속 나오고 있어요.
추가로 위에서 나오고 있습니다. 병력 더 나오고 있거든요.
네, 이 여차하면 이 부하장을 내줘도 됩니다. 본진까지만 밀지 않으면 되는 거예요.
이게 추가 병력 뒷심이 없거든요. 테란이.
이신영의 극한의 컨트롤이 나오려면 불곰이 베이스여야 되는데
많아요.
해병 베이스라서 맹독 중에 쓸리겠는데요.
그리고 슬리브 이병력 다 잡아주면 타이강으로 갈 수 있죠.
자원이 없습니다.
자원이 없고요. 할 수 있는 게 없습니다. 뒷심이 없어요.
이걸 어떻게든 난전으로 하는
지제! 저게 박영우 선수 이신영 선수를 잡아내면서 역전승으로 이겨내면서 가장 먼저 8강에 진출합니다.
김준호는 몰라요. 김준호는 몰라요.
모르면
김준호는 몰라요. 몰라면서 김준호는 몰라요.
맹독비.
일단 상대까지는 좋았는데 하수기의 개체수가 가장 중요한 상황이거든요.
그렇죠.
이거 역장으로 히드라를 잘라먹지 못하면 이 공격 막힙니다. 그렇죠. 히드라 개체수 유지되고 있고 맹독 쭉 들어가요. 자 이제 불멸자 보호막 상당히 벗겨졌거든요. 그리고 가시촉수도 그대로 유지가 되고 있고 병력 나오면서 일벌레 동원하는 거 여전히 박영우 선수 다 좋습니다. 테란과 저그 연합도 다 무너졌겠잖아요.
압도적으로 가나요?
마지막 저그 박영우가
최우현 저그가
한 번 더 진화.
이런 댄스.
모든 저그의 한을 이번 경기로.
그렇죠.
와.
프로토스의 종말을 예고하는 댄스.
네, 모든 저그에게 말하는 거죠. 나만 믿고 따라와.
그렇죠. 프로토스 내가 초토해줄게. 지제. 최후의 저그 박영우 선수가 완벽한 경기력으로 공격적인 김규현 선수 끊어내고 4강에 올라갑니다.
슬슬 기회라는 게 넘어오고 있어요. 물론 이병력이긴 했지만 이병력이 대신에 살아 돌아간다는 전제 조건이 있어야 됩니다. 이병력
수업 깨지면 안 돼요.
영역이 죽으면 안 돼요. 뒷구조 한 번에 뻥 이건 지금
올라가요.
C지역을 대처할 만한 프로토스의
올라갔어요.
언덕이를 빼앗기게 되면 이거 난리 납니다. 트리플에다가 언덕이 저 아래에 있는 탐사정까지 올릴 수 있어요.
그렇죠.
신의 한 수가 됐습니다.
들어가서 여기 치면은
이번 다시 한번 경기를 내줄 때처럼 선수가 100차이랑 시작했고
2012년 경기부터 항상 꿈꿔오던 GSL 결승전 대결 드디어 박영우 선수가 갑니다. GSL 공화유센 최초의 우승자의 도장장을 내민 다크 박영우.
조금씩 깨지고 있기 때문에 박영우 입장에서는 계속 몰아붙여야 됩니다. 네. 적어도 뭐 체제가 확 바뀌면 아니지만 지금 문제는 불멸자예요.
네.
불멸자가 어떻게든 너에게 5기가 돼야 되는데
자국밖에 끊어내고 세게 박습니까?
불멸자 별로 없으니까 그냥 가겠다는 거죠.
부럽게 해놓고 자 여기서 불멸자 지금 하나 있거든요.
이러면 불멸자라고 해도 못 버팁니다.
불멸자 잡았어요.
제재 드랍을 하면서 정면 쪽에 몰아붙이려고 하면 외곽 쪽의 시야를 프로토스가 확인을 못해요. 그래서 땅굴이 뚫리는 걸 허용할 수밖에 없는 건데 자 그래서 일단 여왕이 넘어왔을 때 이때가 가장 큰 위기가 되는 거죠.
그렇죠. 지금 여기서 뚫고 들어가고 있어요. 잡으려고 들어가고 있죠. 병력 많아요. 자 군단이 왔습니다.
앞마당 병력 빨리 빼고 와줘죠.
자 뚫어내면서 암흑의 시대 만듭니까? 자 이번 시즌 세계 최초의 우승 도대체 내밀고 있는 상황인데 조성을 막아야 돼요.
일꾼이 잡혀도 병력이 못하됩니다. 적어도 일꾼 별로 없어요.
자 여기 가난해요.
불멸자.
잡히면 자 여기까지 깨버리면 병력이 없습니다. 아니 자원 제재 공의 우승 최초의 우승자가 나왔습니다. 그의 이름은 다크 박영우.
저거 역시 다 쓰러져가는 분위기에서 마지막에 살아남은 박영우 선수인데 오히려 살아남은 게 박영우 선수다 보니 이 어려운 시기를 견낼 수 있었습니다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 하식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 내가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙 아닙니까? 그것은 전설의 음료 하식스.
올 때 하식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색 맛 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
라운드 오브 24 허리케인 남기우 태자 윤영수 스페셜 후안 로페즈 스태치 김대영. 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 코드 S 쇼다운.
Okay, it's mirror matchup time. PvP and then TVT. Now, just judging from how well Hurricane played versus TaeJa, I mean, I know this is a different matchup now, but Hurricane looks very strong. He looks very modern in the way he's playing. But Stats is such a well-rounded PvP player.
Yeah, his Stats is very, very good at PvP a lot of the time. I don't know what to expect here, to be honest, though, because PvP, you know, a lot of it is build orders and just kind of where you choose to put things. Does your opponent actually scout where you proxied and things like this? So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what this will end up looking like, and I don't really even have a favorite here. I could absolutely see it going either way.
I agree. It's a tough one to call, but it should be an exciting match. Going into this, again, this is the last group. This is Group F in the round of 24. After today's show, we have the group selections. That's why we started early here. But one of these two players is going to get that second spot in the round of 16. Let's see if it's Hurricane or Stats.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가는 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고. 브레이브 스타 게임 허리케인 남기웅. 아프리카 프렉스 스태치 김대영.
And now we wait. Where will they hide their tech? What will their tech be?
Where will their pylons go? Only time will tell.
Yes, will they find each other's tech?
Will they not?
If they don't find it, did they counter it anyways?
Will their plans go perfectly, but two adepts get in their base before they block it and they lose all their probes and lose the game anyways?
These are the questions.
Only time will tell. This is PvP.
Oh, I love it.
So in this case, we've got Stats here in the upper left with his hidden pylon.
Yeah, it's definitely not a robo location. Could be either of the other techs, though.
Yeah, maybe a Twilight Council, maybe a Stargate. There we go, Stargate it is. It's funny the way proxies work in StarCraft 2. I think because the game accelerates. You know, if compared to the way StarCraft 2 looked when it first came out, like the number of workers you have and kind of where we're at now, the game scoots along pretty quickly, you know?
It does.
It's kind of like...
It's almost got rug burn on its tushy. It scoots so quickly.
That's right, yeah. It's things are moving quite fast, and so even if you proxy, most of these maps are big enough that there's a chance they still don't find it.
Yeah.
I think in a lot of the older StarCraft 2 games, when we just had a different worker count, you know, it takes time for the game to get momentum. I mean, especially if you look at StarCraft 1 where you get 4 workers, even though there's a lot to do in the early game, it takes a while to build up, right? So in the current state of StarCraft 2, because things are moving so quickly, you end up getting a proxy, and you don't always end up spotting it, but this time around he does. Are you laughing at me, Artosis?
I'm laughing at
you just realized I have sweatpants on?
That you're wearing your you know, the dress-up clothes that we have to wear up top, and then you're wearing sweatpants.
Yeah. Well, actually, there's a little bit of a story behind this I will share. Now that
Tasos is a slob and a loser.
And he just reached in my pockets are full of potato chips. Like, Jesus, man. No, I actually rode my bicycle to work here. But these were the pants I wore to ride the bike, because I don't have like bicycle guy pants to show off my amazing thigh muscles and stuff. And so I got here, but I couldn't. It took me a little bit longer than I thought, because I couldn't quite figure the route to get to the studio once I got close to. Because you know the city's split in half by a river, Seoul is, and so I go on the river for a beautiful bike ride. But then I got here just in time, and so I didn't change my pants. I had them in my backpack. I had like cool normal civilian pants that you wear. You know, you could wear them out, you know, when you're having fun with friends. You could wear them when you're casting a game of StarCraft, but I didn't have time to change them, so I'm here in sweatpants.
No, I like it though, because now you look like I think you look.
This is what I look like from the waist down when I stream. Yeah. Where I'm like, okay, everything's comfortable, everything can breathe.
Let's take a look at this game. Right.
All right.
He caught the
Please
Stargate.
try to avert your eyes from my sweatpants just for a second, so we can do what we need to do.
Majestic.
Yes.
It's hard,
Yeah.
but I'll do my best.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hurricane down a little bit in the probes. His Nexus is a bit later here. He's going into Blink, adding that Forge. So we should be seeing a more gateway-centric approach out of him. And hopefully, in his case, a quicker third Nexus, because that's generally how this is going to need to line up, because Stats, of course, is going into his Immortal Tech, and that's going to give him a stronger army over time.
Now, as far as control goes for these two guys, because I want to say, first of all, Hurricane's got he's got a really modern approach. He's pretty sharp as far as when he attacks and comes in here, but I would still, if I had to rank these guys, put Stats a little bit ahead, especially when the fights are bigger. You know, we talk about him reacting, but it's also like, and I think we saw this mostly highlighted in Game 1 against Special. You know, where it was like, oh, Special set up everything perfectly, and Stats was patient enough to drag the game out for a few more seconds to get the right kind of counterattack, to then seesaw the game back into his favor.
Yeah.
So if we get into a longer and longer and longer game, I'm really curious to see how these two are going to look again, because I would still put Stats out of everybody in this group as probably the best. It just engages with huge armies.
Yeah, that makes sense. I couldn't really argue that. Stats right now, by the way, getting Counter Blink and getting a Prism as well. Kind of interesting that he's chosen Blink as his upgrade.
What do you think about Hurricane taking a third at the same time, having a proxied gate?
Well, I think he needs to threaten attacking, and I know that he needs to have a third base up before his opponent does, because if you are not on the Immortal Tech, you need to have a bigger economy, because their army will actually be more cost efficient.
You can see Stats scrambling to get back and get ready to defend, but you know, Stats has his own way of defending and attacking here. This opening by Hurricane is intended to put pressure onto the entrance while keeping the third safe, but the Warp Prism is going to be out, and this is not I mean, you can blink in the main. That is possible, but I don't think it's that wise to do. I think it's pretty easy to hold off, and so let's see what Stats does with his own Warp Prism moving out now.
Yeah, bringing a couple of depths over towards that third and natural location.
Stats is close to finishing Blink, which is going to allow him to have some counterplay here.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. That is just out of vision. Whoa!
Wow, that Blink on top of everything.
Yeah.
He tries to get the Immortals. He ends up picking off one here, but is this actually good for Hurricane?
I'm not sure, actually. It seemed like he got the Immortal, but he lost enough Stalkers that it kind of evened out anyways. Another sentry goes down. Now, again, when they have Blink, oh my god, 2 Adepts are going to get over here and just keep killing workers. If this is shift-click down, this is so much damage. The launching pad for the harass is being taken out now by Stats. And I think Stats wants to just tip the scale here and go across to his opponent's side of the map and do a beatdown here. I mean, Stalkers with Blink alone are never going to be good against Stalkers and Immortals when those Stalkers also have Blink.
But he has gotten charge, right? So unless Stats has that critical mass, which it looks like he might have.
I think he actually has that critical mass, dude.
It does look that way, especially considering he has some sentries in here. Well, those were not very good force fields, but he blinks in on top and actually picks that off. Not quite enough Zealots here for
He blinks on top of the Warp Prism. I was wondering if that was going to be a good decision, but I think at the end of the day, am I wrong? Stats still has enough, right?
He has just barely enough right now.
Yeah, it looks like for all the tactics that were attempted to be used by Hurricane, Stats had the bigger number, and so while his stuff was just attacking, it actually let him take the full advantage. Takes out the pylon, no Warpins, will take out the Nexus, the tech, propelling Stats further forward in this game. As this is just going to get worse and worse, I believe, for Hurricane.
Stats takes game number 1 there. I mean, a fine try there from Hurricane. Not quite able to do it. I think the counter blink was kind of an interesting choice from Stats. It's something we don't see that often nowadays. That was like the norm back in part of the Swarm, for instance. If your opponent went blink, you'd go slightly later blink with like a little bit better tech and be in a good spot a lot of the time if you didn't take too much damage early on. And to see him kind of bring that back out, I can't remember the last time I saw a game that looked like that one.
Eternal Empire will be map number 2. That was a short but sweet game. Stats, I think, showing that he can kind of keep it all together in a PvP. I mean, there's a reason why at points in time he was the best Protoss in the world. You kind of got to be ready for anything. And even though we think of Stats as sort of a withdrawn, reactive player, he is more than comfortable playing an action-packed slugfest in a mirror matchup like this and doing completely fine. Hurricane, though, did look strong, but it's going to need to tweak that style a little bit. Game 2 is loaded up. Let's go. Hurricane versus Stats continuing on.
전투 준비 완료. 브레이브 스타 게임, 허리케인, 남기웅. 아프리카 프렉스, 스태츠, 김대영.
Guys, it's good to have you with us here for another GSL day. We do have an after show here. We're going to get to see the group selections and get to see what the next phase of our tournament is going to look like. That will be in English for you, so please don't turn off the stream.
Yeah, and it is actually always really fun and kind of fun.
Yeah.
Seeing the pro gamers, they all have known each other for so long. At this point, there's a lot of trash talk.
I think some people kind of just look at the games, but it's also really fun to see how the players interact. I mean, they all have opinions on each other and each other's play styles, and you know, I mean, there's a real human element, and I think we're one of the few shows and tournaments that really get to capture that with these group selections here, where so much of this is just loud music and lights and kind of isolated player interviews.
I mean, I guess you don't really see things like the group selection in other games now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
And what will Counter-Strike teams say about each other? Like, oh, we have more tattoos than they have?
They'd be
what does that mean?
They would be like, their aim isn't as good as ours. I bet you guys can't defuse the bomb as quickly as we can. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So definitely tune in to the group selection afterwards. I think
you say what you want. I actually like CS:GO, but
I like CS:GO too.
But I will never not make fun of any game, including StarCraft. I will always be ready to jump on anything. I bet your grenade throwing isn't as clever as our grenade throwing is.
Oh, the proxy robo.
But now I'm imagining the reverse of this, where they'd be like, Yes, but tasteless. I mean, you guys are basically like, I can make more units than you can. I bet I can mine more minerals than you.
I love your half Swedish, half German accent that you just pulled out. It's amazing. It started off Swedish.
My mutant European accent.
That's what they sound like too. That's what they would say.
Get him! Yeah!
I love it. Oh man. Okay, so Immortal on the way for stats right now. He's doing a very, very strong build that counters his opponent pretty darn well. This is going to be scary here for Mr. Hurricane.
Yeah, that's Dr. Hurricane to you.
Yeah, this is kind of the build that throws the wrench into everything in PvP as well. The proxy robo. It just packs such a ridiculous punch. What are those sentries going to do, Tasteless? Nothing, because there's
nothing.
They're going to shine their flashlights.
You know what he's saying right now? He's saying, hey, Hurricane, I bet your micro's not as good as mine is. Right? Am I doing it?
You're doing it.
Okay. The batteries are about to finish. And we are going to kick this off. Now, there's a superior probe count here for Hurricane, but Stats sacrifices a number of workers to have an advantage. Force field coming down here, buying a little bit of time.
Yeah, that force field was fantastic. That's exactly the type of move that he needs. Zoning him out really, really well right now.
But he's not done. He's continuing to warp in. Looks like he wants to get right over here to this bottlenecked area. Stays on top of the shades, canceled.
He's got to be careful here because there's going to be an Immortal popping out.
Oh, it got through. Okay, kind of an odd moment there. Stats is going to elevator that all over there.
Well, he needed to go. Like, he needs to get this done because now there's an Immortal out.
Yeah.
Right? That's
Hurricane
scary.
may have bought some more time.
There is Disruptor tech on the way, though, so that kind of makes this interesting again, right? Especially against this big clump of sentries. You bring a Disruptor in here out of nowhere, things can go very wrong.
Whoa, he commits.
All right, picks him up after picking a couple of sentries off. Pretty good. I'm surprised he did not move in and do anything right there. It felt like that was a great opportunity to like at least pick off a shield battery or something like that.
Remember, the probe count still exceeds Stats as far on Hurricane's side here. Oh, is he just going to go for the sentries again? No. You can see, he faked him out there. Hurricane did the pickup.
Popping things in and out of prisms right now.
Got to be careful. And one Disruptor coming out here. Now this could really change the entire dynamic of the fight because you could basically, you're no longer trying to actually break them. You can actually just stay, like, keep this as as an outpost. Chuck Disruptor balls in there.
If he hits one, it might be a game-winning situation.
Yeah, he might be able to just go in there for a kill move.
Yeah, like, especially if it's on those sentries and zealots and everything, that would be just the perfect situation.
So he can force him the movement to come out in a certain way. Where's that Disruptor ball?
It's inside, and here it comes. Oh, drops it out, picks it back up.
We're going to need to see that used here.
Are we?
Are we not?
It's just going to sit there, maybe.
What is that, just like the cherry on the top of the army? What are we doing?
This is the most patient Disruptor I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually gets 2 Stalkers with it. The thing is, that could have been its second shot, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just so surprised it was, I don't know if it was just inactivity or patience or what it was. I have a hard time describing that. Here we go again, but he cannot get all of the Immortals. That's very important. 3 Immortals is not going to fit in 1 Warp Prism, and now he goes in for the pursuit. Just 2 Immortals with shields now. 1 is picked off. All that's really remaining here for a Hurricane to hang on is this Warp Prism that allows him to juggle. And the batteries go down as well.
Oh my god, those 2 Immortals, after that Disruptor shot goes off, just jump in on top of everything.
No anti-air here for Hurricane to try to fight the Warp Prism. Giving this Warp Prism here for Stats so much freedom to move. Oh my, we need to stop it. Yeah.
Wow.
Delayed
5
reaction
kills.
there.
That's sick.
Yeah.
That actually gives Stats a work
Yeah,
relief
now
at
he's
that
ahead.
point. That's funny.
This whole game was leading up to this moment, Artosis. And quietly behind the Stats expands, although Stats is going to continue to have Disruptors him across here. this causes a problem for Hurricane because it's hard to be out on the map and be aggressive since there's not a whole lot you can do. I mean, you can see here, he still has an army to fight this, but with the Warp Prism gone, you can't juggle up, for instance, Immortals.
Yeah.
Against the Disruptors. So kind of like an old school Reaver drop almost.
He's actually running in and chasing away
this
the
is
Prism
kind of
right
crazy,
now, but the Immortals can actually shoot down all of the Stalkers.
The greatest thing in the game is 2 Immortals and a Warp Prism.
What about Baneling Stasis?
All right, Artosis. Wow, that didn't hit anything.
Oh. Yeah, he's very low on health on that as well, but I think you have to take these types of risks as well.
Recalling it back here. Oh! Dodging the lasers. Oh my god.
That Immortal is playing with fire.
Yeah, no kidding.
These guys, you see what they're doing?
Look at this, Warp Prism speed coming now. This has been a great game so far here.
It's a wild one. It's felt like Hurricane has been winning the entire time.
Our pylon is under attack.
And I think that is the case. Oh, he's even throwing out a Stargate. How do you ever stop that?
Hold up, another big drop here. Can he actually get any workers here? He does take out 2 probes.
A little bit of damage. Yeah, this attack coming in, he doesn't have recall ready.
He also,
now, Speed is about to finish for his Prism.
He doesn't have a Robo either now. That was picked off since it was proxy there. Oh, what?
Isn't that funny?
The Adepts that have been dieting managed to...
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh,
he has potential here.
Oh, here we go! Oh,
wow.
That was so sick.
That was insane shots.
But is it enough? He's going to try to push through even further here.
Well, he's got
Warp
the
Prism
additional shield batteries. He's going to get another couple volleys of it pretty soon.
It's undeniable that there's going to be another disruption.
Oh, he targets the Prism, but the Prism gets back to shield battery range.
He's continuing to run. Okay, that should... Oh, man, that was so close.
Ooh. This is a wild game. Hurricane right now is up in workers. We do have that Speed Prism Disruptor tech, though.
Oh, man. Now he's going to get the Immortals here.
Is he?
So crazy.
Yeah,
he actually picks it up.
Maybe it is the Immortals in the Prism that's the best unit. I mean, it's 2 units, but it's like pretty damn good.
But they work as one.
They do.
When they are together.
It's like a Reaver. You never think of a Reaver alone. It's always a shuttle.
Yeah. It's
the thing is, I think of Immortals alone. I think of them with Prisms. I think of them with Charge Lots. I think of them with Adepts. I think of them with Sentries. I think of them with Carriers.
Yeah.
You know? Or alone. Alone as well.
They're fine alone.
Yeah. No, anything they want.
They're not great against slings, I guess, but you know.
You know what?
Yeah.
I bet you they're actually great against slings. If we did some math on it.
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, the value there is still there.
Yeah.
So, more damage coming down here. And, by the way, Stats is economically starved here. 18 workers.
Ooh, not so good. Now Phoenixes are going to come over and really ruin his day even more.
Oh, dude.
Well,
wow.
He needs to recall if he doesn't have a recall.
Recall.
That was a really smart move.
Yeah, that was some S-class play. Yeah. That was so cool. He's like, well, I will lose this, but I will not lose.
Yeah, and then you just recall it all after that. That's beautiful. I love it.
Did Stats get to remake a Robo? I don't think he did.
No, I don't think so.
So no more Warp Prisms.
Who needs it?
Well, I think Stats does.
Oh, yeah. He needs it.
Yeah. He can't micro these units anywhere near as well.
Okay. The Phoenixes being out, I feel like that's actually really, really strong right here. Especially when you have this many Immortals. I think you can actually, like, it's a very alpha star thing to do, but just make a bunch of Phoenixes from here.
Mm-hmm. I think it's
your
smart.
opponent, the last thing he wants to do is make a bunch of Stalkers without Blink.
Yeah.
That is like the dumbest, worst thing.
Oh, he can actually disable all these Stalkers, right? Yeah, here we go.
How many? Look at this, 7 kills, and they're all Stalker kills.
Can he do this and also get out in time? I think so.
Ooh. Painful. I think it's time for Stats to throw down 2 of his own Stargates. It's the only way to counter 1 Stargate is 2 Stargate stasis.
Maybe. We have a Colossus coming here for Stats.
Huh. Yeah,
despite the fact that Phoenixes are still out. I guess Phoenixes aren't great against Colossus.
Yeah, they're more of a counter against
they
the
can
other
like
Robo
hit
units.
the Colossus, but I don't. Yeah,
it doesn't really do that much damage though. They'd rather lift something than take away some Colossus shields. So not too bad. Hurricane going into his own higher Robo tech, but wait a minute, he's still making Phoenixes. Like, what does he even want to make with this? Normally you want like Charge Archon Immortal with Phoenixes. That's right, because you kind of disable all their powerful Robo units with your Phoenixes.
Sure.
So I'm not sure what that tech is for him.
Both players have increased their worker count, but again, it's been Hurricane basically in the lead, and that's why we see his stats higher, basically in every sense. Doesn't mean that Stats can't win, but Stats has to figure something out here.
Yeah, I think the Colossus play is not a bad idea, because doesn't he have to go all in from here?
Well, I think it's, yeah, the Colossus play also removes a lot of the finesse from the Phoenixes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. He needs that extra output of damage, that steady output. A lot of Phoenixes out there, too. But with the disruptors that are being made, actually, from Hurricane, now that I'm thinking about it, it's really quite nice.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to counter Colossus. It's going to do fine against other disruptors. Like, Stalkers without Blink against disruptors are pretty darn bad. It's not what you're looking for. That is the second time we saw exactly that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. He's got this. Okay, so the third base is taken, and now Stats has to make some decisions. Excuse me. Will he take a third of his own, or does he try to do a timing push and just go for the closer? I mean, we have Adept Glaives coming, which tells me he won't be pushing right away. I mean, this is kind of a... We're getting Glaives at the 15-minute marker, at least starting the upgrade, which is kind of crazy, but...
That is...
that means the push is still a ways away. I don't think he wants to harass either because there's so many Phoenixes out. You're just going to lose that. But Stats sees what's going on. There's an observer over this area. Oh, no.
Tell you, this is a couple of the wonkiest unit comps I've ever seen.
Oh,
he finally got the sentries. Congrats. Finally did that. But yeah, look at this. Oh my god. Stats, I don't think so. I don't think this is going to work. Can you imagine his army actually winning this?
No, I really can't. And this is still a factor, too. And at this one in time, he says, oh yeah, see, look at that. Yeah. He just taps out. He knows. I was going to say, that little attack there was just to say, come back home. Come back home and deal with this. Yeah. I'm just going to get further and further to winning. Hurricane playing masterfully. A beautiful PvP there. And now we go to game 3.
Yeah, okay. Nice tight series between these two. That, you know, I think Hurricane played so well against the Robo Push. Stats tried to come up that little tiny ramp, and he took so long. Like, if you're going to do that build, you have to hit them and deal your damage before their Immortals out. Because when they have an Immortal, suddenly all you have over them is a Prism, and then eventually they're going to have a Prism. And then what do you have over them, Tasteless? Less probes and not a Nexus? Sick.
Sick. Game 3 is going to be the deciding game here. One of these two players is going to move on to the round of 16. There's only 2 spots remaining. Either Stats or Hurricane. It's looking to be a very even PvP. Who do you think takes it, Artosis?
Stats.
I feel like Stats is supposed to take it.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it.
But Hurricane could definitely do it.
Yeah. It is PvP, man. Sometimes the build order is just going to get you.
Yeah, you can be pretty cheesy in this matchup as well. Anyways, guys, tell your friends to join us here on Group F. The last day of the round of 24, we have the group selection. After this is over, Hurricane vs. Stats Game 3 starts now.
전투 준비 완료. 브레이브 스타 게임 허리케인 남기용. 아프리카 프렉스 스태치 김대영.
All right. You know what we've been missing in this series so far?
What?
2 Adepts ruining the day.
Yeah, this is supposed to be PvP.
In a best of 3, you should have at least one game where they miss putting down the shield battery or pylon.
Yeah, and it just
where the
gets in
Adepts just
there.
end the game.
That's where I fist pump. I'm like, this is my kind of StarCraft. Artosis, you going to be streaming tomorrow?
Of course. Well, actually, Pylon Show tomorrow.
Pylon Show tomorrow.
Where we will be talking about the new patch that was announced, which is a huge patch. We're going to have on TLO, Estrella, and maybe Juan. It depends whether he wins his matches or not.
He feels like coming on the show or not.
I asked him this morning. He said it's going to matter. But he didn't say which way it matters, so I don't.
Yeah, maybe it's
we're
like
gonna see.
He loses, and then he's like, "Well, now I got to go on the show."
Yeah,
whatever.
It's like,
it
well,
takes.
I'm not winning any more money in GSL this season. Gotta do it. But yeah, that's what I'll be doing tomorrow.
I'll be streaming some StarCraft tomorrow too, probably after Pylon Show's done, or maybe around when you guys are finishing. Because Tasteless is a creature of the night. Right at about 12 in the afternoon, my coffin opens. And I rise without my knees bending. I just kind of fold up, you know, with my arms folded.
It'll be a good day. That's what
That's right. And then we actually, after today, guys, we have a week off of casts. ASL's done. Yeah,
6 days.
6 days off. We're not going to be back until the next Wednesday.
Yeah, that's right. We start the round of 16. I can't wait to see what the groups are, because our racial distribution is like really good, and it's a very interesting group of players. We only have like it's mostly players that you look at and you're like, yeah, okay, round of 16, cool, but we're missing a couple real good ones, and we have Bunny in there, which is kind of interesting too. There's a depth shade around Tasteless. We have potential for our dreams to come true.
That's right. Here we go. Ah! Sayonara.
I love that he has to recall it because he knows the Adepts are going to kill it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Ha! I like making little sound effects when the units are moving around. Ha! They're like chasing him, like, I'm gonna get you! With the Adept, the shady way, like, watch this! Ha!
That's one of my favorite things. I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you. We have a million inside jokes between us. Play like that. I have a whole series of Artosis songs where, like, he's singing the song.
Yeah.
And, like,
they're good.
The best one is the, how does it feel to beat me with no skill? Like,
oh, it's so true, too.
yeah, I just see you with the guitar there, you know, playing it out.
Dude, this is a lot of Adepts stats. I don't think they're going to really do anything.
It's funny watching an Immortal get fucked. Getting microed with this. He's
wait,
like,
7 Adepts.
Yeah.
Drop me! Like, wait, but there's like 7 of them, dude. Drop me now!
Have you seen what I can do to stalkers?
Look at him. He doesn't even micro, doesn't pick it up. He's like, ah! We're going to get those Adepts!
What?
Whoa.
Just let me use my arm guns against them.
My arm guns.
That's what he's got. He's got 2 arms. That's why the.
You think that's where they got the idea for Barrett?
Definitely. They definitely a little bit of plagiarism going on there.
Yeah.
Barrett with his minigun arm. How does he even get on an airplane with that? Like, sir, can you check your minigun arm in the luggage?
Not likely. Tasteless.
I did play the remake. I want to point out that you do see Barrett climbing the ladder with just one arm. It's very dangerous.
He must be a Protoss player. Ah! That was too easy, Tasteless.
It is too easy, Artosis.
So Stats has a little bit of a worker advantage right now. By little bit, I mean like so many more workers.
Yeah. It's got like 35% more.
It's crazy, 35%.
The War Prism's going to come in here, though. Let's see if Stats is actually ready for this. Again, the 2 Adepts here, always able to punish. I mean, if you're not watching your workers, this will just 2-shot them.
But the double Immortal drop, always a difficult one. The Immortal's going to go back up from Stats.
Can he get the Warp Prism, though. No, he's not targeting it, unfortunately. I love the one force build.
Yep. Oh, he's diving on this Immortal.
Did Hurricane actually do it? He might have just put him in a location where it's very hard to defend from. Lots of shield batteries here, though. He's going for that pylon. He doesn't power it.
Oh my god, 3 dead shield batteries is what that means. But does he still have enough, actually?
It's actually not clear.
I think he does, like with the 2 Immortals.
Well, he
powers them.
That's so smart with the Warp Prism. I actually got confused for a second. I'm like, how did he do that?
That's the quickest building pylon there is.
That was pretty cool by stats.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy.
I feel like he just winked at all of us as he did that. I know lots of Protoss stuff. Okay, another attack comes in here, though. And those batteries are once again not powered. Oh, my God.
Stats is
coming back at home. I think he overestimated how well he held that attack and thought there would never be another dive in.
God.
And here we go. There's just not very much to help out. It's going to be Immortals fighting Immortals over here.
Oh, this is a problem, though. Hurricane taking a ton of damage on his Immortals.
Oh, my God.
That
Stats
just
is
kind
so
of out-microing.
2 cherry Immortals coming through.
They're deep red.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back at home, Hurricane, not very many workers. Still about 5 behind. But I worry for a counterattack here. It does seem like Stats has shut everything down. Stats does have a superior army. He can also defend any attacks and come across the map with his Warp Prism full of Immortals.
Yeah,
and of
with
course
the Warp
it's
Prism,
very
he's gonna
easy.
get so much damage.
Yeah, Immortals 2-shot workers, so like, you know, all that hard work not really paying off here.
Ouch. That deals a ton of damage to the Immortal, kills off the Stalker, gets a bunch of probes as well. Everything going very well for Stats here. I don't know what Hurricane can even do to get back.
Yeah, I don't know. Stargate comes here. I mean,
it's reasonable.
I like the idea, but I mean, I think we might be too far out for this. It's crazy.
If you maybe the Prism's over there and he doesn't have the energy for recall or something, if you get like a free kill on the Immortals, right? That's like a start at least. I think it's a reasonable idea. Oh, he lost.
Oh,
lost
man.
both of them.
Both the Immortals are dead.
It gets worse.
And Stats still has the availability of his 2 Immortals inside his Warp Prism. Is there any reason for Stats to try to push out an attack? I mean, he does appear to have a bigger army. I guess Stats is saying otherwise, who probably wants to just try to invest. Oh, this is going to be such a big deal.
Man.
Wow. Again, if you can't stop this...
It just is dealing so much damage.
Well, the thing is, it's just so hard for Hurricane to dig his way out of this hole.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that Phoenix, it would be all right, but unpowering that even. It's the first time I've seen Immortals beat Phoenixes. It's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
Make it so they were never born.
Yeah, he definitely prevented that from having the momentum it needed. And I think Stats is... It's funny because it's been an action-packed, harass-oriented game, but he's showing his patience once more, excuse me.
Yeah, yeah.
He's really saying, okay, no, but I'm just going to keep getting ahead.
Yeah, it seems like he's getting into a position where it's, like, impossible to lose.
Yes.
He's just making so many units. He's getting some Archons out there.
Yeah.
That's the Phoenix's worst enemy.
He's going to try to just catch this. If Hurricane loses this Warp Prism, by the way, it is going to be time for Stats. Well, I guess he's going to do it anyways, but I was going to say if he does kill that, then there's no reason to not attack across the map. But I think he's saying, TaeJa's I can walk and chew gum, all right? Hurricane's Warp Prism is not that scary to me.
That's it. GG
Wow.
does not even wait for
that
the
was
attack.
the best ending of any StarCraft game.
All right, so Stats advances in first place. It was a tight road, though, right? Like, he went 2-1 against Special with a really epically close game number 3, and then 2-1 against Hurricane with a pretty close series.
Hurricane looking pretty concerned, by the way. We don't have him on camera now, but I mean, he was one game from just being out and being over with this, and now he's got to go back
into the grinder,
into the Snarlack pit.
Yeah. And who knows what if Special comes up and beats him? Special's got some very strong TV.
Sure,
TBD.
absolutely. We're going to go to an interview now with Stats. Andy will be translating that. Gary will be interviewing. Here we go.
네, 오늘 F조의 1위
Alright, we're gonna have
진출자
an interview
김대엽
with
선수
the first winner
만나보겠습니다.
of Group F.
축하드립니다.
Stats. Congratulations.
네,
Thank you.
자, 승자전 치열한 투어전을
The
통해서
winner's match
진출하게
was definitely a
됐습니다.
fierce
승리 소감
one.
어떠신가요?
How do you feel after the win?
일단 좀
First of all,
거는 되게 기쁘긴
I'm really happy that I advanced,
제 마음에
but my performance wasn't really that satisfactory.
이 부분에 대해서는 좀 집에 가서 생각을
So I'm gonna have to think about this performance
어디
when I go
어떤
home.
부분에서 좀 경기력이
So what
마음에 안
aspects about the
드셨어요?
performance were you not satisfied with?
스페셜
First of all,
선수하고의 첫 번째
when I played against Special in the first set,
저는 사신이 본진에 들어온지도 몰랐어요.
I didn't know the Reaper came into my base.
그런 사소한 걸 놓칠 정도로
And you know, like all the like trivial matters, I didn't pay attention to.
경기에서도
And when I played against Hurricane,
마지막 세트도 좀더
in the last set,
맞고 이길
I should have played more immaculately.
좀 질질 끈.
But then I did drag the game a bit, so I need to fix on
네.
that.
오늘 김대엽 선수가 사실 운영의 김대엽인데
Stats, you're normally called
선수가
the
초반 찌르기
Stats
같은
of macro.
선택을 하시기도 했잖아요. 어떤 배경이 있으셨나요?
So what's the background
이게
behind it?
요즘에 운영만 하다 보면은
Well,
게임을
recently
이길 수가 없더라고요.
I realized that
그래서
just with macro I
찌르는
can't win the
딜도
game,
같이 섞어서
so I
해야
need to
상대
use some
선수도
pokes
머리가
and harasses.
아프고 그리고 찔렀을 때 또 피해를 주고 시작하는.
And when I do harass and like damage my opponent when the game starts, I play on a better advantage.
네, 오늘 이터널 엠파이어 경기 승부를 떠나서 굉장히
In
재미있는
Internal Empire, it was really fun to watch.
확실히 이 난전을 좋아하는 유형인 것 같아요.
You can definitely tell the opponent really likes to have skirmishes.
정신이 없어가지고 저도.
Well, in that game, I was kind of out of my mind. I was busy.
충전소가 3동이나 있으면서 뚫을.
And I had 3 shield batteries.
없더라고요. 그래가지고 되게 좀 이거 이대로 흘러가면은 힘들겠다.
And I knew that the game would be really hard for me if this just dragged on.
못 뚫어가지고 결국에는 패배하게 돼서.
And then I did lose the game, so I was kind of sad.
오늘 참 멋진 컨트롤.
But despite that, you showed phenomenal micro today, and now you secure a spot in the round
작년
16.
GSL 본인의 커리어에 비해서는 아쉬운 한 해
Last year's GSL, compared to your career, hasn't been a good one.
요즘 폼은 좀 어떠신지
How's your
물어볼
form
수 있을까요?
recently?
일단 연습은 GSL이고 그래가지고 되게 열심히
Well,
하고
I'm practicing really hard for the GSL.
요즘에 좀 테란전
But these days,
저는 자신이 있는데
my PvP matchup's really good, but my PvZ on the other hand was not that good.
저그전만 피하면은
So as long as I avoid the PvZ matchup,
다 자신 있는데
other matchups are fine.
문제는
But there's one problem.
개인적인 문제지만 오늘 같은
It's a private matter.
실수하는 모습 보여주면은 16강에서 살아남기 힘들 것
If
같아요.
I make my small mistakes like I did today, I wouldn't be able to survive in the round
저그전이
16.
조금 자신이 없다 말씀을 하셨습니다. 사실 오늘 경기가 끝나고 바로 도지명식이
Well, after
이어지잖아요.
today's match, you actually have the group nomination.
잘 짜야 할 것 같아요.
So you're
오늘
gonna have
어떤
to form a good group
임하실 건가요?
today. So how are you gonna do that?
일단 저그를 피하자란 마인드로.
Well, one thing I'm gonna pay attention to is avoiding
저그를
Zerg players.
마찬가지로 피해보겠다 마지막 말씀을 해주셨는데요.
Alright.
자, 오랜만에 오프라인 경기 많은
So this
팬분들이
has been an
좋아하실 것
offline match
같습니다.
in
마지막
a long
한마디
time.
전해 듣겠습니다.
Anything you want to say to your fans?
일단 좀 운도 좀 많이
First of all,
따라주고 이래가지고 16강에 진출한 것 같지만
I did advance because I was quite lucky.
적으로도 오늘 경기력이 좀 별로 마음에
But personally,
들지 않아가지고
I'm not
그 부분에
satisfied with my
대해서 좀
performance.
고치려고 노력 많이
So
할
I'm going to
거고요.
fix on that.
네, 앞으로 이제 앞에 있을 조지명 씨 많이 기대해 주세요.
And please do look
네,
forward to the
조지명
good
씨도
nomination that comes up.
기대해보겠습니다. 다시 한번 진출
Once again,
축하드립니다.
congratulations, Stats. Thank you.
네,
Cool.
지금까지 F조의
All right,
1위
we've got
진출자
one
김대엽 선수를
more spot
만나봤는데요.
remaining and
계속해서
3 very
GSL
good
이벤트
players to fight over. To
Yeah.
fight over it.
Yeah, indeed. Special versus TaeJa coming up next. We're going to see just how strong TaeJa's TVT is right now because we know Special is very good at the matchup.
He's in very good form, especially in TVT. TaeJa did not look bad. He just did not look as well-rounded as the other players that are in this group. So I think Special should take it, but I would be very pleasantly surprised if we had an upset and TaeJa did win. And then Hurricane. I mean, he might be able to take the whole thing. We'll just have to see. We got a quick break. When we come back, our losers match. Do not go away.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
사이다. 칠성 사이다. 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는데
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹었기면 당신은 저한테 계속 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료 이걸 빠시다니.
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 핫식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 뇌가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙 아닙니까? 그것은 전설의 음료 핫식스.
올 때 핫식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색 맛 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
라운드 오브 24 허리케인 남기웅 태자 윤영수 스페셜 후안 로페즈, 스태치 김대영. 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 1 코드 S 쇼다운.
Welcome back to GSL Code S. This is Group F, the round of 24, our final day before we go into the round of 16. We have Special versus TaeJa. One of these players is about to be eliminated. Their story will be over. The other goes on to face off against Hurricane, where we will decide the final player to fill in the 16th slot.
Yeah. Whoever ends up winning side stats tonight gets to stay for an extra few hours to do that.
Yeah.
So there is Special. Of course, he came in late, sat down right before he played stats that first round. Still
Almost missing his match. Glad he made it.
Yeah. There's TaeJa, of course, fresh out of the military, trying to show what he's got. I think he played pretty strongly overall against Hurricane. So, yeah, I mean, I don't feel like he can really get out of this group tonight, but let's see what his TBT looks like. He was always pretty good at TBT back in the day.
Yeah, he's an excellent TBT player, but TaeJa is a very formidable opponent. TaeJa here to turn a new leaf post-military service, trying to get to the round of 16. This should be a pretty close match. Game number 1 starts on Everdream.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고. 스페셜 후안 로페즈. 팀 리퀴드 태자 윤영선.
You know, our players that have returned from the military.
We welcome them.
Yeah, it's really cool to see them. Still waiting for someone to really put up a spectacular showing.
It might be a year or two before we have that.
Yeah, for the players that have returned, we talked about it before in Dreams Group, where so far the best players coming back have been Fantasy, who of course now is a head coach for a League of Legends team out here. So he did retire from StarCraft 2, even though he was having like a very nice return.
He still streams StarCraft 2 as well. I think he still plays.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He was in really good shape. He's starting to
great player.
beat a bunch of the good players, a bunch of the good pros and everything. And then, of course, Dream has done really well online. Didn't quite make it out of his group. It was a very tough group.
Yeah.
You know, with Ragnarok and Parting ending up making it out of that one. But, you know, TaeJa, he's one of these other guys where it's like looking pretty good, like DRG or Bomber, but, you know, these guys are having a hard time winning matches.
We are still in this phase of the history of StarCraft 2 where it's like 80% of the players still need to do their military service in any given season.
Yeah.
Sometimes even a little bit more than that.
Yeah, yeah, I think it is.
So
generally more than that, but yeah.
We'll see when they choose to do that. In case you guys are wondering, I mean, we can use StarCraft 1 as a pretty good model for how long players can wait. They can defer for a long time.
Yeah.
If you can prove that you're doing something that's age sensitive and time sensitive, especially if it, you know, promotes, in this case, it's promoting the country, you're competing on a global stage, even though this is a mostly Korean tournament, you know, they'll let you defer for stuff like that. The government here is very aware of esports.
Yeah.
And so some of these guys are going to have to choose, you know, do we stay? Do we push it back? Flash, for instance, has not done his military service. I don't know what age he's at, but I mean, he's getting up there.
A little bit of pressure coming out of TaeJa here, but Special actually smacks it down. Look at that, kills 2 Reapers, loses nothing. So not the best opener so far from TaeJa, but not game ending.
I like TaeJa trying to get in Special's face, but you know, these attacks, they can backfire, and you're just not setting yourself up for a healthy mid game. You know,
he's a tricky one to beat in TBT. Special is.
Well, Special has a lot of stamina and a lot of tenacity. then it's TVT.
He's one of these practice horse guys that will just play all day, no problem.
Yeah. And he's very comfortable just grinding out long TVTs.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, his decision-making in TVT, I think, has improved over the years. You know, sometimes in TVT, you see people attack into something that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the matches where we actually see people choose to pick a fight, and it does not succeed at all.
Yeah, whenever that happens at the pro level, it's like, what?
But I think Special had some of that, but he's gotten better and better and better at engages here.
TaeJa going across the map, gets met in the bush. Banshee coming across.
Okay. Banshee's going to come across now and see if he can do some damage over to these workers. We've seen... Oh, that's a good spot. I was going to say we've seen TaeJa be pretty active on the map, but if he sees this, it'll be much easier to handle. It's fairly predictable that Banshees will come at certain phases of the game. You know, it's not like this is the sneakiest thing ever. But the Cyclone's going to come in here and get this. And I don't think there's anywhere this Banshee can go now.
Yeah.
Yep, he loses the Banshee, and it doesn't get any damage, any kills, nothing. So it doesn't even pay for itself.
Like you said, that Reaper got that really nice scout off, and that's what happens. You know, he was taking a shorter route to TaeJa's base. So, yeah, percentage chance of them finding that does go up, but your chance for better damage can go up as well. Kind of risk reward. Right now, both of them getting their third command centers. Of course, TaeJa's a little bit quicker. Oh, nice scout there.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Hops right in, sees the timing of that third command.
Yeah, that's pretty important.
Stim starts for both sides.
Oh my gosh.
So no mech this game.
Widowmine still planted here, but good job with the Raven. Just spots that, eliminates that. No problem at all. A Special's going to move out here. I don't know that he's going to commit to any attack. I think, you know, this is going to be a game that should be kind of slow for the starts. We might see some skirmishes, but I don't think it's going to be I think it's going to be a while. I mean, we see more barracks getting thrown down here.
I don't think anyone has the type of army that's going to be greatly favored right now.
There seems to be a lot of respect on both sides in this game. But, I say that now Special's moving out. I'm sorry. I really thought, especially when you see two more barracks.
He's not going to do anything with it, though, really. He's playing one Raven against two Raven, 3 tanks against 3 tanks.
Well,
2 Vikings against 2 Vikings.
He's still moving,
The odds of him getting anything done with this, very low.
Okay, he's going to back up, seeing those siege tanks siege up there. Special looping around through the top.
Yeah, he's just not going to find anything, though. You see the scans on both sides, just kind of checking where is that army at, what is the movement looking like. Oh, I like that forward depot a little bit.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but a little bit. That's kind of cool. You don't see that very often.
And so now we have the army moving out over here through the Special's kind of over here at 6 o'clock. Again, I'm on the same page as you are, Tosis. I don't think this is going to be able to do anything, but Special says otherwise. He's sieging up. Now we have auto turrets coming down here, immediately disabling these 2 tanks. And this means he'll be able to take out most of the artillery here in the front. And what I just look at and say is a very questionable attack here by Special.
Yeah.
I don't understand, even before Stim finishes on both sides. I don't get it. He sees the Ravens.
Yeah.
Like, there's no secret to how this matchup works in this kind of game at this phase. It's
True.
like,
Yeah.
I don't believe there's any incentive as the third base is being taken, as your 2 other barracks are finishing, to push out.
He must have thought he was, like, in a good enough position. The thing is, if there weren't Ravens there, then yeah, that does well.
Yeah, but he saw the Ravens.
Yeah, that is the problem.
This is just,
That's the conundrum that we find ourselves within after saying Special's very good at TVT.
I'm very confused with what I saw there, and
a bit of a misstep. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, right?
Well, not only that, I mean, I don't think there were any tanks lost there on TaeJa's side, so the tank count's going to remain superior. Their upgrades, other than that, are fairly synced up. I mean, we see that TaeJa has a small lead in some instances here, like attack and armor, but I guess what I don't get is why would Special attack then? I mean, look, let's go big picture here, because we cast a lot of games, right? And look, I think StarCraft is a very, it's so complex and it's so mysterious at times, and so many people I think are at times trying to act like they know what they're talking about. But this is a really basic rule to follow, is if you're expanding, very hard, and you're making all those buildings that are going to allow you to have a stronger push later. It's kind of a weird thing to see someone attack and expand at the same time.
Yeah. Well,
and there's very specific timings where maybe that could be a different thing, but not in this one if you're both going on 3 bases. This is a mirror matchup, by the way.
The thing is to commit fully into their defense, like keeping some pressure on, looking for holes and stuff, while you expand can be a very smart thing to do, but the committal, I guess, is where it becomes very questionable.
Pressure is one thing, committal completely different.
Yeah.
And now, you know, it's going to be TaeJa's turn. TaeJa's allowed the third base that he's got and the patience that he had in this game in defending to basically set up so that he can actually try to come out here and take on his opponent. And he's got, look at this, you know, the push is going to come up here. Now, I don't know that this is going to kill Special, but it won't be an easy one for Special to deal with, and it's in a certainly a more logical period of the game to do something like this.
Ooh, if he can pick these off, that's amazing.
Nice.
One Raven goes down. That was a very good move from Special. Siege is up on this high ground. You can see they're both scanning each other over and over, trying to figure out where are they at. Special actually canceled his 4th command center, realizing there was too much pressure over here. So he's going to sit in a more turtled position now and see what he can get done with his Vikings.
Well, Special decides to try to sneak some of his military out over here on the left and then hit this location, which is actually unguarded. You can see the infantry are moving here now.
Yeah, we actually just saw that TaeJa had a Marine sitting there kind of as a scout, and that was really beautifully done. Special actually stims and takes that engage for a moment before backing up.
And this is a pretty serious amount of infantry. I mean, if you're out of position with anything, this can stim and just shoot it down pretty fast.
You see some flavor of TY here where he's sitting with most of his units at home, trying to roam with the other set, but TaeJa's defense is strong.
Yeah, looking very good. And I do think that Special probably is a better player overall, and as the game goes longer, I think we might end up seeing some of that, even though I don't agree with that attack early on. And even though TaeJa had this pretty good setup, I think he might have outlasted the need to be holding that right now. This is what I'm talking about, this one right here. And
that
now,
location's not actually gaining him anything.
Yeah. It's a location that Special's opted to ignore.
Oh, I don't know about this attack here from Special. I think he might feel pressured here to get something done since he's down a whole base. But he's not really finding too many ways in.
It's going to be up to him to try to hold this.
Yeah, not quite enough to break through there, unfortunately.
Auto turrets spammed out to kill off some of those tanks.
TaeJa's putting up a strong game right now.
TaeJa, I think, can take this if he just keeps up.
Yeah.
You know, if he stays on 4 bases to Special's 3 and Special doesn't have a miracle play.
He's up 2 upgrades. He's got way more siege tanks, 13 to 4.
Yeah.
This looks like a TaeJa victory. Well, Special is about to catch up on those upgrades.
A lot of this goes back to that failed push early on from Special. I think some of the ideas he's had since he messed up there have been pretty good, but I mean, he's already in a deficit here. And now TaeJa can just come in and crush because he has so many more tanks.
I think that's going to be GG.
I think you're right, Artosis. I don't see any easy way to stop this. And even if Special were to, yeah, GG. Even if Special were to stop that, it's like, yeah, but do you come back and win now? Damn.
Tough one there for Special.
Yeah.
I think TaeJa played a very solid game, though. I like how he kind of got into a position where he could force the cancel in the 4th base.
Sure.
That's what forced Special's hand, I think, where he got very aggressive there at the end and it didn't work. Because he's down a base and he knows it. And that's a very tough spot to be in. So he wanted to try to get something done. Can't really blame him for that part. Now, that doesn't mean that the series is over by any means. I think Special can show us a much better game number 2.
I hope so, man. But it's also exciting to see that TaeJa really can, in a mirror matchup like this, out-muscle Special. That's pretty impressive. TVT is a really tough matchup nowadays. People are very, very good at it. And Pfizer decided in a matter of seconds. We're going to go to Eternal Empire for game number 2. Special needs to win 2 games in a row to get to the final match. If TaeJa wins one of the next 2 games, he is going to be going up against Hurricane instead. Special was the favorite going into this, but right now TaeJa, at least from game 1, is looking a little bit stronger. Let's see what happens as we start game 2.
전투 준비 완료. 스페셜 후안 로페즈. 팀 리퀴드 태자 윤영석.
So I'm mostly interested in seeing how the early game builds are going to go here. Because Special, I think he had a bad read. Unless there's something I'm just not getting here. I mean, it just seems like if you're both expanding on 3 bases, you both have the same number of tanks and everything. I mean, you just so maybe he had a bad read on what was happening and thought that there was something even more greedy that TaeJa was trying to do, and Special thought he had an actual opportunity there to come in and try to punish that. I want to see how he plays the early game here, because I think Special would not try to defend his attack in game 1, the early one.
Well, yeah, he could have thought he had a little bit more edge. For the very, very first engagement, he really wrecked what TaeJa had, killed a couple Reapers for free, and yeah, I'm not sure. But I think that this will be going to 3 games. Like, I mean, I know it's obviously early on, but I don't feel like that last game was very representative of Special's TBT.
I totally agree with you.
And I think that he even played well against stats overall, you know?
Sure.
It's not like he was... It doesn't seem like he's playing poorly today.
But this has always been a theme with Special, is he always looks like he could be one of the best, but he's not. You know what I'm saying? He's like just...
I feel like he broke out of that recently with his WCS finals against Cyril, and then also his deep run in GSL where he got out of the group that TY did not get out of. Between those two, I was like, okay, he's finally broken out.
He's
to the point where it's like, okay, this guy's a guy who's probably eventually going to get a championship somewhere.
But he's one of those guys that doesn't have like one yet here for GSL, for instance, and I'm kind of just still waiting for that to happen. And we've had a couple players who are like really, really good, but have not actually won this tournament that they played in more than any other tournament.
Yeah, yeah, and well, I think GSL is still out of his reach for sure. Just to be clear on that, but you know, he's I think he is one of those top class players at this point, though. You know,
for sure.
It's like, oh yeah, this is a danger guy. This is a guy that if he makes round of 8, you shouldn't be like, whoa.
So what I'm trying to say is, when you see a game like that last one, it kind of says, yeah, this is sort of one of the things that's going on here, why you're not already out of the group. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes he looks amazing, and then sometimes he has a game where I'm like, I don't know about that, man.
That's most players, I guess, as well. Like, even, like, look, Rogue fell out of the group already. Well, Scarlet cheesed the hell out of
Scarlet, yeah. Cheesed the
so
hell
maybe
out
I
of
shouldn't
that.
use him as the
With
example.
some no regret builds, man.
but
they were like Master Blaster over there, just taking him on.
I love it.
So we have, again, TaeJa coming out here, testing the boundaries of Special.
Special, a little bit more teched out at the moment. Catch.
We have that third command center coming here for Special. But maybe he does another kind of push we saw. I mean, we saw it in game 1. Meanwhile, the CC is just now starting here for TaeJa, so the build orders are looking a little bit different.
Yeah, for sure. TaeJa's is like, it feels like he's trying to defend harassment, right? He's got those extra Cyclones sitting around, but Special's actually making tanks, which scale much better.
Right.
And he has the quicker third command. So just as far as like this moment in the game, I am digging Special's spot, but TaeJa's getting that second Raven. You never know. So you can get some very interesting engagements with that, right? You disable a couple tanks, you get your lock-ons.
Yeah.
Suddenly the world is on fire.
Here comes that third CC now. No scouting of this by TaeJa yet. Obviously, he suspects it's a possibility. And instead of scan over here. And actually, when you scan, you see just those 3 buildings. You're usually thinking, okay, he's got a third base.
Yeah.
Or he's put all his buildings somewhere really weird. And in this case, it's going to be the same thing here. He scans and he sees, you know, the pacing of the other structures. And At the pro level, they're basically able to fill in the gaps for what they see.
Yeah. If there's money missing, it's
especially in TVT, I'd say as a matchup.
I think mirrors, it's the one that would come most easily.
Sure, yeah.
Because you're like, well, if I have this much, they should have this much.
Well, PvP, it can be a little bit weird. There's a lot of funny math with that. But yeah, usually in mirror matchups, sure.
Yeah. So Special's going to be going into mech here against TaeJa's bio. Yeah, I'm excited to see how TaeJa actually approaches this because mech has changed a lot.
Special is also one of the players that will oscillate between bio and mech.
Yeah. He uses mech more than most, for sure. Him and TY both like mech in general.
These guys are both old school Brood War players, though. That might be a factor as to why.
Because they're smart and handsome and cunning and talented.
You know, like a lot of Brood War players like to mess with mech still, if they have a history in it.
Well, you know the power it really can hold.
Yeah. So we have those two armories coming down. Now, generally speaking, with mech, that player gets to be active on the map a little bit later.
Oh, yeah.
It takes a while for the factories to finish and then for you to have produced enough out of the factories that you're where you want to be as far as this tech goes. And so TaeJa's going to have a little bit more freedom, a little bit more room to stretch.
Yeah.
As we go into the next phase of the game here.
And TaeJa, once he figures out what's going on, is going to basically have a few choices to make. One, you can jump up the tech tree into Sky Terran, getting a larger Viking count and possibly getting Liberators, that type of thing.
Yeah.
He can stay very aggressive with a bio-based play. Or sometimes you do something kind of in between there where you get a lot of siege tanks to kind of help your Marine Marauder to make it difficult for the mech player to move around. So we'll see what TaeJa prefers. But making another command center.
And I think he can probably get away with this.
Oh, yeah.
The 4th CC down there.
Sure.
You know, when there's a periods of time, and I mean, yeah, you can sometimes come out with some mech units and fight, but generally speaking, you can't activate yourself as fast. Especially against bio, which is quite nimble and does damage very quickly. So we see that chased away. The Cyclone chased away. And, yeah, I think it's going to be probably one of our slower games, at least to start things off, Artosis.
Yeah.
This is unfortunate. He might lose all his bio. Okay, good thing he saved that. You know, we don't normally think of the Marines as really, really valuable. And, like, you need to... But if you lose enough in the early game and you're not trading him at all, it can be really bad.
TaeJa adds a bunch of barracks right there. So, going to stay on that bio for now. Special throwing down the scan.
And so with these techs, you end up with very different unit comps. So yes, you do have tanks for TaeJa, but it's mostly Marines and medevacs. And you know, the strength in Marine and medevac is that if you stim and let's say that their tanks are not in siege mode, you can kill everything. Or they're just out of position, you kill everything. But the problem is that as a mech player, if you get all your mech units out, they're fully upgraded, and you get into a superior position, they usually can't stop you.
Yeah.
So a lot of the
bio army will never break like a maxed out mech army.
Yeah. Although the bio army can counterattack, and we do see situations like that occur. A lot of it is just in a game like this, the bio army trying to prevent the mech army from getting where they want to be and punishing the slower movement and everything else. And by the way, TaeJa just going to shut this down easily.
Well, he shuts down one and then runs from the other one and disables.
Oh
Beautifully
my God.
done by
Special
TaeJa.
is getting wrecked in this series.
Great defense.
Now the mech army's coming out here.
Well, he does lose those 2 medevacs and everything, but you know what? This is the main push. I'm kind of surprised he's out here this early, but he does have a high supply. Ooh, very nice armor shred right there. Pushes him back for now.
Yes, but the damage hasn't been dealt yet. The position hasn't been gained here by Special. Right now, TaeJa's farming from another base. While Special's going to try to edge up here. I love that. He even has one Marine to kill the SCV that was making at 12 o'clock, the command center at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
But again, this many siege tanks here from Special is a real threat. The splash damage can obliterate everything that gets too close to it. But you can see TaeJa's being very, very patient. He has a big line of Marauders and some Marines staying just out of range.
He's also working on his Viking count really heavily here.
Cancel up there, that's huge.
That is nice. And as he builds this Viking count, like if he can take over the air, that's really, really nice. Oh my God, is he actually going to try this?
Here we go. A drop on these tanks. The unsieges. There's just way too many Marauders. So
forcing that unsiege was pretty nice, so he gets his tanks into a bit of a better position.
Oh, he does disable some of those Vikings, which allow his Vikings to come push through. But if that disable wears off, he might be able to whip back around and continue to fight this. No, 2 more Vikings come in here, giving him superior air force, but then 2 more come in here for special.
The Vikings arm race right now.
No
Special
kidding.
going to move back in.
Well, if
that
he
air
gets-
dominance is so important in tank versus tank.
Yeah, if he gets air dominance, then he can actually push back over here. Here come 2 more Vikings. We have to imagine 2 more are also inbound over here. A stim comes in here, and he comes from above, 360 degrees of damage. TaeJa crushing through special.
Oh, Special having a hard time right there. Loses his entire tank force. Now, can he actually keep his bases?
I don't
this
think
is
he
what's
can,
important.
Artosis. I think
he
the
didn't
writing
start
might be
his
on the
2-2.
wall. I think those coffin guys are dancing right now. This is just looking bad here. I mean, he's got so many CCs coming down. And, I mean, the one Marine actually denied the 12 o'clock spot. There's a second 12 o'clock spot that's a planetary. Now, maybe because it's a planetary, Special can save this, but Special, I do not
What's he
believe can
sieging
curb
right
the
there
growth.
for? No! Those tanks are going to die for free now.
Yep.
All right, well, some Thors come out. There's no medevacs or anything, so you got to be a little bit careful here. Oh, is he going to randomly get these tanks? Kind of a funny situation.
Yes, but the tanks that are set up over here are already beginning to hammer the planetary. And I mean, if Special loses his planetary, Special will be on 3 bases to the 5 bases, plus 2 additional CCs that TaeJa is making. TaeJa is back from the past and dominating against a very modern top-tier Terran player in Special.
Yeah, he's playing a very nice game right here. Special having a hard time holding on. He's sieged up with the planetary balls. This is not good news right now. It's 5 base against 3.
It is raining in Mexico, Artosis. This is brutal. TaeJa is just continuing to move around and crush.
Yes. And Special, I'm not sure how you come back from this. It's very, very tough. I love that we've even seen some Ravens added back into this composition. Those extra siege tanks that TaeJa have are going to really help him to hold these positions as well.
Okay, here we go. A stim forward, and these tanks are looking pretty vulnerable.
Gets some big volleys, but it is not enough. The disables go down those siege tanks.
Next
GG.
level play. TaeJa 2-0ing special.
Yeah, some strong play there from TaeJa. Congrats to him. Special, unfortunately, not going to make it far in this season. Round 24 is where his story ends.
We do look forward to seeing him in the next season, but yeah, I mean, TaeJa saying that he still has a shot. I'd be curious to see how Hurricane feels after seeing those games.
Yeah.
Although Special is an excellent player, I would say there were some small errors in decision-making there. I'm not really talking about him going mech, but again, that push in game 1.
Well, even the push we saw there, TaeJa had enough tanks on the high ground that was always going to be really hard.
I mean, game 1.
I'm talking game 2.
Game 2, though, okay.
Yeah. Well, it's just he was trying to push up the hill against siege tanks. It's just so difficult
Too hard to do. We'll be right back with our final match. Don't go away.
Drinking my demons away. Nothing I do it won't change the truth. It won't be an easy escape. These dreams stay.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
짜릿함이 마칠성 사이다. 정다움이 마칠성 사이다.
70년이 사이다. 칠성 사이다. 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는데
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹었기면 당신은 저한테 계속 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료 이걸 빠시다니.
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
Took a trip down to the coast. You love me, I loved you most. Drove all night to get to Tallahassee, but you woke up to the sea. Took one look around and screamed. Turned around 'cause I forgot my sunscreen. I knew this was wrong from the beginning. Knew I should run away, but you had your hooks in me. Spicy, sweet, you're cool and then you're crazy. So goodbye, ecstasy. Hello, catastrophe. Back to April 2012. Things were going pretty well. Thought it time that I should pop the question. But when I showed you the ring, you just looked at me and screamed, "That's so sweet, let me check with my boyfriend." I knew this was wrong from the beginning. Knew I should run away, but you had your hooks in me. Spicy, sweet, you're cool and then you're crazy. So goodbye, ecstasy. Hello, catastrophe. Take me out, see a psych right now. Say it's not true that I'm stuck with you.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 하식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 뇌가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙 아닙니까? 그것은 전설의 음료 하식스.
올 때 하식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색 맛 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
요새 직장인들, 학생들, 모든 사람들 다
코로나 때문에 많이 힘든 상황인데
Please take care of your health. Try and stay home as much as possible.
불필요한 외출은 자제해 주시고 집에서 가족들과 즐거운 시간 보냈으면 좋겠습니다.
비록 경기장에는 찾아오지 못하더라도
선수들 열심히 준비하고 있으니까
올바른 예방법으로 건강하게 잘 지내셨으면 좋겠습니다.
다 같이 참고 잘 이겨내고 저희 경기 보면서 다들 힘내셨으면 좋겠습니다.
He has done it now 4 times in a row. He is your GSL Codes champion. He has done it! 여러분의 뜨거운 박수 함성으로 결승전 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
라운드 오브 24 허리케인 남기웅 태자 윤영석 스페셜 후안 로페즈 스태치 김대영 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 1 코드 S 쇼다운.
We're back and we're ready for the final best of 3. We have filled in the 15 slots in the round of 16. There's just one more space waiting. It will go to either Hurricane or TaeJa. And talk about a contrast here. These are 2 players from completely different eras in the history of StarCraft 2.
It's very, very true. I think that they had a pretty reasonable series in the first one. One of the things that seemed to really hurt TaeJa was the fact that he wasn't blocking Warp Prism play basically at all.
Right.
He was like, whatever units were popping out of his barracks were basically what was fighting. So I think if he could like solve that a little bit, like improve that by even like 50%, this could be a competitive series, I think. Because I think other than that, he played really, really well.
I agree. We'll see, though. I mean, Hurricane is really bringing in the most modern Protoss we've seen in a while here. He seems to be very, very much so in tip-top shape. TaeJa, though, is showing that someone from the past can still come in here and still play very well in a round of 24 GSL Code S group. Can he beat Hurricane in a best of 3, though? We're going to find out as Map 1 will be on Purity and Industry. Again, the winner of this series will be the last player to advance to the round of 16.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고. 브레이브 스타 게임 허리케인 남기웅
So, oops, sorry.
Team Liquid, TaeJa,
So,
윤영석.
with these guys, you know, you get Hurricane, these people that come in, you know, we're 10 years into GSL, right? People that come in, they bring very, very strong styles. They're very, very different from the players that are good right at the opening of the game. We don't see a lot of the guys that are good right at the opening stay around forever. Of course, we've had some here in GSL.
Yeah.
TaeJa was a player who was so strong that he could be on, I think, to be frank, literally one of the most active esports circuits of all time, because StarCraft 2 early on was actually super saturated with tournaments.
It was like a tournament every weekend, basically.
Yeah, or there were 3 tournaments in a weekend.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
So, you know, we can get into players that can dominate, and then I think this is really worth pointing out, is TaeJa was traveling all over the world and winning. Like, he was living out of airports and hotels and dominating. And you have to have a very special type of mind, first of all, to be able to not really be playing anywhere near as much as somebody who's just residing in Korea and training for their GSL match. And also just to be able to, like, survive that much commuting. You know, I think people don't appreciate what happens when someone's on the road moving around that much. You're constantly jet lagged. You're under odd diets, for instance. Different tournaments in different environments with different rules. TaeJa was somebody who came out successful in that, and that's a grueling atmosphere to try to survive in. But he's come back now, and I mean, well, now we're in a literally more of an opposite situation than you could ever ask for, because the world is basically grinded to a halt with coronavirus, with the exception of tournaments like this.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of prep that's gone into that. I think that would lend itself to Hurricane, but I'm curious to see how TaeJa can try to grapple with this right here, right now. We already see in this game he's going for a hidden command center at the gold base.
Yeah, and that's just so far away. This is our biggest map in the pool, so
right.
It is as far away as it looks. Now, that it's a cool move because you're not that likely to scout it. It's going to be hard to figure that out, but there is an Oracle on the way.
Sure.
And even though there's all these bubulas, it gets over there rather quickly. So let's see if he actually can block this really well or not. If he like shoots the Oracle out of the sky, oh my God. Suddenly we are looking at, you know, this is a possible TaeJa in the round of 16 type of day.
TaeJa not really active in the era of Bubula.
Yeah.
In the year of Bubula, as they call it.
Year of Bubulas.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Surprise! Yep. What?
Well, you saw the Cyclone. I'm out of here.
Like, not even a little bit.
Uh-oh. Reaper is out. Okay, it does live. He actually didn't build that on location, so okay. Now here's a real question for you, Tasteless. Do you drop mules at a hidden gold base because they don't mind anything extra from gold bases?
But then they would see that you don't have any mules in your normal base.
But you're always saying hidden bases is where you drop all your mules.
Yeah, but I mean... no, I'd say no, not on this map. Oh,
okay.
Zips up.
Zips up.
Zips up.
Oh, zips up.
Zip zap.
All right, gets a couple kills there as far as SUVs go. Cleans up some of the Marines as well. TaeJa
Well, looks like I'm the fool.
Yep. You know, normally the first thing that you say is the right answer, and then like you second guess yourself too much, Tasteless. You got to have confidence.
I don't have any confidence at all. I just want these people watching to like me, and I'm just so worried they're going to figure out that I'm not cool.
I know, I can tell.
I really want to see when he's going to spot that third base, by the way, at the gold.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh, that was pretty sick by Hurricane. Look how hard he wants to win. Now, I do want to point out that taking the gold base is not like... It's not like this is, you know, some Mission Impossible stuff here. I mean, this is kind of the Hamburglar strat of the map. You know, where you're like, there's this gold base here, it's far away.
Yeah.
Let me just see if he doesn't scout me doing this. So I'm curious to see if Hurricane's not going to spot this, because this has gone on for long enough. I would have hoped that something would have been sent down there.
It feels like he's not going to spot it, to be honest. And like right now, if you're a Hurricane, you're actually feeling like you're in the lead. But with all those miners down at the gold base, that economy that's going to be kicking in, I feel like by the time that Hurricane's ready to actually do anything, he's going to be very surprised with how much TaeJa has.
Yeah.
At which point you might start thinking, oh my God, maybe I should have scouted a bit more. Speaking of which, I don't think enough hidden bases get taken in StarCraft 2.
I do feel like we could have more hidden bases taken. I really do.
A little bit more, because if it got really common, then they would all get scouted. So they can't ever get to really common, but they should be mixed in occasionally.
But this is like the map where you do it. But I think even on just other maps, I know there are certain maps where like it's not as strong, but I just see so many moments where you could just be a sneaky snake and just take it.
Yeah.
And Hamburglar your way to victory.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there with your bandit mask on, you're 5'1", got your bag of hamburgers that are all going to go bad, and they're all McDonald's, they're not that good, but you did it. You stole the burgers, you Hamburglar, you. You and Grimace and the bird lady with the striped legs.
Birdie.
Thank you. I wasn't raised in McDonald's like you are, Artosis, right?
I'm happy for you, Tasteless.
Well, there's Grimace, there's Hamburglar, there's
It's sick
Birdie.
that you had parents that loved you, Tasteless.
There's Ronald McDonald. Is that it?
There's the Fry guys.
The Fry guys. That's it, right?
I think so. Okay,
Well,
so
I mean,
double drop going across right now.
If this game goes on and TaeJa doesn't make any mistakes, for sure he just like wins. Now hold on, he's like, gonna move these oracles. Hmm. Yes. Oh, there's a lot of stalkers. Get out of my game.
Well, that doesn't really do much, does it?
No.
Still not finding the gold base though. Right now, Hurricane has to be feeling pretty good, right? Because the drops didn't work. His harassment was good.
Hurricane's still confident, I imagine.
Yeah.
I'm just so surprised he hasn't checked this.
Well, he's starting to look for some other bases, so he's like, okay, well, this one's... Yeah, we found this. There's a lot of barracks going on.
Yeah. It's funny how if you don't see their base, you're in a different mindset the entire game. Where you think that you're even, and then you end up getting a big fight where they have way more, and it's very confusing.
Yeah, a lot of times that'll happen. You'll be like, wait, something's wrong, and then you start scanning / looking for where something hidden might be.
Yeah.
So a lot of times realization will suddenly hit you that like, oh, I was duped.
Yeah, and then you get booped.
That's
not even bopped, but booped. That's worse.
He could get booped. I mean,
yeah,
this is like very stalker heavy, but he's going to be going up against like a gigantic Bioforce.
Yeah.
I just saw a Viking making. Okay, there are 2 starports now, so. Oh man, his armory was so late. Look at that. His one one's been done for 100 years.
Look at this. Naked gold base.
Uh-oh. He's going to find it now. Oopsie daisy.
Hurricane with a big sigh.
Well, when he goes down there.
Loses the Oracle. Now, the problem is that even though he's going to be able to kill these SCVs and kill the gold base, it's already, the damage has been done. The Terran has a much... He's taken so many of the gold minerals and applied that to his own base.
And he actually... Okay, so a recall up to the 3rd base, but the 4th base gets canceled. So that was pretty good, right? You force a cancel right at the end of that? And now look how big this Bioforce is, too. He's trying to force his way through force fields. Oh my god, it's another one of those donuts.
Yeah, he just got donutted. He gets to be the
that was
strawberry jam with the
donutty.
donut. Yeah. That was donut-mination. Am I right? Am I doing it? I'm so sorry. Well,
still not starting 2-2.
The weird thing is that Hurricane seems to still have a pretty healthy army. I think that attack from TaeJa was pretty questionable. I think that he got the lead and then he attacked in, and I think he wanted to actually boop him, but he couldn't because force fields you just can't run through with infantry. And I actually think that in the end, we're just going to see TaeJa just get rolled here. Despite doing this, despite his strategy working, the follow-up play was not strong enough to allow him to take his advantages and capitalize on them.
Where's the Prism? Does he have one?
Don't know. I don't see
think
one.
he does. So maybe TaeJa can hold on. He has a lot of production. Like going up that ramp is very tough. He kills a command, but
double expanding. One over here, another there.
It's perfectly lined up.
Thank you. I was watching his mouse cursor. 10 years of practicing casting. That's what I can do. That's going to be in my highlight reel, Artosis.
Yeah.
Look at him go. And here comes the push down here. Now, this is not a planetary. It's an orbital. There's not a lot of Vikings to kill these Colossi. Not enough to where the Colossi won't do damage, or at least a lot of damage to this infantry. There's the Warp Prism, Artosis.
Yeah, once again gets that inside. No real defense against it.
SCV's pulled. It looks like the Stalkers do target down the Vikings. Oh my god. GG.
It's too
TaeJa's
bad.
strategy works. But it gets him to where he probably could have won that game, but then he wasted his army.
Yeah, he was trying to brute force really hard there at the end. He was lacking a little bit of finesse, I think.
Yep, I would agree with that.
A little bit on the tech units. The tech units were very, very low as well. Hurricane doesn't overcommit into his Colossus either, though.
Right.
I think it was like some good planning from TaeJa overall and pretty good play, but not quite on the level of Hurricane.
TaeJa looking very concerned right now.
Yeah, well, if you look at the games he's lost already to Hurricane, you can't think he's going to 2-0 from here. You can't think that, you know?
Well, that was the game he actually had it, man. You know, like you actually had the game. The gold base was being mined out for minutes.
Minutes upon minutes.
Minutes upon minutes upon minutes. And then, you know, all you had to do was, look, after you force and recall, take the gold base again. Game 2's ready. Hurricane vs. TaeJa continues on.
전투 준비 완료. 브레이브스타 게이밍, 허리케인, 남기웅. 팀 리퀴드, 태자, 윤영수.
All right.
Good luck, TaeJa.
Yeah, it's a tall order for him to take this home.
Yeah, I mean, he looked... Look, strategically, it was very sound, and... yeah, he just didn't make the right...
Well, he took some risks, they paid off, and then he didn't really capitalize correctly, I guess.
It was that really poor attack he had over there.
Yeah, that was not the best attack. Also, the double drop in the main wasn't all that good. You know, his Oracle defense wasn't perfect. The Prism got into his main and did a ton of damage again. Several things, I would say. But the thing is, I think you can look at his play and see that, I mean, he's getting there, you know?
Yeah, he doesn't look bad.
Yeah, and this is something I'm really worried about a bunch of the old guys that have come back from the Army.
Yeah.
Where... Are they willing to give the full amount of time? Because I think there might possibly be some unrealistic expectations for some of them on how quickly they should regain their skills and be at the top again. Because it's not just regaining your skills, like you said. You have to go beyond that because everyone's better than you were back in the day.
Yeah, you have to be able to look at the meta and actually...
If you were a top player before, you can do it again, but it's not easy.
It's
right?
a lot of work.
And I want to see these players. I want to see Bomber. I want to see TaeJa. I want to see DRG. I want to see them get up to top-level competitors again, but are they willing to grind it out for a couple of years and really, you know, get there?
Well, I think that, you know, TaeJa already knows the mistakes he's made in these games. He's trying to adapt on the fly here as the day progresses. But, yeah, I think especially that last game was emblematic of where he needs to just put in, you know, a lot more games because he had the lead. I mean, this happens to all of us, where we literally have a lead and we throw the game.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're not sure what the next right steps are to get the closer, you know?
Yeah, it can be tough, and Hurricane was playing cleanly, so it makes it tougher. All right, taking a look at this game.
And Hurricane, by the way, just looks great.
Yeah.
In all of his games, he's looked very, very strong.
Yeah, and he could have beaten stats, you know?
Yeah.
That could have gone either way for sure.
And let's also remember that Hurricane, you know, he sees the gold base and thinks, oh no. Then he still wins the game, and it's like,
yeah, force fields are pretty good.
It's like you become Kool-Aid guy then.
Yeah. Well, Blink on the way. Gate and Robo. Very standard stuff from Hurricane.
Very your run-of-the-mill PvT build here. Getting those 3 gates up. The Robo coming here too, like you said.
It's adept. Just doing a bit of scouting, taking a bit of damage. It's all good. Cloak on the way.
What's funny with TaeJa's playstyle too is it looks modern. It's just like a lot of the execution stuff isn't that clean. Like I was curious if we're gonna just have a lot of weirdness out of his playstyle, but no, he looks like, okay, I'm playing, I know what players are doing, I'm watching a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm up to date with stuff, but you know, there is that special element to that instinct you need to have on the fly. You know, where you played so many games, you could sniff out weaknesses. You know kind of where they are, where they're thinking the game's going to go, what units they're going to do, where they feel weak, where they might feel overconfident. It's hard.
Yeah.
StarCraft is hard. It's why a lot of people watch, but it's hard for people to play.
Yeah. Hardest game out there.
This game will not hold your hand.
No, it will not. It'll pretend to hold your hand and then break it.
No, you have to hold this game's pocket. That's what you got to do. It's like you're in jail. You got to walk around holding StarCraft's pocket, man.
That's right.
Yeah. You got to be StarCraft's bitch for a while. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You
For some of us, your whole life.
For your whole life, yeah.
For most
I
of
recommend
us.
you try to get in a fight your first day with the toughest StarCraft player. All right, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure you join the right clan. You know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So the Banshee's going to come into the main now.
No shield battery ready quite yet. There is an observer, but not here at the moment.
Now again, things are going pretty swimmingly here for TaeJa. You know.
Sure, it's
he's
not bad.
doing the damn. It's not like it's amazing, but it's good. It's working out for him. Again, we want to see, can he make these small victories into a big win here. Here comes the second Banshee. Again, a very exposed. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Yeah, there's been. Okay, I think that was maybe an F2 mistake right there.
I think so. There was
it went
something
at
odd
exactly
about
the
that.
same time as the other Banshee. So, yeah, that always surprises me that pro gamers use F2 so much.
You got to be very careful with using that F2 because you can become addicted to it.
And for people who don't understand, that's the all-unit hotkey. That's what it comes on. People rebind it sometimes, but
yeah,
there's something that just grabs all your units. It's like there are certainly situations where it's great, but
if you become too reliant on it,
Yeah.
you actually cannot get yourself into really good positions. And
things go wrong
yeah.
with it.
Especially if you're just like autopilot, hit that key a lot for stuff.
Yeah. And even many of the world's best players use it quite a bit. If you ever see Maru Siege of Liberator somewhere, like in dead airspace where it's not hitting anything,
Yeah, he's
that's
got
because he
F2.
uses
Yeah,
F2 a
yeah.
bunch. He doesn't want it to move. A few more probes. Not bad, you know? He's doing some reasonable harassment.
We do have Hurricane beginning to roam on the map here. There's another Banshee over here. Trying to hit the weaker sides over here of the second and the third base. Oh! Nice catch there by Hurricane. And this other Banshee just adjacent to an observer.
Roaming around a bit. But
I don't think Protoss is going to attack into this. I don't think it would be a good decision.
Oh, he's got a turret up now. That's good. We've been waiting for that. Keep those prisms out. Here it comes. He's like, oh, herpty-derp. Here we go. Prism's always getting TaeJa's main base. Here we go.
Okay, that.
Oh,
That.
if only the mine was a little bit closer. That would have been so sick.
Yeah. Why is... Really? Okay, yeah, because he does stop the depot.
Yeah, why not? Second Robo actually on the way. This is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see a lot of gateway tech, and then I think a switch into some pretty strong robo tech. He can get enough Colossus out that I think when Terran really garners the benefits from the third base, you're still going to be fine with your splash damage.
Also, one of the big takeaways I've had today is that he hasn't gone over 2 Colossus in these games for the most part.
True.
And 2 Colossus is the part where against 1 Colossus, you don't make any Vikings. Against 3 Colossus, you definitely make Vikings. 2 is that middle area where you haven't overcommitted, but they're still really strong. So you can't. You're not just going to die because they make a bunch of Vikings, basically, right?
Right.
2 is kind of it's an interesting number of Colossus. Like if you get into another splash damage before the real engagement happens, it's like a very powerful number.
Yeah.
But here, it's really clear he's going to make at least 4. So that could be surprising for TaeJa as well.
TaeJa is beginning to move out on the map, confident with the resources he's got. I mean, he really has not been touched that much in this game compared to Hurricane that's taken a few bruises, to say the least, with losing those probes here and there.
Oh, boy. Oh! Well, cancels a couple of those warp-ins, so only 4 Zealots or 5 Zealots get out, I guess. A little bit rough, though. Didn't have any defense down there, only up at the top. Hurricane very calmly flew around the entire map to get in.
He needs to get those Stalkers back so that they can be reunited with the rest of the units. 10 SCV kills is pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Although it doesn't appear that TaeJa wants to turn around. TaeJa with far superior supply, both overall and in army. But the Colossi are out now.
Yeah.
And this is where the math gets a little bit more fuzzy. as far as engagements go.
Yeah, he's going to have 4 Colossi pretty quickly here. A lot of Archons mixed in as well. A couple Immortals out
This is
there.
going to be kind of odd. He's going to come from behind, which actually could end up with kind of a weird Terran angle here. This is a very open area. I don't know if he wants to do this. I guess he could try to get in the way of reinforcements, but Hurricane's going to have to just cancel this Nexus. Hurricane
should take a nice position.
Yeah, Hurricane kind of out-positioned himself here.
A little bit. There's a lot of mines in here right now.
Oh, wow. All the Zealots immediately go down. We do have small counterattacks here, but it does seem like Hurricane's army is like a little bit too flimsy to actually fight this.
Yeah. Oh, I like it a lot. I like those mines mixed in as well. It makes it very tough to get in on top of this. A couple disruptors being made. Those are really going to help a lot. He does have 4 Colossus now as well.
Oh my god, the blink was actually pretty abysmal there. But for Colossus, this is just such an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that is slicing up this army into little tiny pieces.
Well, those little tiny pieces are going to run back to some bigger pieces, force them to turn around. Thank God he's running away those hallucinated Archons.
What a weird moment that was. I think tempo could go back into Hurricane's hands now. Now, he might want to try to push up here, but of course, Terran could try to do some drops or harass on the bottom. TaeJa, who initially I think had a lot of momentum, is coming back home to lick his wounds and figure out what is the next step.
Well, I think he did a good job with that overall. Like, look at this. He's actually up in workers right now. He's up in upgrades slightly. He's starting to get some Vikings out. I feel like this is not enough Vikings to take a battle, though. This is like a really bad amount of Vikings, in fact. 5 Vikings against 4 Colossus.
Yeah.
It almost feels like wasted supply. The battle will be over before you've done anything. You know what? If we can maybe double this Viking count, we'll start to get something more reasonable. There's a lot of disruptors being made, though. And that is something that can be very scary here. The amount of splash damage that's going to be zoning. Psystorm going to be finishing as well. I love the Fusion Core, though.
Yeah, this is
If
great.
we can get into ranged Liberators as well as enhanced Shockwaves, which is finishing up.
We see this army tiptoeing towards the north here. It looks like a little bit later, TaeJa decided to try to have some pursuits in the south, and I thought that Hurricane was going to just try to keep going north, but he's actually going to try to chase this. Great drop over here. A big warp in, though. One thing to watch is because these drops are the most strong. Oh, hold on. Big fight coming up here.
Oh, that storm right on top of the Vikings. Several of them go down. The stim drop, though, doing some work here in the natural.
Yeah, you want to watch these drops, and especially when it's 2 or more medevacs, and then check the Protoss' supply, because sometimes they don't have enough to warp in to actually fight it.
Yeah.
And this is when
oh,
Protoss,
that's a good point, yeah.
Protoss is actually positionally in one of their weakest spots, even though they're maxed out, and because they actually just can't warp in what they need to.
Yeah, it's
even if ideally they would just get rid of some of their own zealots in their army and then, warp in there, and that allows Terran to really start to do some damage.
TaeJa right now just finished up his 3-3. He's just starting Liberator range. He has his ghosts out.
TaeJa looking much better in this game, by the way.
Yeah, but the amount of splash damage in Hurricane's army is absurd.
Oh man, great EMP there.
Now that being said, TaeJa actually back in the day was one of the only Terrans that could really fight late game Protoss armies well, utilizing ghosts and Vikings really, really well back then. So I want to see those skills. They're going to be put to the test, that's for sure.
Again, another attack out here. Oh, pretty good split in here for TaeJa.
Yeah, that was good.
But I don't know that these disruptor balls are going to be slowing down here. We see there's more reinforcements trying to come in here and fight on the right side.
Yeah, he's trying to make it hard for him to actually go up anywhere. This death ball of Hurricane is so strong. Blinks forward, takes out that single Liberator, and triple drop going across the map.
Yeah, he's going to be able to push through this location over here. He can get access to the production. He decides to back out. Positionally, this game has become pretty insane. We don't have much to defend here at all.
Oh my god, drops right on top of those High Templars. They don't get anything done. A recall. And that means that at least the aggression over on TaeJa's side is done for now from Hurricane. TaeJa doing his job with these drops.
Yeah, TaeJa really keeping Protoss on the defense. I think Protoss had ambitions to push up into 12 o'clock, but TaeJa is keeping Hurricane on the juggling defense here, and it's hard to keep up. Now we have a regroup over here close to the center of the map with TaeJa's army. It looks like he wants to push southbound again.
He's got that Liberator range now. It's going to be really cool to see how he uses that positionally.
It's a funny, annoying position here for Protoss. It's the second base. There's just enough you can drop over there that it's hard.
Well, TaeJa keeps
ignore.
targeting it. Maybe it's worthwhile to put down some static D there. You know, throw down 3 cannons and a shield battery or something.
Something down there to just, I mean, especially when you have this many minerals.
Here we go again. Well, I guess he gets punished that time, but
yeah, misplay there. Meanwhile, you can see that TaeJa's just trying to keep the Protoss at arm's length.
Ah!
He knows exactly how far that goes.
Yeah.
Liberator, wait, hold on. Yeah, this is the fight we want to see. Here we go. No pickups there. Is this actually enough, though? It seems like Terran fights back.
Oh, the pickoff on that Disruptor, just beautiful. Comes in now. Oh, a nice flanking Psystorm forces him to stop chasing. But you know what? TaeJa is sitting here right now. TaeJa's on 5 bases. He's looking really good this game, really good. He keeps looking better in these games. It's awesome.
It's like he's literally adapting as this group goes on.
Yeah.
It's very
He's like
impressive.
those raptors that learn and act more like humans, except
Yeah.
he's a human that does it.
Yeah, now they can like read minds or whatever. They can open up doors.
Yeah.
We thought Chris Pratt could train them and control them. We were wrong.
Except kind of right.
I don't remember the movie. It was so bad.
You haven't watched it more than once?
Jurassic World?
Yeah.
No.
What? You know there was like a super dinosaur, right?
Yeah.
That could cloak.
The like Omegasaurus Rex or
something like that.
Yeah,
it was super cool.
Yeah.
All right, tasteless. No accounting for bad taste like that.
By the way, I think TaeJa will keep growing here. Oh my god.
Yeah, you cannot attack into that.
It almost looked like that Archon turned into a disruption ball.
Oh my god! Oh! I can't believe he killed that Disruptor in time at the last possible moment. 6 Psystorm flanks coming in right now. Oh my god, but he is clearing this army regardless of that. There's more units coming in. TaeJa gonna have to turn around. He just took too much damage from those Psystorms.
TaeJa has had it, Artosis. He's angry. He's mad, and he's gonna push through and destroy everything.
Tell he's mad because he's playing so well.
Yes, he's sick of losing. No, this is so sick. He's just gonna smash his base out.
Beautifully played.
TaeJa's just infesting the top part of the map. And now he's got his eyes on this one base down here. Now the supply, again, TaeJa maxing out. I think that for now, it looks like Hurricane's army might be a little bit more technical. We got those Colossus back over there, but I don't see him being able to save this. And TaeJa just willing his way through this game. Beautifully done.
Oh my god, some big EMPs as well on those incoming Archons. Just continuing to liberate or push forward. There's no way to engage this as Hurricane. Hurricane down to so few bases at the moment, having a very tough time.
And I don't see any moment that Hurricane wants to really try to attack it and commit. You know, this army is very technical, is able to continue to advance. He's actually going to close in on this base. This isn't the most valuable base to push, but it's what is in front of him, and so he's going to go for it there. Liberation zone setup. Actually, not even bad splitting against the disruption shot.
Yeah, not too bad. The Liberators, though, are really doing the heavy lifting here, I would say.
Actually,
great split right there.
Yeah, actually kills the Disruptor, so I can't finish that shot. Another Liberation Zone set up here. And TaeJa looks like he could still possibly come out and lift with this group.
After his other games against Hurricane, because he was down 0-3 overall, I was feeling like, oh no, this isn't going to happen, especially after that gold base game. But that was just a beautiful TVP from start to finish.
He was so good at the end. He was like a gorilla that just ripped the arms out of the sockets of Hurricane.
Yeah.
He just...
My God. Absolutely brutal.
Just became completely in berserker mode.
And Hurricane didn't even care because Colossus don't have arms anyways. But then he looked up in the sky, and that gorilla had Liberators with range.
Crazy. Nightshade, the final match of the final phase of the round of 24. Hurricane or TaeJa goes on. 2 different players from 2 different eras. Hurricane bringing the most modern Protoss that we've really seen here. Going up against TaeJa from the past, but showing he can still perform in the present.
전투 준비 완료. 브레이브스타 게임, 허리케인, 남기웅. 팀 리퀴드, 태자, 윤영선.
Probably so much going on in TaeJa's mind. I think for many of the players in the round of 24, he was probably a little bit of an afterthought. You know, yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
We respect his play. He is a fixture forever in StarCraft history, but surely Hurricane, with the games he's already brought here, you know, would be the player who would perform, who would deliver. But TaeJa, you know, he was ahead in game 1 and kind of threw it. But then in game 2, he just really pulled it together. It shows why he was so successful in the past.
Yeah, and I think his late game really showed once again, like back in the day. I have so many fond memories of TaeJa's late game TVP, because everyone was having such a hard time. He would just dance around with ghosts, with Vikings, behind planetaries and things, and pick apart the Protoss army. And nowadays you have Liberators to add to that as another really great way to fight. And he showed that he's very good with that unit as well.
Yeah.
I think that was very exciting, and I'm really hoping that we can get into another long game where TaeJa isn't crippled from the beginning.
TaeJa just knows how to power. I mean, even the other top-tier Terrans we see, we don't see them growing like that on the map and attacking. He had so many extra CCs at the end of that in the upper left. It was so sick.
How many did he have?
He had 2 or 3 extra, just ready to float and land somewhere.
Love it.
Like, I think TaeJa can probably squat a lot, Artosis, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, he lives.
Yeah. Like, he can bench press all of us.
Yeah.
He's a
We
strong
weigh
man.
A lot.
We are fat, unhealthy people. You know what he can do? You know those old strong men that can, like, take a penny and bend it, which is not a particularly strong, like, useful skill, but he can do it?
That's like, you have to be so strong.
Yeah,
for that, though.
yeah, you have really strong hands, and he can do that. He doesn't even have to, like, make a poopy face when he does it. He just like kind of keeps a normal face. Like,
yeah. In fact, he puts it in his mouth and does it like it's a cherry stem.
Yeah, he ties the penny into a knot. I'm like, wait, what did you do?
Don't put money in your mouth, TaeJa.
Yeah.
You're gonna get sick.
You know
That's
how
ridiculous.
dirty that is? So, will we just go into a macro game from the Protoss side of things and the Terran side of things? It appears so. Unless there's going to be a major shift.
Oh!
There's a major shift!
What's it appear?
A major shift.
Yeah, so DT tech here.
Deets.
Well, we're going to see if TaeJa can get the deets on what's going on, because if he can, these DT builds do not transition super well.
No, you really have to do damage with them right away, because if not, you know,
you just don't have a big army.
But I think Hurricane also playing an excellent best of 3 here.
You like this as the final build, the decider?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it, to be honest. I guess we're going to see like how he wants to go about doing it. Now, this mine drop going out misses the pylon. Yeah, that's important, but it also hasn't been seen yet, so that's another thing. We have several blue dots out on the map, so if he does not see this coming in, there's a possibility he even ends up scouting the Dark Shrine.
But remember, the Dark Templars can keep doing damage, whereas the Widow Mines are going to burrow, and then it's like, okay, you know, you can run away from him, you can kill him.
Oh my God, Tasteless.
All right. Oh, I got confused. I'm like, how is a DT in there? Now where are
He's
DTs?
actually saved a lot of energy. If he just...
It isn't our old friend, the Cake Boy.
He has enough energy.
Oh, he has a Raven too.
Yeah, like I think
TaeJa's
he's
gonna move
figured
on.
this out.
Yeah. You scumbag.
Now,
DT
it's not
rusher.
100% impossible to come back after your DTs don't do anything, but it's hard. It's really difficult. Yeah, look at that.
Damn. He doesn't even kill an SCV.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten much done.
He's going to have to recall it back. You can become half of an Archon now, my friend. I think TaeJa's probably going to win this. I think
It
TaeJa
looks very good for him.
I think he sniffed out the DT rush perfectly. This feels so good when you're Terran. You do this.
Yeah.
You're like, what are you doing? You want to win so badly, don't you?
It's pathetic.
Sad.
He's like, I just wanted to kill you like the Predator killed all those guys.
Okay, cool.
Well, the DT's not working here.
Yeah, he's like, don't forget that actually the humans won in the end. It's like, oh, damn, he saw the movie too. Well, this is just like, this is gonna, so let's unpack this a little bit for the people watching. Why is it hard to recover from DTs? These units, you don't really, there's not like the next step for them. You kind of tech into one direction to get this, and it's like, oh, okay, well, the DTs are not that handy after they have all the detection. And it's not like they get detection temporarily and then throw it away later.
Yeah.
I mean, you can make them into Archons, but Archons usually need more added into the mix to be handy against Terran. So you're taking a risk here for sure. Now, Hurricane is still tactically trying to set up and maybe send that 1 DT and a Warp Prism in there. But there's Widow Mines. I mean, TaeJa is very aware, I think, that this could come.
Yeah, I think you'd almost expect it. It's very, very common to follow up a DT with a DT drop. You want to try to get any damage you can with it. I mean, you have the tech already. It's annoying to stop as well.
Sure.
So Hurricane thinks about it twice. Decides no. He is producing Colossi right now. He does have 3 base right now. There are some redeeming things about what's happening to Hurricane's position. Of course, his army is going to be quite a bit smaller. That was pretty much
just, yeah, let's just keep watching that. TaeJa beginning to edge out now.
Actually leaving quite a few units there in the main.
Here comes that drop now.
Oh my god.
A blink away.
He might get a lot of damage here. Once again, a drop there. Warping comes.
He recalls the Stalkers. He needs backup over here, but immediately TaeJa escapes, and now I think attention's going to be on the 3rd.
Oh, the mine actually connects with the Prism there as well.
I think the Prism might still go into the Marines here.
Dude, he can disable that Colossus. There's a possibility he can kill this 3rd base.
And right now, Protoss needs his 3rd base.
It looks like he's not actually going to pull the trigger there.
I think TaeJa afraid of... No, he just wants to reinforce with these tanks. Artosis.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's shown some very strong later game. Nice pick off.
Guys,
no Prism on the map anymore.
Guys, TaeJa might take this. What? What's the date, Artosis?
It's 2012 right now.
The year. Oh, okay. Thank you.
2013.
2013.
TaeJa's killing it.
Yeah. He's being very patient. He knows he has a pretty good setup to attack in here. Now, I think Hurricane, again, proving he's got... Oh, hold up, hold up!
Ooh, those Colossus doing a little bit of work. He does disable one, forces them back.
Zealot's still doing damage to those SCVs, but an arc that might just be too much to stop here. Takes out the Immortal, takes out the 2nd Colossus.
Does he have enough? All these Stalkers coming down and blinking. He is starting to pick them off right now. The Siege Tanks out in the middle of nowhere, not helping.
Insane. I think there's too much going on right now for Hurricane to keep up. The Terran can keep pushing, and the 3rd base should be no more. 1 Colossus and 2 Stalkers is all I see for Protoss to defend with.
This is craziness right now. The Marauders diving on that Colossus, pick it off. TaeJa takes his hands off. GG is called. And TaeJa into the round of 16. I have the sickest chills, TaeJa. Oh my god.
Well, looks like we're ending today on a high note.
That is amazing. Oh my, I have goosebumps everywhere. I cannot believe
that
TaeJa
so
just
happy.
eliminated a Hurricane. After going 0-3, he goes 2-0 at the end here and picks up that very important victory. Hurricane, of course, a tough one for him. He was 1 game away from getting out in 1st place, and here he is, not moving on tonight.
We're going to have that interview. Andy, go ahead.
All right, we're going to have an interview with the final winner of the round of 16. It is TaeJa. Congratulations. Thank you. Wow, an amazing performance today. How do you feel? Well, before coming here to the venue, I saw my group and I thought I would definitely advance. But when I actually got into the game,
제가 거의 꼴찌를 할 것 같아요.
I felt like I might be the last player in my group.
미리 생각할 때 조를 보자마자 진출을 생각하셨다.
Well, you thought you would advance straight away after
실력에
seeing the groups.
대해서, 이 정도면 폼 많이 끌어올렸다. 좀 자신감이 있으셨나요?
So how do you rate your performance overall?
태태전은 진짜 지금 해설하고 계시는 조태영 선수
Well,
못지않게 잘한다.
my TBT matchup's really good, almost as good as TY.
제 연습 파트너들이
As for PBT,
스페셜리스트.
as for TVP,
그래서 테스트
my script partners are like experts at the matchup, so I have no problem with it.
있다 이야기를 하셨습니다. 자, 윤영서 선수는 정말 신기한 것 같아요.
TaeJa,
경기를 하는
it's really
중에도
interesting
학습을 하시고
how you
성장을
adapt
하시는 것 같습니다.
and learn as you play the games.
전략 마찬가지인데요. 첫 경기 때는 깜빡했던 업그레이드도
In the first
최종전에서는
match,
잊지 않고요.
you forgot the upgrades,
전에는
and in the final match, you actually didn't forget it.
견제마다
It's like you really just improve and adapt as you go.
완전히 다른 사람이 되세요.
You're like almost a different person by the end of the night.
어떤 마음으로 임하셨나요?
So what was your mindset going to the games?
제가
When the final match,
일단 처음에 남경 선수랑 할 때 보여줬기 때문에
I went for the build that I use often against Hurricane,
것 같아가지고 이제 다른 식으로 꼬아봤는데
and I tried tuning it a bit,
안 먹혔던 것 같아요.
and I don't think it worked out perfectly. Worked out well.
결과 나와서 다행이고.
But in the end, I'm glad that I picked up the win.
실력이면 정말 오히려 1세트부터 쉽게 풀어 나갈 수도 있었을 것 같습니다.
I'm pretty sure a player of your caliber was able to play well from the first set.
좀 많이 아까우실 것 같아요.
So you're probably sad about the first set, right?
끝나고 나서 보니까
I mean, after the loss,
솔직히 공격을 안 가려고 했는데 업그레이드 실수하는 바람에
I didn't want to be on the offense, but then I made my fault with the upgrades, and then I was just like, oh, just let it be, and then I think that's why I lost.
시즌만인데 바로 16강 진출.
Well, it's been 2 seasons, and now you move on to round of 16 of GSL.
나의 지금 실력 이 정도면 지금 16강에 올라와
Well, comparing the before and the after, do you think you're capable of going up against the round of 16 players?
실력에 대한 자신감 없고 그냥 어차피 저도 돼.
Well, before my military service, I didn't really have confidence in my skills.
그래도 하고 이제 진짜 열정을 불살르고 있거든요.
But now I'm really passionate about the game.
약간 압박감이 있긴 한데.
And there's a bit of pressure.
즐길만 하는 압박감이.
But I think this pressure is enjoyable.
사실 군 입대 전에 연습량으로 유명하신
Before the military, you are actually very notorious for your practice load.
요즘은 그럼 연습량 어느 정도?
So how much do you practice these days?
GSL 하기 전, 또 2달 전부터.
Well, these days, 2 months before the GSL, I was pretty much just going hospital or home, and I've been doing that for the past 2 months. And I'm really glad the results came out good.
더 이상 아니네요. 정말 새로운
Well, you're definitely not the TaeJa I knew before.
자, 잠시 후에 조지명식이
Well,
있어요.
coming up after the show, we have the group nomination.
아직은 이 제대 후에 빈틈을 노리는 많은
But there are players who are probably likely to exploit you in this round of 16. So what is your mindset going into the group nomination? Well, first of all, I do want to make a Terran group. Since I'm on the lower side of things, I'm probably going to be picked first. But hopefully it turns out right.
만들고 싶은 윤영서 선수의 꿈.
And there was TaeJa who wants to make a Terran group.
잠시 후에 지켜보겠습니다.
And we'll have to see later.
군필의 힘을 오늘 대단히 잘 보여주셨는데요.
Wow.
마지막 한마디까지
An amazing performance by you. Any message you want to send before you go?
굉장히 많이 도와주신 분들이 있는데 하나하나 말씀드리지 못해서 죄송하고.
I want to thank all the script partners that I had. I can't name them one by one.
생신 선물 드린 것 같아서.
And it's my dad's birthday. I think this is a great gift for him. Once again, congratulations on your win. Thank you.
자, 이렇게 이번 시즌 마지막 16강 진출자 윤영서 선수 만나봤는데요. 오늘 F2 경기 최종 정리 확인해 보겠습니다.
My mic was out for a second. I'm back. What a day.
Yeah. Stats and TaeJa move on. I really didn't expect that, to be honest. I was almost feeling Special Hurricane today, but
this is the music that plays when TaeJa kills Hurricane.
yeah, I killed Special as well.
To the round of 16, and then he won the tournament. And then it changed the game forever. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Well, I tell you, I think the two hypest things that could occur is Scarlet winning and TaeJa winning. Those would be the two craziest
Scarlet TaeJa finals.
That would be insane. So here is our final set.
Perfectly balanced.
Yes.
Game.
Look at that. 655. Maru, TY, Innovation, Cure, Bunny, TaeJa.
It's so balanced that even though the races have different letters, they all built the box. You see how perfect it is?
Well, you can see that Zerg really spread its creep and didn't need as many letters to do it. That's what I see.
Ooh, well done, Artosis. That was very good.
Yeah, I can make balanced jokes at the drop of a hat. It's invincible in that way.
That's your superpower.
That, unfortunately, it is. I wish it was playing StarCraft, but it's not. Okay, so
yeah.
We have the group nomination coming up next. We're definitely going to be taking a little break
Literally,
to set it
we're
up.
going to have a small break, and then it's going to come on. So if you guys want to stay tuned, you should stay tuned. What are you going to do? You're in quarantine. You're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome. Andy's going to translate for you.
Yes.
You're going to. It's funny. It's cool. It's awesome. Yeah.
It's funny and cool and awesome.
It's all of those.
It's all
brave.
of those. It's brave. It's beautiful. It's
virtuous.
Bold. Yes.
Yeah.
It's bombastic.
It's
when I go to my vision board and try to just, create what I think the group stages are, those are the newspaper clippings and magazine clippings I paste onto there.
Must have taken you a while to find bombastic, but
well, I'm a real reader, so
yeah.
Guys, that's all the time we have. We have a week off. We have a week off, and the matches have a week off, but the group selection is coming up. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you again on Wednesday for the round of 16 of the GSL Code S. Bye-bye.
라운드 오브 24 수, 어윤수, 트루, 방태수, 버니, 이재선, SOS, 김유진.
경기 준비 끝났으면 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
테크 쪽에 투자가 될 만큼 일부 자원은 병역에 늦게 쓰이는 겁니다.
이러면서 아래쪽에 맹독충 2기 일벌레 테러 갈 거거든요.
좀 들어가요. 아래쪽 들어가요.
일단 아래쪽은 막았는데 결국에 트리플 지역이 날아가게 되면 피해받는 건 똑같습니다.
그렇죠. 여기 하나.
그래서 컨트롤 싸움인데 트리플을 지킬 수 있으면 좋긴 하지만 문제는 트리플도 잃고 경기까지 내줄 수 있는 피해 받을 수 있습니다.
네. 오우. 어윤수.
근데 아직까지 방태 선수도 저걸 완벽히 이용 못했습니다. 언젠가 깨질 것 같긴 한데
또 가거든요.
근데 깨질 땐 깨지더라도 이걸 이용했어야 했어요.
네.
치는 그림이죠. 이건 뭐 어쩔 수 없고요. 이 싸움은 방태 선수 입장에서도 네, 어쩔 수 없습니다. 이건 싸워봐야 돼요.
그렇죠. 여기서 한번 전면전을 펼칩니다만 이 벌어진 차이를 메우기는 매우 어려운 상황. 취재!
경력의 절도 어윤 선수가 더 좋을 수밖에 없죠. 같은 인구수라고 해서 좋은 얘기 아닌 바뀌니까요.
그렇죠. 앞으로 좀 달려들면서요.
여왕 지원도
인구수가 굉장히 비슷했는데 조합 차이가 심하다 보니까 이런 압도적인 싸움이 나올 수밖에 없어요.
앞으로 가는 거 보세요.
네, 찍어드립니다.
전진입니다. 전진.
이게 저울링이 섞인 공격은 아무래도 힘이 빠질 수밖에 없어요.
네. 자, 들어가서 여기서 지금 박살을 내고 있는 상황이거든요.
네. 그에 비해 또 어윤 선수는 가스 세척까지 완전히 맞췄기 때문에
지제! 경기 준비 끝났으면 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
좋습니다. 본진 컵을 방금 지었으니까
들어가요.
다른 거 보고 있겠죠?
여기서 반응해야 돼요.
다른 거 보고 있죠?
이 타이밍이 김유진 선수한테 최대 위기입니다.
그렇죠. 그러니까 이게 어쩔 수 없어요. 김유진 선수도 확장을 가져가야 되고 그래서 관문을 늘릴 수 없었는데 그래서 이 무게거실은 어떻게 버텨야 의미가 있는 겁니다.
네. 자, 들어가서 좀 뒤를 잡고
7회 데미지가 굳이 지금 필요 없죠. 이 다음 지금 관문 없는 것 치고는 아직까지 잘은 견디고 있습니다. 거시 지켰고요.
근데 추적자가 다 잡혔기 때문에 이재선 선수가 속도전을 했을 때
오! 지뢰도 거실이 지뢰 맞았어요.
자, 여기 들어와서 지금 암기가 썰고 있는 상황인데 확장이 날아가고 있잖아요.
네, 이러면 안 되죠. 맞게 되면 뒤로 빠질 수밖에 없고 또 본진에 이것 때문에 어차피 김유진 선수는 둘 중 하나는 잃을 수밖에 없어요.
그렇죠. 자, 여기서도 뒤로 지금 뒷걸음질 치고 있잖아요. 물량 차이가 너무 나요. 이거 3배
구역이라도
지제!
사이클론 한 기로는
이거 난리 났죠?
없어요, 병력이.
똑같거든요.
추가선까지.
여기 올인이거든요.
네. 그래서 어떻게든 저 목표물 고정이
차원관계에 꽂힐 수 있게 건설로봇이 버텨주느냐죠.
그렇죠. 저희 분광기를 끊어내는 게 최선인데.
아직까지 그냥 추적자만 잡자. 저 분광기를 도저히 감당이 안 되거든요.
네.
이제부터라도 발전 찍어야죠.
너무 아프게 들어갔어요. 방금방이.
김진 선수가 한 발 더 빠릅니다. 먼저 왔어요.
스캔 썼는데 가스 봤어, 유마소 봤어. 이러면 이거 의심 못하죠.
네.
이러면 밤까마귀도 아무런 도움이 되지 않습니다. 이런 양상에선. 네, 지지. 또요? 오?
완성되고.
야, 아니 내더 있었으면 저도 보기엔 봤는데 당시에 김윤희 선수가 했던 멘트는 그냥 이게 재미로 해야 되겠네요라고였어요. 그러니까 이 빌드가 실제로 쓰이기는 어려울 거라고 이야기를 하긴 했는데
암흑기사가 두 개예요.
그러니까 두 개를
양쪽으로 나뉘어지면 이건 피해를 볼 수밖에 없습니다.
아니 먼저 썰려서 지기를 쓰진 않긴 한데요. 근데 문제는 딱 한 발로 어떻게 막느냐죠.
네.
김민 선수 여기서 암흑기사 한 개라도 살면
둘 다
추가적으로
살아요.
피해를 수 있어요.
둘 다 살아요. 와, 이거 8개.
이제 계속 소환돼요. 밤까마귀가 나올 때까지 계속 흔들립니다.
네. 전차들 터지고 차원 차치 안 되잖아요, 지금.
와, 이걸
하네요.
이게 연결체 러시를 이긴다고요, 이걸?
400원이란 자원을 투자하고
요즘에 끝났으면 1차 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
무리하게 6시 지역 확장하려다가 게임 끝날 수도 있습니다.
일단 취소해야죠. 어쩔 수 없어요. 이거 지금 당장 못 돌려. 네, 이것도 제발 지금 들어오지 않게 바라는 마음으로 지었을 거예요.
이러면서 9시 지역의 광전사가 피해를 줘야 되는데
다수의 고위기사가 김유진 선수의 희망입니다. 이걸로 버티고 있는 거예요.
고위기사로 버텨주면서 우주모함이 쌓이게 된다면 그리고 쌓인 상태에서 8가스, 10가스까지 프로토스가 유지할 수 있을 만큼의 멀리 수만 따라가게 되면 역전 가능하거든요.
자, 이거 다 지워버릴 생각인가요?
고위기사 잘 지켰어요.
이거
흥도소까지
지워졌어요. 병력 보내면서 시간을 계속 끌고 있는데 들어갑니다.
흥도소 없는 위치 이러면 타락기가 계속 가능하죠.
네, 정산 2개 터뜨렸고 4개 밸런스 깨져요.
자, 이번에 소모전에서
자, 들어가서 여기 위로.
네. 그리고 분광기를 켰는데도 힘싸움 되네요.
네.
그 입장에서
이 정도의 소모전만 돼도 저그가 자원량으로 압도할 수만
병력 배치도 이렇게 되면 상당히 중요하죠. 좋은 길목 내주고 싸우는 건 최악이고요.
불멸자 숫자가 부족합니다. 최소 4기는 되어 있어야
좀 독이에요.
역장도 부족해요.
있는데
저거는
부족해요.
저거의 병력 가려고 싸워야 되는데
병력 차이가 너무 많이 나요.
달라지질 않아요.
2배수 이상입니다. 부대 병력 수가.
네.
물량 차이.
프로토스의 모든 찌르기를 완벽히 막아냈기 때문에 가능한 공격이죠.
그렇죠. 이 주력 병력이 무너지면 싸울 힘을 잃게 되는 김유진 선수거든요.
일벌레 정말 많이 잡아줬는데 문제는 이쪽에 감시 근주가 있는 한 이 병력을 몰아낼 방법이 없습니다.
그렇죠. 자, 밀고 들어가는데요. 이거 방어할 수 있는 병력이 이게 다예요. 취재 개막전 경기 가장 먼저 승리단을 16강에 올라간 주인공은 어윤수. 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
알고 있어요. 김유진 선수가 알고 있습니다.
기다리고 있습니다.
이거
어서오세요.
하필이면 우리 집 근처라서 저 의료선을 보지도 않았어요.
신의 병력 지금 나와서 기다리고 있거든요.
이번에는
대장가.
이 정도면 잘 맞췄어요. 이 정도면 네 같이 맞게 했는데 프로토스 쪽이 좀 나쁘게 맞았어요.
뒤에 불면차 하나까지 독이 유지가 되고 밤까마귀 터졌습니다. 자, 입구까지 동원하면서 밀어내야 돼요. 밀어내야 돼요. 네, 자, 뒤로 지금
오늘로 블로킹 좋아요.
네, 자, 이 병력을 밀어내면서 상대방 병력이 조합만 깨면 되거든요.
프로토스 시간이 필요하죠. 차원광 불을 계속 올리면서.
그렇죠. 테라는 뒤가 없어요. 이걸 밀어버려야 됩니다.
네, 여기 잡히면 답이 없어요.
네, 저희 더 이상 물러설 데가 없거든요.
근데 전차가 프리딜 하는 순간 밀립니다.
그렇죠.
전차 하나 압박이.
대벽 안 죽어요 지금.
밀려요.
차원광을 이제 돌릴 수도 없고.
뚫어버리나요?
오, 지제. 뭉쳤을 때 뒤에다가.
자, 들어옵니다.
TS도 잘 들어갔어요.
네, 자, 들어와서 이 병력 지금 녹일 수 있나요?
자, 수왕패가 얼마나 버틸 수 있냐인데요.
네. 자, 이쪽은 좀 들어와서 일꾼 다수 굉장히 많이 잡았거든요.
네.
자, 여기도 병력 숫자 줄어요.
그 정도 일꾼 잡았으면 여기서 수비하면 거의 경기를 끝나는 것과 마찬가지로.
와,
난리가 났네요.
취재. 자, 에워 싸서 입어 싸움 겁니다.
대장갑
위에서 하나.
반까마귀는 활약을 못했는데 대벽의 포지션이 좋아요.
네, 뭉쳐있거든요.
근데 소방패도 잘 들어갔어요.
소방패가 풀렸어요.
네, 풀린 상황에서
대벽 어려워.
자, 놓고 있습니다.
한 번 우렸거든요.
네, 자, 들어와서 여기서 이 트리플 기지가 이제 박살나고 있는
프로토스의 조합이 다 깨졌어요.
돌아오는데 이게 추적자 병력밖에 지금 없기 때문에요.
네, 어려워요. 어렵습니다.
추가되는 병력은 지금 막기가 역부족이고 치즈 타이밍 이 병력이 이제선 잡아내면서 1년간의 그 기다림에 보답을 얻어냈습니다. 16강 진출.
라운드 오브 24 로그 이병렬 케위아 김정훈 스칼렛 사샤 호스틴 이노베이션 이신영
1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
테란 지금 본진에 포탑 없거든요. 아예 생각을 못하고 있어요.
이제 짓고 있는데 여기 초토화돼요.
그리고 군송장에서도 토류가 나와야 되는데 전차가 나오면 의미가 없고요.
그렇죠. 삼전순 지금 와서 이쪽으로 좀 이동해서 차원 도약해가지고 어떻게 해보려고 하고 있는데요.
피해 너무 커요.
계속 손해만 보는 상황들이 발생하고 있어요. 이 와중에 이병렬 선수는 이런 견제를 통하면서도 칩가스 이미 채취하고 있고요.
네. 한번 오기만 해도 한 10기는 그냥 잡혀가지고.
네, 게다가 방금은 건설 로봇을 굳이 1.4지 않았고 포탄만 때렸는데 옆에 수리하다가 20기 죽은 겁니다.
이제는 뮤탈리스크가 그냥 전순과 싸워줘도
네, 그렇죠.
충분히 활용면에서 앞서거든요.
개체수가 좀 많기 때문에요. 25기고 전선이 2기밖에 없습니다. 하나 변수가 좀 지른데
그래도 한 5개 정도가 한 번에 데미지를 넣어야 의미가 있는 거거든요. 안 되죠?
GG!
양 선수 모두에게 약간 컨트롤 난이도가 좀 높다고 볼 수가 있죠.
자 여기서
네.
쪽에서
그래도 원심골이 되지 않아서 전차로 원심골이 되지 않는
지금 한 번 더 눌렀어요.
들어왔는데요.
이거 체력 회복 안 됐는데 자극제 한 번 더 눌렀어요. 이러면 맹구충 없어도 막.
아이고.
이런 소모전에 분명히 잡히는 건 맞아.
예.
김정은 선수 입장에선 치명적일 수밖에 없어요.
몰아쳐서 더 빨리 끝내버리겠다는 욕심이 좀 있는 거죠.
네, 뭐 계속 가요.
네, 이거 컨셉 잡았는데요, 이병렬 선수.
네, 계속 갑니다.
네, 이거 저글링만으로 끝내보겠다.
GG! 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
저글링 약간 늦게 합류하는데요. 지금 스칼렛 선수가 보유하고 있는 자원에 비하면 병력이 제대로 나오지 못하고 있어요.
이렇게 보내면 싸우네요. 이거 싸우네요.
이거 계속 나오는 족족 줄어들게 되면
네, 또 와요.
막는다고 쳐도 저그가 그렇게 좋아질 수 없는데요.
네, 이렇게 전차가 지금 유지될 때 후속편이 오거든요.
네, 이러면 병력 지었잖아요. 또 업을 그만큼 눌러주지 못하다 보니까 안 됩니다. 이건 한 번에 확실히 막아야 돼요, 적어도.
네. 자, 링링으로 들어가서 이 병력을 걷어내기 위해서 들어가고 있는 뒤쪽에 후속 병력이 있습니다.
맹구충이
전차 라인이 버텨요.
네, 이제 양에서 안 되죠. 저우가 이제 조합을 갖춰도 양에서 안 됩니다.
시선을 좀 분산시켜 놓고 좀 내려가면서 여기.
촉수가 맞아줄 때 어떻게 지상 연계 덮쳐죠?
들어와요.
공천의 상태에서 많이 맞긴 했는데.
네.
이제 변수 중에 하나는 이제 해병이 따라왔다는 거.
기갑을 한번 완벽하게 맞긴 했어요.
와, 이번까지만 막아내면 되는데. 매복.
네, 뒤로 들어오는 저울링 다 잡아요.
이러면 저우가 유리하다고 보기는 어려워도 이제 조금 해볼만해졌어요.
네.
와, 이거 저거 손해 보면 안 돼요. 난리나요.
이거 낚아요.
이거 지금 전투장은 이제 버리려고 했어요. 원래 이신영 선수가.
네.
근데 여기에 타락기 더 찍었는데 그 타락기 마저 줄어들어 버리면
그렇죠.
이거 이러면 계속 이득 보는 싸움 하나만 걸죠.
네, 지금 미끼였거든요.
이거 난리 났네요.
네, 이 제공권을 내줄 수밖에 없는 상황이 돼버렸습니다.
해방선 등장하면 일단 당장 무리군주 어떻게 생각 못하죠. 일단
그렇죠.
이거 급한 불 끄고 봐야 됩니다.
안 없는 군수군 할 수 있는 게 관전밖에 없어요.
근데 지금이 중에
GG! 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 내려서 이 드랍으로 여기서 긁어주는데요. 한번 여기.
근데 이거
내기. 오른쪽 갇혔어요.
이게 앞마당으로 빼면 더 뭉쳐버리니까 어쩔 수 없는 건데.
지금 9기.
그리고 살리고.
저그보다 인구수가 지금 40가량 앞서거든요. 보통 이 타이밍에 일반적인 테란이라면 비슷하거든요. 거의 한 10, 20 저그가 앞서야 정상인데 이신영 선수의 생산력이 대단합니다.
네, 빠져나가고 추가 견제 계속 이어나가고 있는데
기갑병이랑 맹독충 교환해서
GG!
저울이 잡아먹히면 저울링 정리하고 화염차가 백업을 내주면 여왕이 전수는 상대에도 커버 안 되죠.
에너지 통을 잡혔어요?
근데 추가 여왕들이 어딨죠 지금?
이거 와요.
이거
이거 좀 앞게 들어가는데요.
이게 뭐야 싶을 거예요.
아 보니까 지금 바이오닉에 전투까지 갖춰졌어요.
지금 바퀴 찍어서 어떻게 막아요 이걸?
야, 이거 말도 못 걸어요 지금요.
게다가 심시티 저거 보면 뭐야 여기 좋은 자리 있네 싶어.
대답도 안 해주고 여기서 바리케이트가 좀 쳐져 있고.
와.
뭐 하세요? 여기서 두들기고 있잖아요.
이용하지도 않아요.
예, 저 안면을 때리고 있습니다. GSL 2차 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
지금 나서 입구 맞기 너무 좁으니까 그냥 앞마다 입구 좁히는 거죠.
네, 저 좁혀놓고 저걸링 많아요.
입구
당했는데요.
옆에 건물도 의미 없어 이러면.
네, 입구 뚫렸습니다. 여기 뚫리면요 병력이 없거든요. 뭘로 막아요?
뚫렸어요. 잘못 생각했어요.
네, 속았어요. 또 속았습니다.
오늘 많이 속는데요 이병현 선수.
네, 저 세 번째 속고 있어요.
아 이건 답이 없죠.
예, 이거 못 막아요. 막을 수 있는 병력이 없습니다.
저 일벌레로서는 절대 안 돼요.
네, 일벌레를 너무 많이 뽑았어요.
그렇죠. 아 이거
취재.
그래서 나가서 막아야 된다면 뭉치기가 의미가 없어요.
네, 절반 정도 왔었는데 시간 없어요.
CBT가 너무 좋은데요.
시간 없어요.
칼레 선수의 CBT가 너무 좋아요.
와,
그냥 본진 버려야 돼요. 본진
네.
버리고 앞마당에서 설치해야 됩니다.
그렇죠. 앞마당에서.
그리고 본진에서 내려오는 스칼렛 선수의 가시촉수 최대한 막아줘야 돼요.
네, 지금 완성됐습니다. 여기.
실제로 홈스토리컵에서 이런 상태에서 이 정도까지 당했는데 세라 선수가 맞고 이긴 적이 있어요.
네.
똑같이 해야 됩니다.
여기서 촉수 저기 안 쳐지는 순간 이병렬 탈락이에요.
네. 이거 못 막았어요.
이번에 이제 나올 준비. 가시적도 배치만 못하게.
내려와서 여기 앉지 못하게 길 막아야 돼요.
이번에 따로 빼서
하나. 같이 여기도 막고.
자. 촉수 하나라도 막으면.
네. 잔 하나 막고 있는데요.
근데 두 개 다 막히면 안 되거든요.
이거 잘 붙었어 했는데.
네,
근데 촉수가 두 개 다 막혔어요.
네, 2초.
다리 잡으면.
탈락하나요?
이게 백불밥이죠.
아파요.
라운드 오브 24 제스트 주성우 DRG 박수호 임팩트 김준현 큐어 김동
1차 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
공격 가야죠. 정면 싸움은 프로토스가 여전히 업그레이드 차이 때문에 충분히 할만하거든요.
근데 분광기 끊기면 이거 공격력 유지 못하죠?
근데 분광기 끊긴 게 너무 커요.
그렇죠.
네.
그리고 이거
차이들이 많이 벌어지고 있어요.
뮤탈 마무리할 수 없겠는데요?
네, 위에서 여기 살아남고.
자, 이거 어떻게든 지금 추가 병력 본진에서 와야 되기 때문에 주성 선수는 이거 폭풍 낭비 이런 것도 없이 정확하게 싸워야 됩니다. 그리고 반대로 박서 선수는 뮤탈을 선택한 이상 엘리전을 하려면
근데 아직까지 많이 남았어요.
네, 지금 머리 위쪽에 어쩔 수 없이 폭풍이 좀 시전하고 있거든요.
이러면
힘으로.
뮤탈 선택한 이상
녹았어요, 뮤탈.
엘리전이 조금 더 낫지 않았을까 싶었었는데
네, 뮤탈 녹았습니다.
네, 분광기를 끊고 나서 자신감이 붙어서 싸워본 건데 결국 패해버렸네요.
네, 머리 위에 좀 화끈하게 뿌리면서 뮤탈을 좀 잡아내고 있고.
불멸자 못 잡아요 이렇게 되면.
취재!
이거 난리 날 수 있겠는데요. 난리 날 수 있겠는데요.
자, 들어가서 하나씩 썰고 있고.
흐름에서 지금 밀리기 시작했어요.
자, 여기 있는 사도 정리 문제는 여기죠.
그러니까 막는 빌드인데 순간 사도와 함께 같이 들어온 공격에 당황하고 있어요 박서 선수가.
그리고 여왕이 없다 보니까 이런 분광기 컨트롤을 억제해줄 어떤 것도 존재하지 않아요 지금 박수 선수에게. 바퀴 12기로는 절대 못 맞거든요.
이거 저거 병력 찍는 타이밍을 아예 놓쳤어요.
네. 괴멸충인데 이게 따로따로 이렇게 합쳐져서 못 싸웠잖아요.
그리고 괴멸충이 너무 부족합니다.
처음에 여왕 잡힌 순간부터 박수 선수 꼬인 것 같아요.
그렇죠.
자, 밀고 들어가면서 추가 병력 소환까지 하고 집정관 하나 더.
이러면 저항
많이 받아요.
힘이었습니다. 첫 번째 세트보다
취재 2차 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
테란 입장에서도 주도권을 잃을 수밖에 없어요.
자, 다시 한번 링링으로
1.4하고 해병을 태우는 식으로 컨트롤. 이거 일부러 이제 해병 태워줄 생각하면서 맹독충을 노린 건데 성공했죠.
자, 빈집을 좀 노리는 상황으로 경기가 이어지고 있거든요.
여기서 뮤탈리스크 잡히면 안 되거든요. 여기서 유지되는 선에서 살아
해병
있어줘야 됩니다. 뮤탈리스크는.
네, 수리로 버티고 해병.
자, 산계 지금 난전입니다. 양쪽에서.
네. 이거 이렇게 되면 이제 어쩔 수 없죠. 이거는 상황 판단을 떠나서 그냥 당장 본능적으로 멀티태스킹 컨트롤 잘한 쪽이 좋아집니다.
그렇죠. 여기 들어와서 자, 거의 이 병영 쪽을 좀 장악하는 움직임이 나오고 있는데 여기도 아직 병력이 끝나지 않았거든요.
근데 김동 선수가 집중을 못 하고 있어요. 지금 산계 컨트롤도 안 되고 결국에 본진의 저 병력들의 너무 시선이 끌리다 보니까 정면에서 손해를 굉장히 많이 봤거든요. 싸움에서 계속 손해를 볼 수밖에 없는 상황이네요.
네.
점막도 없고 업그레이드도 뒤처지다 보니까
오! 초대박!
와.
야, 이러면
1-3.
저그가 이겨도 너무 손해 크게 보면서
네.
이겨야 되고.
업그레이드 공이라면서 멈춘 상황이고요.
네.
떠나는 인곳으로 병력 조합하고 지금 밀어붙이고 있는 김동욱 선수거든요. 포르까지 지금 갖춰진 상황에서 의료선의 숫자도 지금 꽤 되고 12개입니다.
아, 그리고 지뢰도 은근 진짜 잘 터져가지고.
네.
아, 가뜩이나 쥐어짜는 저희 입장에서 괴롭죠.
부대 병력 수에서도 앞서 나가고 지금 2배 이상이에요.
아, 이거 아무리 때려도 안 죽어요.
지제! 초원 입구 쪽으로 들어와서 여기 병력. 자, 끌어낼 수 있습니까? 여기도.
문제는 근데 반응 못할 때 한번 더 쓰겠다는 거거든요.
자, 들어오는데 여기서 점사 산개.
근데 전차가 다 잡히면 안 돼요.
그렇죠.
네.
일본에도
난전이에요.
열심히 일하고 있고, 싸워주고 있고.
근데 그래도 아직까지 테란도 토르가 섞이지 않아서 근데 이렇게 맹독충 따로 가면 안 돼요.
네.
들어오는 병력까지 지금 전차가 좀 살렸고 여기 지금 부하장까지 밀어낼 수 있는 그 기회를 잡았거든요.
네. 그러니까 이전에 꽤 많은 전차를 줄여주긴 했지만 그래도 업그레이드의 차이를 무시할 수 없는 데다가 점막 끄트머리에 서 있는 이 포인트를 테란이 재빠르게 가져왔기 때문에 적그 입장에서 덮치기가 어렵죠.
오늘은 들어가는 액션 취하고 있거든요.
이거 저그 빨려 들어가면 안 됩니다.
지뢰 조심해야죠.
지뢰. 뒤에 토르까지 전차도 좀 왔고.
근데
자, 이거 확실히 밀어낼 수 있나요?
뮤탈만 남으면 이제 업그레이드 생각해봤을 때 그 뮤탈이 덮치기가 좀 그래요.
그렇지. 그리고 지금 많은 병력이 아니고 뒤에 토르 하나도 있습니다.
네. 이것도 체력이 뭐 안 됐죠, 뮤탈?
네. 찢어져요.
네, 그렇죠.
네. 센터 확장 지금 내준 상황이고 여기서 주력 병력 조합까지 깨졌어요. 지제! 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 자, 병력 보내면서 이 공격 지금 막아내야 되거든요.
탐사정.
지금 18개 잡혔어요. 와, 지금 난전.
그리고 추적자가 드랍 쪽에 좀 많이 빠져서 이제 정면 쪽이 좀 힘 부족하죠.
네, 자, 여기. 그럼 불멸자는 터집니까?
순식간에 밀리는데요.
네, 추가한 게 지금 더 나오긴 했는데.
네.
자, 입구 손해가 좀 크고요. 이거 너무 잘 맞았는데.
진짜 잘 들어갔는데요. 야, 이러면
진짜 폭풍 대박밖에 없거든요.
네. 지뢰가 있어서.
지뢰가 들어갔고.
저희 깡통 만들고요.
빨리 이거 역대급 교전을 테란이 하겠는데요.
네, 이거 너무 잘 들어가서요.
와, 이거 뭐 어떻게 좋아할 방법이 없어요.
네, 자, 일방적으로 지금 얻어맞고 있고 이제 폭풍을 통해서
EMP도 풀로 들어갔고.
이제 테란 추가 병력까지 갖춰지면 이건 이 병력을 막기에 벅찹니다.
한 방에 지금 터뜨리고
이건
주력편이 무너졌네요.
테란 교과서에 들어가죠.
지제!
프로토스가 압도할 수밖에 없는 상황입니다.
네.
불멸자는 여전히 살아있고요.
나와서 지금 여기 상대방이 안마당 쪽에 압박하고 있고 지뢰 터졌어요.
방금 주성 선수의 자신감 엄청나죠. 추격자 왕전사 일부러 뒤로 빼주고 하수기 위한 불멸자만으로 사거리 컨트롤 이런 게 해주면서
불멸자 3개 뚫을 준비하고 있는데요. 추가 병력 소환까지.
프로토스도 신중하게 싸워야 돼요.
자, 밀고 지금 올라가는데 위에 지금 지뢰 쪽으로 방전사 붙이고 있고요.
자, 근데 밤까마귀가
그래도 불멸자가 많은 상대가 불금 많거든요.
이거 밤까마귀 글쎄요, 추가선 지금 막아도 큰 의미 없는 것 같거든요.
저희 불멸자 숫자이 많아요.
여기서 광전선 추가 소환 한 번만 될 때면 이거 밀 수 있어요.
자, 여기서 추가로 방면 끝났고.
테란도 딱 불곰이 주력이라서 불멸자가 그냥 지워버렸죠.
뚫어버렸습니다. 주정우 선수 이번 여기 잡아내면서 16강 진출. 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 여기 취소해야 되겠네요.
저글링으로 시선을 끌어주면서 이 멀티를 지켜야 저그가 좋은 건데
맹독 1.4 못하게 일부러.
근데 원심거리가 아직 찍히지도 않았어요.
그러니까 방금 김지호 선수 센스는 좋았어요. 그러니까 원거리로 전차가 때리려고 하니까 포신 보자마자 전차 옆으로 가주면서 포기를 피함 컨트롤 좋았는데
더 채하게 되나요? 그래도 이거 어떻게 막아내야 되는데 완성시켰거든요. 확장 영역 넓히지 못하도록 계속된 견제를 통해서 2차례 끊어냈고요.
설마. 근데 지금은 맹독충 둥지를 파괴하지 않다고 해도 일벌레 11기면 그로기 상태입니다.
그리고 지금 들어가는 12시에 저글링 돌리기도 안 돼요. 이게 이쪽 견제에 김동 선수가 많이 포장한 거 아니거든요.
김동 선수가 잘하는 그 난전 플레이가 지금 나오고 있습니다.
힘 빠집니다.
난전이 강하거든요. 지제! 데미지 들어갑니다.
모두 먼저 되면
너무 뼈아프게 들어가고 있어요.
이거 우리 우선 3기라 해병 못 이겨요.
게다가 또 광물 뒤쪽 끼고 싸우기 때문에 저글링이 제대로 달라붙기도 어렵죠.
자 여기까지 좀 터지게 되면 희망이 점점 사라집니다.
그리고 이제 되는 경기다 보니까 지뢰 하나씩 돌려주는 이 여유까지.
그렇죠. 이거 계속 말리고 있는 김준혁 선수가 어려선까지 이동 중. 태워서 들어가면서 거기다 확장 활성화까지 하고 있고요.
네, 김동 선수의 머릿속은 이제 딱 하나예요. 빨리 끝내버리자. 네,
지제 최종전 두 번째 세트 대결마저도 김동 선수 승리 따내면서 이번 시즌 16강 진출을 이뤄냅니다.
라운드 오브 24 파티 원이상 드림 조중형 크리에이터 장현우 라그날로 신이범
1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 자 일꾼 바리케이트 해놓고 뒤로 내기.
잘 피했어요.
와 이거 제대로 당하나요?
근데 이제 충전소가 완성이 되면 프로토스에게 기회가 있긴 있습니다.
네,
근데 문제는
됐고
벙커가 완성이 된다면 충전소는 무효화시킬 수 있거든요. 벙커
네.
완성되는 순간 못 막습니다.
네, 추가 일꾼 좀 2기가 좀 더 왔고요.
자 프로토스 이제 시간 더 없어요. 지금 일꾼 다 뺀 거라 자원 쓰고 안 되는 거라서 어떻게든 몰아내고 탐사장 붙게 만들어야 되거든요.
완성됐어요.
근데 벙커 완성됐어요.
자 4개 들어갔습니다. 여기 좀 초토화되고 있어요. 지금 들어가 여기 초토화.
이거 제대로 쏴보지도 못했는데 일단.
한 발도 지금 제대로 쏘지 못할 정도로. 일꾼 동원하면서 이병력 우선 몰아내야 되고요.
야 이거는 글쎄요. 추적자를 몰아낸다고 해도 피해가 엄청나게 누적되죠.
그렇죠. 저 일꾼 좀 다 터지고 있습니다. 자 여기도 뒤쪽은 빼줬고.
역시 만만찮아요. 원희상 선수도 당한 걸 돌려줄 줄 알고 게다가 컨트롤에 최적화된 선수라서 이렇게 한번 제대로 때릴 줄 아는 선수죠.
그렇죠.
지제 무조건 뚫어야 돼요.
위로
테라는 미래를 위한 투자를 해놨어요.
네 들어가서 지금 여기 지금 거신 2개 집정관까지 전진 배치되면서
프로토스 업그레이드도 포기가면서가 준비한 타이밍입니다.
불사 조언이 있거든요. 하나 지금 거신.
근데 거신 1.4는 테라도 좋았어요.
네 거신 지금 정리가 됐고 자 추가면은 남아서 이병력 막아낼 수 있나요? 자 돌격 모드로
포탑으로 이거 불사조까지 자연스럽게 정리가 되는데
지금 일꾼 좀 25개에 좀 추가 병력까지 지금 나오고 있는 상황에서 자 들어가서 지금 싸우나요? 잡나요?
근데 이거 받쳐주는 이니시 많지 않아요.
오른쪽은 좀 정리가 됐고 또 내려옵니다. 이 추가 병력 싸움이거든요. 아우
돌격 모드를 해도 받쳐주는 해변 불금이 너무 부족하죠.
그렇죠. 아무 기세까지 좀 남았고 워낙 지금 많은 병력들이 있어. 화끈하게 취재 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 자, 싸움으로 뚫어야 됩니다. 뚫어야 돼요.
프로토스 막 융화소 짓고 지원소 짓고 사실 운영 생각 있었어요.
그러니까 역장은 잘 들어가긴 했는데
뒤가 없어요 지금 프로토스는.
이게 인구수 자체가 아직까지 차이가 많이 나거든요. 버그의 추가 바퀴 타이밍이 굉장히 빨라요. 그렇기 때문에 추가 바퀴 나오기 전에 끝내야 됩니다. 불멸자가 많이 살아있어요. 근데 담즙
그러니까 적어도
뭐야?
저 부하장을 잃을 수가 없는 거예요.
네, 지키기 위해서 병력 보내고 있습니다.
소왕패는 유지 잘 되고 있고요.
네, 지금 반멸충 통해서 이제 이 병력 자 끊어내고 자원줄은 지키고 있는데 이거 좀 뚫어야 돼. 뒤에 2기.
자 프로토스 이거
근데 불멸자 비율이 점점 깨지고 있고
좀 3기.
추적자도 이제 많이 남지 않아서 이거 뮤탈리스크가 와서 같이 막으면 적을 충분히 막을 수 있습니다.
자 소소의 병력이라도 좀 이거
추적자를 일단 잘 찍어주고 있긴 하거든요.
아케드 통해서 이거 어떻게든 잡아보려고 좀 하고 있습니다.
근데 추가 병력이 프로토스가 안 나와서 이거 결국에 막히는 수순이네요.
그렇죠. 자원이 없어요. 장현우 선수는 추가 병력 조금 지지. 자 확실히 좀 뚫어내야 되는
상황인데 한 번에 전멸 빠지면
와서 에어싸고
괴멸충
3개멸로 분광기 저격을 실패한 거죠.
근데 괴멸충이 다 잡혀서 이건 추가 광전사 한 번만 소환돼도 장윤 선수가 충분히 밀 수 있습니다.
그렇죠.
짜내서 이 확장기를 트리플 쪽을 뚫어버릴 생각이거든요.
뒤잡은 상태에서의 추적자를 그 정도는 잡아야 되는데
근데 추적자의 비율이 결국 안 깨졌고
그렇죠.
저글링만 다 잡힌 상황이라서 지금 앞전면 해도 될 것 같거든요.
그렇죠. 야 이거 추억의 점추홀이 되겠는데요.
일단 역장으로 한번 시간 벌어야 돼요.
역장.
근데 역장이 없나요?
이거 글쎄요. 이거 제대로 쓰질 못했죠. 소환패도 없고.
자 내려가서 여기 이게
그리고 그 분광기 아케이드 컨트롤도 못했어요. 지금 불멸자가 거의 다 끊기고 있어요.
확장기 주력 편이 지금 무너지고 있고 인구수 차이가
여기서
많이 벌어졌어요.
이거는 가난했던 저우의 느낌이 아닙니다.
그렇죠. 지제 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
프로토스 급하죠. 이게 맞들어 떨어지기 시작하면 이거 컨트롤 난이도 올라가기 때문에
네.
그 전에 병력 줄여놓고 본진 보겠다는 거예요.
네, 바퀴 3개 내려서 지금 여기 자원줄 일꾼 잡아주고 있는 상황입니다. 여기 추가 병력 나와서 이 병력으로 여기 뚫어내서
일단
자, 세 개를 막았지.
역장만은 거의 다 빠졌거든요.
그렇죠.
네.
그리고 맹독충이 사실상 거의 자폭을 제대로 못했죠.
네.
앞에서 탱킹 역할 해주면서 뒤에서 맞고 있습니다 이거.
네, 추가 병력을 짜내면서 이 공격 좀 막아내고 드랍 공격 계속 이어져요.
프로토스는 일꾼 34기가 그냥 학살을 당한 건데
취재!
저울링과 여왕이 한 번에 달려들면
네.
이건 저그가 한번 수비해볼 만하죠.
네, 완성되고 저울링 좀 찔러 넣으면서 갇혀.
오.
네.
그리고 일벌레들이 미리미리 때려놨거든요 광자포를.
네.
그래서 원이상 그냥
자
어떻게
네,
생각해?
그래서 여기서 하나.
자 타임어택.
하나 깨나요?
와
볼게요. 와 사촉스.
아 이거 너무 쉽게 막혔는데요.
네.
게다가 촉수가
손에.
지금 당분간 저그랑 지상 병력을 아예 눌러줄
네.
필요가 없죠. 지상은 이미 수비 끝났습니다. 역대급 장면 나올 수 있어요. 역대급 장면 한번.
자 그래도 하나.
근데 이제 분열기 보니까 저그 급해지죠. 지금 한 기지만 2기 되는 순간부터 이야기 달라집니다.
네. 계속 지금 들어가서 이 싸움을 좀 걸었거든요. 한 개 더 나와요.
이거 분열기 한번 던질 때마다 저그 큰 부담인데요.
두기. 자 내려서 그래도 저 위쪽과 아래쪽에 병력이 있거든요.
이제 교대로 콜이 돌아와요.
네.
자 그래서 이번에 기분이 들어왔을 때 이제 여왕 같은 유닛들 아예 피할 수 없고요.
막 3개씩 깔립니다.
네 이러면 막아볼 만하죠.
네. 자, 이 담주 피하고 더 많은 병력 좀 소환하면서 들어오는 병력 막아내고 있는 원이사.
야, 지지. 이거
깨고 들어가서.
발끈 성공할 수 있습니다 이거.
트리플 가져가는 걸 보고 난 이후에 저울링 다스로.
네.
결국에 근데 싸먹혔어요. 이러면 답집에
필요 없거든요.
네,
그렇죠.
터져요.
야, 이러면
뚫리나요?
속았지만 이기는 건 시기범이 되는 거죠.
지지. 상대방의 트리플 타이밍에 저글링 짠에서 확장 깨고 승리 따냅니다. 가장 먼저 가네요. 2사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
이거 원희
위압
선수가
터져요.
크게 당황했어요.
네. 자, 이 타이밍에 좀 들어왔거든요. 조재욱 선수 공격 타이밍.
네.
그리고 이제 전차가 이미 자리를 잡은 상황이라서
네, 다 터져요.
그리고 수왕패 이런 지원도 없고요.
네.
이거 완전 망했습니다. 이거 원희사 선수가 가뜩이나 불리한 상황이었는데 컨트롤에 있어서도 치명적인 그런 게 실수까지 이어졌어요.
네. 전차대에서 받쳐주고 있어서 이쪽까지 이제 오질 못하고 먼저 이거 전멸했더니 병력 손에 보고 시작했거든요.
네. 그러니까 결과적이긴 하지만 밤까마귀 하나가 빠진 게 오히려 원희사 선수를 당황하게 만들었습니다.
네.
저 밤까마귀가 빠진 거를 계속 의식하다 보니까
지지! 와요.
반응.
네 명이 죽어버리면
난리 나요. 여기 정리.
여기가 저게 반응로라서 결국에 깨지거든요.
그렇죠. 난리 났습니다.
여기 들어왔습니다. 지금 난리 났어요. 지금
네.
얻어맞으면서
이거
그렇다면
추적자 귀환으로 추적자 나오자마자 귀환하면 저 사실은 무조건 막을 수 있거든요.
네. 그래서 광자사가 엄청나게 거슬고 죽을 텐데. 그럼 다시도 컨트롤이 됐어요.
자, 여기도 터지고 이 한 방에 와 이거 너무 많이 잡혀요.
이건 사실
조중혁 선수도
우유 단계죠.
예, 그냥 시식. 지지!
바이킹 어디죠? 바이킹? 근데 여기 바이킹도
예, 아래쪽으로
없고.
자, 이거
맞고 왔는데요.
사령부를 만약
까마귀도 여기
파괴하면
있으면 안 되는데.
사령부를 파괴하면 또 이야기 달라져요.
이거 깨요.
네. 이러면 다시 프로토스 잠깐만 이거 운영 되겠는데? 경력 후퇴해도 됩니다.
그럼 여기서도 자, 뒤에 거신 있거든요. 자, 들어가서 2-3 집정관도 있고 지금 분광기까지.
근데 바이킹이 잡혔어요. 바이킹.
네, 하나.
수왕패 잘 들어갔고.
이거 밀어버리나요?
그리고 거신이 살아있고 여기서 한 번만 소환된다면 이거 밉니다.
그렇죠.
자, 이 싸움에서 지금 원이상 더 많은 인구수로 밀어붙입니까?
추가 소환 타이밍도 벌었고요.
지금 빠져있는 틈에 밤까마귀 지금 빠져있는 틈에.
그렇죠. 이걸 의식해서 했어요. 암흑기사 빌드였기 때문에 밤까마귀 본진에 필요했죠.
그렇죠. 지지! 원이상 모든 힘을 다해서 힘을 뚫어내고 승리를 따냈습니다. 원이상이 가네요.
라운드 오브 24 TY 전태양 바머 최지성 아르마니 박진현 디어 백동준
이렇게 끝났으면 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 여기서 3병영까지 올라가고 있는 상황이고 사신 생산 좀 들어가고 있어요. 일꾼 손해를 감수하고도 이제 올라오는 공격을 막아야 돼요.
이러다가 집이 한번 잘못 맞으면 난리 나거든요.
뒤쪽으로 지금 9기 잡혔습니다.
자 이거 한번
위로 올라옵니다.
아 이게 근데 쉽지 않아요. 너무 많아요 사진이.
자 위에서 하나씩 끊어내고
네, 이렇게 되면 이제 끌려다니죠. 이제부터 끌려다닙니다.
네, 지금 사신이 최재성 선수 해병보다 더 많거든요.
돌아가는데 또 추가로 9기.
네, 이게 서로 맞물려서 병력 차이가 이어집니다.
네, 자 공성 모드 한번 들어갔습니다.
근데 지금
라인 배치하고.
네, 근데 지금 전태양 선수가 유리할 때 할 수 있는 가장 좋은 플레이들을 잘 해주고 있거든요.
네, 여기 해박선 잡혔고 나래 전차 많아요.
그래도 바이킹 쪽 끊어주면 이러면 해방선 다시 찍어줘도 최재성 선수가 바이킹으로는 이제 해방선 막을 수 있죠.
들어 싸워요.
업그레이드
뒤에 전차가 있거든요.
지금 이렇게 해병 대 해병끼리 싸우면 전태양 선수가 좋거든요.
그렇죠.
업차이가 나기 때문에.
자 확장기지 쪽으로 지금 들어갑니다. 이병력 가지고요.
근데 이게
준비를 하고 있습니다.
여기 또 반가운데 섞여서
파워 매트릭스 지금 걸어주면서요. GSL 1사 대결 TYTI 전태양 선수가 따내면서 승자전으로 가게 됩니다. 준비 끝났으면 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
공명팔프 사도를 보자마자 예상을 하고 감시군주를 미리 생산을 해줬기 때문에 이 암흑기사까지 잘 막으면 박진혁 선수 한번 타이밍 잡을 수 있습니다.
내기입니다.
감싸고 깜쌌어요. 야 이건
아직 피해 조금 더 줄 수 있거든요.
네,
사도가 많은 걸 해줘야 됩니다.
이게 조심해야 될 게 박진혁 선수는 막았다 싶으면 바로 여고링 갈 수 있어요.
네.
그래서 최대한 시간 잘 끌어주면서 추가 병력에 많이 찍히지 못하게끔 일벌레도 어느 정도 또 솎아줘야 되고요.
네. 밀고 좀 들어가는데 여기서도 확장 하나 깨졌고
무혈입성. 게다가 부하장을 깨놓은 프로토스라서 굳이 깊숙이 더 들어갈 필요도 없어요.
네.
오히려 적의 마음이 급하죠. 이 병력 살아 돌아가게 만들면 안 되니까.
그렇죠. 소모전만 해주고 앞전멸 나왔습니다. 소모전 해주고 여기 하나가 들어가서 썰 수 있거든요.
네. 공격적인 플레이는 결국은 그러니까 움직임 하나로 체제에서 밀리는 그 구도를 완전히 뒤집었어요.
그렇죠. 체제.
원하는 그런 게 배불리는 플레이를 아직까지 하질 못해서 결정적인 한 번의 수비 이후에 일벌레 쭉 눌러줄 만한 그런 여유가 필요해요.
네. 지금 마음 있습니다.
네, 확실히.
자 지금 시야코가 안
와 이게 보통 예언자를 하고 나서 암흑기사 빌드는 잘 안 하잖아요. 왜냐면
그렇죠.
촉수가 다 이제 건설이 되어 있기 때문에.
늦었어요. 이미 썰려버렸습니다.
그래서 박진혁 선수가 암흑기사 생각을 아예 안 하고 있다가 지금 크게 당했습니다.
그렇죠. 자 밀고 들어가는데 이 병력량 조합 차이가 좀 많이 벌어졌죠.
네. 그에 비해 또 박진혁 선수 약간 클릭 미스 같은 것도 눈에 띄고요.
들어갑니다. 여기서 이병력 세게 몰아넣고 취재 백동준 무사 오늘 두 번의 경기 승리 따내면서 깔끔하게 2대5로 승자전 올라가네요. 경기 준비 끝났습니다. 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 네, 들어 싸우는데요. 이병력 숟가주면서 주력병력까지 무너뜨리고 있는 상황이에요. 사이클론이 건재합니다. 네, 하나씩 전부 다 끊어내고 있는 모습이죠.
그러면 이제 뒷심 테라는 확장 무난하게 돌아가고 있고요.
취재! 오, 빠르게. 오! 예, 6기.
하나가 들어갔어요. 자, 메카닉의 약점은 10분 때까지 버티는 거냐인데.
네. 여기 전차 지금 집정관 돌아오고 여기 추적자까지.
확실히
밀어붙이나요?
집정관이 섞인 타이밍 공격은 메카닉 상태는 좋긴 좋아요.
그렇죠. 자, 무사 힘. 자, 위로 좀 들어가면서 이병력 확실히 뚫어낼 수 있나요?
확실히 메카닉이 이 집정관과 불멸자가 갖춰진 타이밍에 소모전이
취재!
약하거든요.
오라고
공에서
유인한 것까진 성공했는데 이제 그런 다음에 끄집어내서 싸워서 이겨야죠.
뒤 잡으러 거진 하나.
불멸자가
들어잡아주고
집정관도 좀 같이 있으면 더 좋을 것 같거든요.
자, 해병에서 이길 수 있나요?
반대 해병이 은근히
자, 와서니 버텨내고 있고
불멸자 화력을 해병이 받아줬어요.
네, 들어서 하나씩 오른쪽에 있는 전차 라인 안 끊겨요. 자, 추가면역까지 왔습니다. 그래도
여기까지는 유도한 싸움인데.
네. 자, 있어요. 뒤로 뒷걸음질.
테란이 좀 많이 이겼다고 생각되거든요, 저는.
네.
결국은 가져올 수 있어요.
네, 여기서 센터 확장 깨면서 꾸준히 불멸자 생산 들어가고 있는데 이쪽으로 들어갔습니다.
이러면서 궤도정보 다 파괴하고 암흑기사 불러줘야죠.
자, 여기서 하나 나왔습니다.
또 프로토스가 먼저 이제 그런 생산 시설을 날려주고 전략 소환으로 귀환을 할 수가 있기 때문에.
네. 뒤로.
대신에 이렇게 막으면 안 돼요. 최후의 우주 모함.
최종 병기도 무너지네요.
안 돼요.
병력 차이 많이 벌어졌고 세게 받고 있는 전태영 선수입니다. 풀세트 접전 끝에 승리 따내고 16강의 주인공을 이름 올려놓습니까?
두 번째 세트는 실패했지만 오히려 상황상 필요한 세 번째 세트에서 꺼내든 이 판단이 기가 막혔어요.
그렇죠. 다시 한번 메카닉을 시전하면서 GJ 백동준 잡아내면서 이번 경기 승자 전태영이 가장 먼저 16강에 올라갑니다. 1사 대결을 시작하겠습니다. 자원줄 견제를 하면서 여기는 분광기 견제.
그 정도면
그러면서 여기서 주력병 역사. 많이 아파요. 자, 이병력
견제 신경 쓰다고 괴멸충을 놓쳐서 지금 병력이 많이 지금 없어졌거든요.
그렇죠. 그러면서 이 확장 하나 지워버리고요.
지금 파수기가 많지 않은 게 유일한 약점이거든요, 프로토스.
네. 자, 근처 쪽에는 맹독충이 있는데요. 추가 병력 소환이 되고 있습니다. 파수기.
근데 맹독충만 도는 건 맹독충만 도는 건 좀 그런데요.
옆쪽으로 막아버리면
그렇죠. 오히려 아래쪽을 먼저 막으니까
막아버리고 거기다 거신이 지워버리면
아이고
이건 뭐 정리가 돼버렸죠, 순식간에.
이게 그리고 좋지 못한 상황에서 저그가 해야 될 플레이를 오히려 프로토스가 해줬기 때문에
그렇죠.
자, 압도하고 있습니다. 주력병력 GJ
감점 맞고 하면 또 모르지니까요.
네, 불멸시 하나 더.
이제 적어도 저글링을 돌려서 상대의 트리플을 깼기 때문에 이 공격 어떻게 해서든 막기만 하면은 희망이 있거든요.
저 이제 저글링이 돌아와서 뒤에서 덮쳐줄 수 있을 때까지 이 정면 병력이 견제됩니다. 박진혁도
하나 지금 깼고, 담즙.
자, 이제 저글링 빨리 와야죠 이제.
네.
할 거 다 있어요.
합류를 해줘야죠. 추가 병력 나옵니다. 추격자. 지금 역전까지. 저거라도 하나 끊어내야 되거든요. 병력 충원 못하게. 자, 과연 이 공격을 막아낼 수 있을지.
자, 지금 저 괴멸줄까지 준비되고 있어야 돼요. 프로토스도 급해서 자, 이거 감점 맞으면서 싸울 수 있거든요.
네, 지금 역전 펼치면서 이번 싸움 이제 이 싸움을 막아내느냐 뚫느냐의 싸움이에요.
감점 한 군데 쏘기보다 막 나눠서 쏴야죠. 컨트롤 못하게.
들어서 오른쪽으로 빠진 추적자.
지금 저그 입장에서는 담즙 대박나야만 막을 수 있거든요.
그렇습니다.
여기서 담즙으로 이 중심부 뒤로 뺐어요.
지금 병력 차이가 많이 나서
밀려요. 앞전멸. 자, 이 공격으로 뚫어냅니까?
또 눌렀다 일본했는데 또 죽었고요.
부대 병력 수 지금 200격차. 더 많은 병력을 살렸습니다. 백동준 뒤가 없는 백동준이 밀어버리네요.
불멸자의 화력이 압도적입니다.
병력 조합으로 경기 끝내면서 16강의 주인공의 이름을 올려놓은 백동준.
항상 16강에서 죽음의 조를 많이 배정 받았었는데 이번에 좀 시드권을 통해서 쉽게 풀어나갈 수 있다면 8강이 아니라 4강 결승까지도 쉽게 노려볼 수 있을 만한 그런 시즌이 될 수도 있을 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 설레네요.
원래 성격 같았으면 좀 명경기를 하고 싶어서 센조를 만들었겠지만 요새는 좀 실리를 많이 챙기고 싶어서 선수를 망치는 쪽으로 성주야 나는 너가 탑시드인 줄 알고 굉장히 쫄고 있었는데 여기 와보니까 내가 탑시드래. 어쩔 수 없네.
뭐가 그 얘기했어. 딴 건 몰라도 조성주조를 완전 망치면 좋겠다.
왜요? 왜 저한테 그러는지 모르겠네요. 망쳐놔도 전 올라갈 것 같아서 그냥 아무렇게나 해도 상관없을 것 같아요.
솔직히 제가 명호한테 뭐 피해준 건 없다고 생각하고 제가 항상 졌기 때문에 이제 A, B, C, D 조 중에 제 조가 제일 만만한 것 같아요. 그래서 이제 저랑 같이 만만한 선수들끼리 만만하게 제 조에서 함께 했으면 좋겠어요.
아프리카 TV 브레이크아웃 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 코드 S 쇼다운.
퍼포먼스를 앞서간다.
Hello everyone, welcome to the GSL Round of 16 Group Nomination. I'm Andy, your translator for GSL, and I'll be guiding you through today's group nomination. And now the 16 players have been locked in.
최대한 나에게 좋은 조를 만든
So
선수가
the players are going to try to
높은
take
무대까지
advantage
올라가서 우승까지
in this
했기
group
때문에
nomination.
이제 우승이 목표인 선수들에겐 중요한 순간이죠.
그렇죠.
And for the people who have their eyes on the trophy, this group nomination is gone very important for them.
선수가 거의 몇 년 만인가 한 4년 전에 조지명식에서 엄청난
And 4 years ago,
상대를 흔드는 전략을 쓰면서
the group nomination has been amazing.
그렇죠. 그래서 사실 이게 또 전략, 그러니까 조지명식.
And now this group nomination is about the tactics, the strategies, and the mind games.
얼마나 또 인간 대 인간으로서 딜을 잘했느냐.
Yes, you gotta have good people skills in this group nomination as well.
그렇죠.
You can never trust anyone but yourself in this group
자, 그럼
nomination.
시작하기 전에 16강 명단부터 확인해 보겠습니다.
So before we kick off, we're gonna check the list of the players.
보시면은 6명,
So we have
5명,
6 turn players, 5 Protoss players, and 5 Zerg players.
누가 될 것인지 한 경기 한
So one of
경기
these
좋은 모습
players
보여주기 위해서
will be
먼저
lifting up the
좋은 조에
trophy
들어가야 돼요.
at the end of the GSL finals.
특히나 이제 뭐 패치 자체가 완벽하게 그 내용이 확정은 아니긴 하지만
So
어느
the
정도 이제 많이
patch
나왔기
is
때문에
not really certain yet,
고도에서 조를 또 어느 정도 방향을 잡아야 됩니다. 물론
but it's actually quite proportionate
그래서
among the
고려해야 될
races.
게, 평소에 그런 그 조지명식과는 약간 달라요. 한 가지 더 신경 써야 돼요.
네, 그렇죠. 자, 그래서 2019, 2020년
So in 2019 and 2020, so the top seeds are defined by their rankings in 2019 and 2020. So the order of the selection will be Group A, then D, then C, then B, and then we come back to Group D, C, B, A, and then we go in a snake format.
네. 그래서 이 순서에 따라서도 서로 많이 울고 웃고 하는 거죠.
So you know this snake format might make the players happy or might make them cry.
D조와 B조가 보통 이제 뭔가 그런 이변의 희생양들이 나오게 되는데.
So in Group D, we usually see a lot of the surprising picks.
우승을 차지한 선수 박영우 선수에게는 또 이제 교환권 하나가
So
있잖아요.
as for Dark, he gets to swap 2 players at the end of the drafting phase. And there it is, the player exchange opportunity. The highest ranked player, Dark, is empowered with to swap 2 players once the whole draft process is completed. But there's one prerequisite. He can only trade a player within his group with one of the non-seeded players in other groups. So it's a little different from the ASL, where ASL you can trade 2 players from any group.
선수가 내 입장에서 가장 까다로운, 가장 어려운 상대를
So the players are going to try to avoid playing against their counters or the players they are not really happy playing against.
1차 지명을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
So let's kick off the first phase of the group nomination. Dark, would you hold the mic, please?
자, 마이크 잡았습니까? 네. 네. 자, 박영우 선수가 이제 이번 시즌에 다시 한번 우승을 차지하기
So
위해서
Dark, in order for you to lift up the trophy again, you're going to have to make this group a really good one for you.
이 선수는 내가 무조건 데려가야 되겠다.
So is there any player that you need to take no matter what?
나는 무난하게 8강 올라가겠다는 그런 대어들 보여요?
Is there one?
근데 너무 이게 고이다 보니까 거의 썩은 물.
I mean, I always see the ones that I see.
2명 정도 있는 것 같거든요.
But I think there are 2 players that might be my favorite.
종족은 일단
What are their races? Well, for the first race I'm gonna pick is Terran actually.
저는 마이크를 윤영서 선수에게 한번 넘겨보도록 하겠습니다.
TaeJa, would you hold the mic, please?
일단 이렇게 아까 전에 빨리 픽되고 싶다고 말씀해
So
주셨잖아요.
TaeJa, you did mention that you want to be picked earlier.
지금 아까 전에 박영우 선수가 보이다 못해 썩었다는 얘기를
And Dark
했는데
has just mentioned that he sees the same players in every group nomination.
4년 만에 왔습니다.
And you came back to the scene after 4 years.
조에 들어가는 거 좀 어떠세요?
How about going to Dark's group? Well, first of all,
솔직히 토스보다는 낫다고 생각해가지고.
I think it's better than playing against the Protoss.
괜찮은 것 같습니다.
I think I'm pretty fine with it.
너무 좋진 않아요.
너무 좋지
I mean, I'm not overly happy, but I'm pretty satisfied. Then what group do you want to go into?
제가 뭘 해도 박영우 선수가 우승자이기 때문에.
Well, whatever I do,
권한이 있어가지고.
it's Dark's decision to pick me or
하자는 대로 할 생각입니다.
So I'm just planning to go with the flow.
예, 선택이 들어오면은 받아들이겠다.
So if he does pick you, then you will just have to go in.
자, 테란을 지금 요청을 했어요.
Alright, funny.
박영우 선수가
Dark said he wants to go against Terran.
뽑을 거라 생각하세요?
Do you think he'll pick you?
령우가 그 탑 시드권자라고.
Well, he's the top seeded player. When I heard that,
또 령우가 날 뽑겠다.
I knew 100% that he would pick me, and I was worried.
일주일 전쯤에
And 1 week before,
연락이 와가지고
he actually contacted me.
좀 A조 괜찮냐고 이렇게.
And he asked me if Group A was alright with me.
원래 같으면은 좀 알겠다고.
Usually I would say yes.
할라 했는데 작년에도 령우한테 좀.
But last year,
지고서
I lost to him like really hard.
자존심을 굽히고
So I'm gonna let go of all my reputation.
안 뽑겠다고
And I hope he just never picks me.
아마 안 뽑을 것 같아요.
Yeah, I just hope he doesn't pick me. And I don't think he will actually.
그럼요.
아, 그럼 확실히 좀 신뢰가 있다.
네네.
So you trust him, Bunny.
자,
Okay.
그럼 박영우 선수는 이렇게 두 선수의 좀 이야기 들어봤는데요.
Alright, Doc, we just heard the stories from the two
어떠세요?
players. What do you think?
아까 경기 끝나고 영서 형한테 물어봤는데
Well, after the match, I asked TaeJa, and TaeJa was actually quite confident. So
진짜요?
now that he's confident, I actually want to pick him now.
아 그럼요.
그렇죠. 지금 오랜만에 돌아왔는데 4년 만에 돌아왔는데
He's back at 4 years,
GSL은
and he wants to bring him. You want to bring him into your group.
한번 보여드려야 되기 때문에.
네.
And I just want to prove TaeJa that I'm not the dog I used to be.
재선이의 리그가 저랑 작년 리그가 저랑 8강이 마지막이더라고요.
And the last time I encountered Bunny was in the round of 8 last year. So I'm actually not gonna pick Bunny this time.
이러면 다른 조의 시드권자들도 솔깃해요.
Now, the other top-seeded players are gonna pay attention to Bunny.
최적의 또 선수가 또 풀렸죠.
자, 그러면 마음의 결정 끝났습니까?
So, Dark, have you made up your mind? Yes, I have.
박영우 선수.
Then, Dark,
핫식스를 들고
would you stand up,
전달해 주시는 거예요.
holding your hot six,
손 안 됩니다.
and deliver the hot six to the player you want to pick?
아래 손소독제 있거든요.
As for safety measures, we are not gonna actually
건강을 유지하면서
touch each other's hand.
자, 바로
Okay.
내려왔어요. 와,
Alright.
예측대로.
As expected, TaeJa joins Group A.
그러니까 지금까지 시드권자가 뭐 아니거나 후순위일 때 많이 속긴 했지만 자신의 첫 번째 시드일 때만큼은 또 그만큼
As a top-seed player, Dark is really honest with his picks. Never lies.
윤영서 선수 이야기를 한번 들어볼게요.
Okay, let's hear what TaeJa has to say.
넘친다는 듯이 이야기를 했다고.
And TaeJa, you did mention that you have confidence going up against Dark in Group A. Well, I knew that he would pick me, so I'm not really baffled or surprised.
영호랑 같이 올라가면 되는 거니까.
Well, I mean, I could just advance with Dark, right?
그래서 여기서 박영우 선수랑 같이 소통을 잘해서 좋은 조를 만들 생각이 있으신 거예요?
So, do you intend to make a good group with Dark? Yes, I do. We're gonna cooperate and make a good group.
해줬네요. 자, 이렇게 해서 A조의 선택이 좀 모두
Now,
마무리가
so TaeJa
됐습니다.
joins Group
자,
A.
이어서 다음
And the
선택은
next one
조성주
that
선수예요.
picks is
자,
Maru
그렇기에
in Group D.
조성주 선수의
And
두
after that
번째,
is Trap.
시드권을 좀 행사하게 되거든요.
And then the next one is
네,
TY.
조성주 선수 마이크
So
잡아주시고요.
Maru, would you hold the mic, please?
자, 이번 시즌 조성주 선수 더 높은 곳에
Maru,
올라가기
this
위해서
season,
지금 준비를 해야 됩니다.
in order for you to
그러기
climb
위해서는
higher,
조지명 씨가 좀잘
this
풀어나가야
group nomination is going to be
되거든요.
very important for you.
조성주 선수의 생각은 어떠세요? 여기서
So what are your thoughts
이 선수가 온다면
going into
무난히
this
올라갈
group
수 있다
nomination?
생각되는 선수 몇
Which
정도
player
있어요?
do you want to pick?
일단 저그 선수 생각 중이라서
Well, I'm thinking of picking Zerg.
아직 고민 중이에요.
I'm still quite hesitant. I haven't made up my mind.
이 스칼렛 선수가 지금 올라온 상황이거든요.
And you know,
그리고
Scarlet has
어린
actually
선수가
made it
있고,
here in the round
신이원
16.
선수 이렇게
There's Sue,
세 명의 선수가
there's
있습니다.
Ragnarok,
근데
and there's
고민하고
Scarlet.
있다라는 건 최소 둘 이상이라는 건데.
The fact that he's actually hesitant means that there are 2 or more players
선수의 좀 이야기 한번
that he's
들어볼게요.
hesitant
스칼렛
of.
선수가 여기서 조성주 선수가요. 스칼렛 선수
So Scarlet,
저그를
would you hold the mic,
선택할
please?
생각을 하고 있다고 하는데
And Maru is
스칼렛
actually
선수의
intending
생각이 어떤지
to pick Scarlet as
그 부분
well.
전달 부탁드리겠습니다.
So our translator is there.
Maru is thinking about picking a Zerg player. So what do you think about that?
To be honest, the last time I remember playing against Maru at WSG 2019, I made it a very, very difficult match for him. So maybe he'll think twice about that.
그 작년에 있었던 WESG에서 그 마루 선수랑 조성 선수랑 했던 경기가 굉장히 마루 선수한테 나쁜 기억이 있을 거라고 생각하기 때문에 아마도 자신을 선택하지 않지 않을까.
Wow, what a bold statement from
조성주
Scarlet.
선수에게 자극이 되고
And this might actually provoke Maru. Maru not looking too happy right now.
걸 또 보여줄 수 있는 거거든요.
Oh.
그렇죠. 자, 이 부분에
Things are getting heated up.
흔들림이 있어요? 조성주?
So Maru, what do you think?
명호 형이 스칼렛 선수는 건들지 말라고 해가지고.
Dark actually told me, don't touch Scarlet.
예, 그럼 그 다음 선수 이제 강민수 선수.
Now, who's the
마이크
next
한번
one on the
잡아주시고.
line?
자,
Solar,
이렇게 된 거 좀
would you hold the mic,
빨리
please?
빨리 그냥 그룹에 들어가지고 조지명 씨 참가하는 게 좀 날 수
Solar,
있잖아요.
how about you just go into group right away?
제가 다른 조는 다 괜찮은데 성주 조는 좀
Well,
가기
all the other
싫어가지고
groups are fine apart from Maru's group.
물어봤는데 성주가 안 뽑는다고 했거든요.
Maru actually asked me
네,
before, and he
그래서
said he's not gonna
대신에
pick me.
때려가지고
네.
만약에 뽑히게 된다면 어쩔 수 없이.
But if I do get
가겠습니다.
picked, I'll just reluctantly have to follow him.
다른 선수 추천을 뭐 할 생각 없어요?
Is there any other player you want to suggest?
개인적으로 신이범 선수가
Well,
괜찮아요.
personally, I believe Ragnarok is gonna be a great
좀
fit
매력적이에요.
in Group D.
뭔가
He's a very attractive
슈어이가
person.
뭔가 매력적이라서 저는
Yeah, he's just really attractive.
강민 선수 매력적이지 않아요?
Solar, aren't you attractive as well? Of course I am. But Ragnarok, oh, that guy is
더
attractive.
매력 있는 희범이를 데려갔으면
So how about he takes
신임 선수 마이크
Ragnarok?
잡아주시고요. 그럼
Then Ragnarok,
마이크 좀
would you hold the
전달 좀
mic,
해주십시오.
please?
신임 선수에게. 예. 지금 완전 강민 선수가 강추를 했어요.
And Solar has
신임은
strongly
매력이 있기 때문에
recommended
조성주
you
선수와 잘 어울린다.
in Group
어떠세요?
D. What do you think?
저랑 너무 많이 해가지고
Well, I mean, I played against him so much.
성주가 잘 모르겠네요. 뽑을 것 같기도 하고요.
I'm not entirely sure. He
근데
might
지금
pick
조성주
me
선수
or he
입장에서
might
개인적으로
not.
강민수 선수가 더 나을 수도 있잖아요.
But from Maru's
어떠세요?
perspective,
민수가
Solar might be
저번에
better, right?
3대 0으로 져가지고
Solar actually lost to Maru 3-0 last time, so he might actually pick Solar.
8강에서 저 이겼던 기억이 있으면
But Maru did beat me in a round of 8
조성주
before,
선수.
so I'm
자,
not
이
too sure.
선수들 중에서 좀 이야기 들었을 때 확 뭔가 느낌 오는 선수 있어요?
So Maru, anyone you want to pick?
근데 원래 다 생각하고 있어가지고.
Well, I'm thinking all the people. I'm here to explore my options.
오연수까지?
I'm actually thinking of picking Sue as well.
오연수.
Now Sue is not laughing because he's happy.
가능성이
There's a
있다는
sad
거예요.
smile over there.
좀 무서워가지고 입 다물고
I'm really frightened right now. I'm hiding,
걸린 것 같아서
and I think
좀 무서운데.
I'm just really scared right now.
저도 A, B, C조 다 괜찮은데.
I mean, Group A is fine, B is fine, C is fine.
그래서 이제
Just not D.
조성주 선수 쪽으로만 안 들어가면 되겠다.
So as long as you don't go to Group D, you should be fine, right?
완전 시선을 지금 피했거든요.
Yeah, you're ignoring his stare right now.
예.
저를 생각하고 있는 것 같아요.
I think Maru has me
지금 마음
in his
흔들어야
mind.
돼요.
네, 뭐
지금
협박도 좋고
네.
헤어도 좋고
헤어도 좋고.
네, 뭐나 뽑으면 누구 뽑아버리겠다.
조성주 스타일 알잖아요.
You know Maru's style.
고민단계 확 뽑는 거.
You know, when he's hesitant, he just goes for a move.
뽑고 싶은 사람이 있는데.
I mean, if I do get picked, I do have a person I want to pick. So first of all, I want to ask Maru if he's happy with me picking the player.
그 동준이요.
The player
동준을
I want to pick is Deer.
왠지 좋아할 것 같긴 한데.
잠깐만요. 조성주 웃어요.
And Maru's laughing right now.
기대치한테 원 플러스 원으로.
What's the meaning behind the laugh?
오는 건가? 약간 기대를 하고 있는
날
건데요.
뽑으면 백동준을
And
붙여서
now,
이 디조를 만들겠다.
it feels like Sue is
강한
provoking
어필인데요.
Maru.
조성주
That
선수
if
그 생각 어떠세요?
Maru picks Sue, he's going to pick Deer.
형이 뽑지 말라고 하면 안 뽑을 생각이었는데.
Well, first of all, I wasn't gonna pick Sue if he didn't want to come to my group. But now that he said that,
뽑았으면 좋겠는데.
I mean, I don't want to be picked.
의견이 궁금했을 뿐이에요.
I just wanted to know his
그러면은
opinion on it.
어윤수 선수가 조성주 선수에게 추천한 선수가 있다면요?
So Sue, who do you want to recommend?
아까 좀 저그
To
생각했거든요.
Maru. He's thinking with Zerg, right?
스칼렛 거기다가 강민수.
There's Scarlet, there's Solar.
저도 괜찮은데.
I mean, Zerg's fine.
사실 뭐 재선이도 나쁘지 않을 것
I
같아요.
think Bunny might not be a bad option. There's Bunny.
뭐말 안 해도 알잖아.
그런 부분이.
What's the reason? What's the reason behind it?
박영우 선수가
You know the
앞으로
reason.
있기 때문에 저 이렇게 되면 어떻게 보면은 조성주 선수가 좀 픽할 수도 있거든요.
So now Maru has to make a move.
마이크 잡고.
So before that,
있잖아요.
Bunny, would you like to say
그렇죠.
something?
지금 여기서 D조.
아니.
Group D, what do you think?
저거 뽑고 싶다는데.
I mean, Maru said he wants to pick a Zerg. Why do people recommend me?
당연히 성주를 저는 약간 스승이라 생각하거든요.
I mean, I regard Maru as my senpai, as my mentor.
스승이면 청출어람? 이번에?
So are you gonna try to fight against your mentor today?
경기 있으면은 제가 더 연습을 도와주고 차라리.
So I'm gonna. I don't want to play against him, but I'll be his street partner.
남은 선수들 중에서 나는 조성주 선수와 화끈하게 한번 붙고 싶다. 생각되는 선수
So
계세요?
any player who wants to go up against Maru, please put up your hand.
원희사 손든 거예요? 저 원희사
Party,
마이크.
are you holding your mic? Are you holding up your hand?
화려한 그런 기복받는
Wow,
그런 게
party.
좋아하잖아요.
Such a bold man.
내가 부수겠다.
주인공이 될 수 있는.
You can be the protagonist of the story.
근데 뽑아줬으면 좋겠어요. 저도.
Well, actually, I want Maru to pick
솔직히
me.
그냥 다 비슷하다고 생각하거든요.
To be frank, I think the players are pretty similar in terms of skills.
뽑힌 다음에
So I'd rather be
다
picked
같이
first,
피할 수 있는 조를 만들고
and
싶어가지고.
I hope everyone's just happy with their group.
그래서 그냥 성주가 만약에 뽑을 생각 있으면
So if Maru does want to pick me, he should just go for it.
조성주가 좀 뽑을 수 있으면 뽑았으면 좋겠다.
Now that's another provocation from
지금
him.
김대엽 선수 손 드신 거예요?
And Stats, are you
손든 거
holding up your hand? Oh, okay, he was rubbing his hair.
조심해야 돼 지금요.
He was brushing his
자,
hair.
지금 조성주 선수 유일하게
So Maru,
원희삭이 한판 붙자.
Parting is the only one that put up his hand,
무서워하는 거다.
and he's not scared of you.
어때요?
What do you think, Maru?
토스는 사기라서.
I mean, Protoss is OP, so I have no
자, 그러면요. 최종 많이
I have no intention to pick a Protoss.
끝났습니까?
Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have.
핫식스를 들고
Maru, pick up your hot 6 bottle
직접 데리고 와 주시기 바라겠습니다.
and bring it to your player.
토스는 패스다.
특별히 한 선수 이름을 언급한 거
어디서?
마음에 이미 정확한
Who is he going for? He's going for Ragnarok. Wow.
와, 신임원 선수님 바로 뽑아버렸습니다.
And there goes him.
약간 그 페이크의 느낌이 드는 어느 선수의 언급이 있었긴 했지만 뭐
그렇죠.
And in the end,
예상대로의 결과네요.
it is Ragnarok joining Group D.
조성우 선수님 마음의 결정을 좀 신임원 선수 쪽으로 하게 된 이유가 있다면요?
So what's the reason behind picking Ragnarok?
저그들 쪽에 아무나 뽑으려 그랬는데.
Well, I was just gonna pick any random Zerg player, and he was the one that the players recommended the most. So that's why I picked him.
아, 지금 1순위가 됐어요.
Ragnarok, would you hold the mic, please?
네.
어떠세요?
You got picked first. What do you think?
근데
Group D.
예측하고 있었어요.
아, 예측하고
I mean, I expected it.
그래가지고 괜찮고 그리고 저번에도
I'm fine.
제가 8강 갔을 때 D였거든요.
The last time I went to round of 8, I was Group D. So I think that's a pretty good sign.
네. 뭐 이제 여기서 변수는 화목한 조를 만들 거냐, 아니면 같이
Now
죽자로
the variable
어려운 조를
here
만들 거냐 정도의
is:
선택이
are we gonna make a happy group, or is it just gonna be like a group of death?
자, 다음으로는 조성우 선수.
And now the next one that is gonna pick the
선택
group
시간이 왔습니다. 조성우
is
선수는 어떤 조를
Trap.
만들고 싶으세요?
Trap. What kind of group do you want to make?
저도 이왕이면 모두가 좀 웃을 수 있는 조를
I mean,
만들고 싶습니다.
if possible, I want to make a group that satisfies all
조성우
players.
선수가 가장 웃음을 지을 수 있는 종족은요?
Then Trap. Who do you want to?
솔직히
Which race do you want to pick?
선수 면면으로 봤을 때 다 잘하는 선수들이라서
I mean, look at the players; they are all really good.
다 생각하고 왔었는데
So I came here
지금 조지명수
thinking about
돌아가는
that.
상황 보고
네.
어느 정도 마음을 정했어요.
But with the group nomination, watching Dark and Maru, I kind of made my mind. I kind of made my mind.
저한테 이제 저나 뭐 상대방이나 따졌을 때 괜찮을 것 같아서.
아, 서로?
네, 서로.
Yeah, I mean, there's a player I want to pick, considering myself
마음을
and the opponent. I think he's gonna be pretty satisfied as well.
선수들 의견 만약에 자기 들어가고 싶다라는 뭐 어필 같은 것도 흔들릴 수 있는 거예요, 그러면요?
So are the players? Can the players change their mind?
자, 여러분, 그룹
Yes, they
C
might be able to.
선착순 원희상.
Group C is open, and Parting puts up his hand.
일단 성호가 저를 뽑아야 되는 이유가 최근에
There's a reason why Trap needs to pick me. I lost a Trap in the recent tournaments. I lost online. I lost offline. There's no reason that he should not.
저를 뽑아야 돼요. 그래서.
So he needs to pick me no matter what.
좋았는데 왜 굳이 나를 뽑으라는 거예요?
Then why are you saying that you want to be picked?
그냥 아까 성호도 말했다시피
As Trap
너도
mentioned,
이길 수 있고 나도 이길 수 있고 서로 해피한 조.
as Trap mentioned, I can win, he can win. We all have a common goal here.
성호를 보자마자 날
보자마자 행복조다.
As soon as I saw Trap's face here,
성호가 저를 안 뽑잖아요.
I knew that he has to pick me.
탈락합니다.
If he doesn't pick me, Trap is surely gonna get eliminated in round 16.
더 강력한 저주를 퍼부을
Now
선수.
there's a pretty big curse, right?
자, 여기도
Oh, Solar put up his hand. Fast put up his hand. Solar will hold the mic, please.
성호 형이 저를 뽑아주면
If Trap picks me,
제가 다음 또 빨리 고를 수가 있잖아요. 선수를.
I mean, I can pick fast, right?
조성호 선수에게 양도를 하겠습니다.
양도.
I will yield that
원하는 선택을 할 수
right
있도록.
to Trap, the right to pick a player.
속이려고 그러는 거
So
아니죠?
if he picks me, he can pick another player of his choice, and that's pretty sweet too.
여기에 내가 더 엄청난 서비스를 해줄 수 있는 선수는 또 없나요?
And any other player that has a good recommendation?
근데 저도 민서하고 같은 의견이어가지고.
I mean, I have the same opinion as Solar.
선수로 제가 뽑게 해드리겠습니다.
Yes, I will yield my right to pick a player as well to Trap.
예, 들고.
And there's Bunny holding his hand.
세 명이 말한 거는 사실 자기가 실리를 챙기려고.
I mean, all these three players are pretty much saying sweet words to Trap because they want to take advantage. But to be frank, it is right for Trap to pick me.
전 진단 마인드예요.
진단 마인드예요.
I mean, I'm not really here to win.
그러니까 이 진실을 외면하지 마라. 내가 진실이다. 와.
And Bunny is just saying, don't deny the truth to Trap.
난 항상 진다는 마음가짐이다.
안진만은 좀 많이
And
봤지만.
Bunny says he has the mindset that he's gonna lose no matter what.
내가 조성우 선수 조에 들어가야 된다. 더 없으면요.
Any other player who wants to go into Group C?
선택 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 조성우 선수.
Trap.
세 명의 선수의 이야기 좀 들어봤는데.
You heard the stories
원희상
from the street
선수까지.
players
뭐 흔들림이
and
있었어요?
parting.
확 와닿는?
이삭이가 저 오늘 대기실에 들어오자마자
Well, parting.
눈을 보고서 웃더라고요.
As soon as he came into the lobby, he was
이번에 말하는
smiling
걸
at me.
듣고 의미를 잘 알겠고.
I think
이삭이가 말을
I think I know
잘하는
what
것
he means.
자, 마음의 결정 됐습니다.
I
자,
think I
이제
need to
과연
pick parting.
매칭이 될지.
So
조성호
let's
선수 마음의
see
결정 끝났으면 하식스를
if he
들고
does indeed
전달을
pick
부탁드리겠습니다.
parting.
자,
Alright,
이번에
please
누구 볼까요? 진짜
take
원희상
your
선수가
top six.
활짝 웃는 모습에 반했다.
뭐 많은 선
잘된 것 같아요.
많은 선수들이 또 약간
And there he is walking towards parting. Oh!
역시
It was a bait.
진마가 최고입니다.
네,
It's actually Bunny that gets picked in Group
자,
C.
그러면서 이번에 이 조정호 선수 조에 와,
그럼 그냥
이재선.
원희상 선수의
Wow, Bunny
눈빛만
and Trap.
인정한 거네요.
In Group C.
눈빛을 보면서 웃는 모습을 보고 난 다음에 이재선에 대한 마음을 굳혔다는 이야기를 했거든요.
And Trap has
자,
made up his
마이크
mind.
자, 잡고 자, 이재선 선수 이 진마가 성공했어요. 와, 이 작전
So
대성공인데요.
Bunny, you did get picked as you wished.
말하고 했는데 사실
You know, before I mentioned that my mindset was that I'm gonna lose no matter what, but it was actually fake. I think this group is kinda, it's doable. It's very doable.
사실 성호 형도 당연히 잘 하고
Yeah.
하지만
Honestly, Trap is a skill player,
시드권자 4명, 3명 나머지 3명이 저한테는
but
좀
the other three top seeded
너무
players
힘든
are just so
상대들인데
strong, and
성호 형한테는
I don't have the
좋은
confidence
기억이
to beat
좀
them.
있거든요.
But against Trap, I've won a couple,
원하는 대로 좀
so
된것
there's some
같아요.
good memories about
자,
it.
그러면 조성호 선수 한 말씀 해주시죠.
So, Trap, would you
여러
like to say
선수들 중에서
anything?
마음의 결정 왜 원희상 선택 안 한 거예요?
Then why did you not pick parting, Trap?
이삭이가 말을 저렇게 하고 뒤에서 칼을 갈고 있어.
You know, I think parting is trying to bait me, and behind he's probably like sharpening his knife.
재선이를 골랐습니다.
So I went for the safe pick, Bunny.
예, 그룹 C의
With
선택이
this,
마무리가 됐고
the second player joining Group C
이제
is Bunny. Now we have TY
전태양 선수가
making
기다리고 있어요.
his pick.
전태양 선수 마이크 잡아주시고요.
TY, would you hold the mic, please?
지금 아까 전에 시작하기 전에 누굴 뽑을까 마음의 결정을 좀 계속하고 있었는데
Before we started, you were keep wondering who to pick.
네네네.
Yes.
다 뺏겼어요.
And everyone's stolen, right?
권한이 많이
Yes.
없는 자리라서 예측을 하고 있었기 때문에
I mean, this
크게
as a
아쉽진
fourth top
않습니다.
seeded player, I'm not too disappointed. I expected this scenario.
좀 구미가 담긴다는 선수 있잖아요.
But is there any player that you want to pick?
다 우승자 출신이어서
But all the players that are remaining are actually are used to be champions.
아마
What about Scarlet?
박영우 선수가 데려간다고 알고 있어요.
I think Dark is gonna pick Scarlet no matter what.
엄포를 넣었기 때문에
And Dark has mentioned that Dark has said no one should touch Scarlet.
그 종족적인 부분에서는
So in terms of races,
결정 좀 하셨어요?
which race do you want to pick?
일단 프로토스 선수 제외하고
First of all,
저그 중에서 의견을 좀
probably
어필하는
not gonna pick a
선수들한테
Protoss. So I want to hear.
할 생각입니다.
I want to hear what the Zerg and the Terran players want to say.
이시영 선수가 남았고 그리고 김독 선수가 지금 남아 있는
There's innovation, there's cure.
저그에서는
In
남은
Zerg,
선수가 어윤수 선수가 지금
there's
남아 있어요.
Su.
자, 그럼 어윤 선수부터 전태양 선수가 지금 이제 남은 선수들 중에서
TY has his eyes on you.
있거든요. 전태양이 속한 조에 들어가는 건 좀 어떠세요?
What do you think about going
어윤
to
선수.
TY's group? Su.
나쁘진 않은데
Not too bad.
뭔가 첫 번째 줄에 뽑힌다는 게 좀
But
자존심이 상하네요.
you know,
자존심이 상해서.
it's I kind of feel bitter getting picked in the first phase of the group nomination.
순서는 좀 이런 거 싫다.
그렇죠. 뭔가 이제 약간
You know, it kind of hurts my pride.
그렇지. 결승 성공했는데.
You know, I used to be a champion. I went to the finals. So you know, it kind of hurts my pride getting picked in the second phase of the
그러면 이제
group
김독
nomination.
선수도 테란 대 테란전 경기 충분히 할 만하잖아요.
Then Cure, TVT, it's doable, right?
태양이가 태태전이 워낙
I mean,
수준급이라서
TY's TVT is notoriously good, so I would want to avoid it as much as possible. Any recommendations, Cure? Zerg with Terran? Oh, I mean, Solar would be a great fit.
예, 맛있어 보여.
He looks like a delicious one.
예. 그러니까요.
같은 테란의 의견이라서
Solar,
신뢰성 있는 의견.
not looking too happy.
강민 선수 마이크 잡아주시고 굉장히
Solar,
맛집 같다는 이야기를 했어요.
the players are suggesting you going to Group B.
인가요, 제가? 잘 모르겠네요.
They're all having their eyes on you, Solar.
만약에 태양 형이 저 뽑으면
I mean, TY,
도경이 발언을 해가지고 열받아가지고
if he does pick me,
도경 그냥 뽑을까 생각.
I'm going to pick Cure because I'm really infuriated by his speech.
아까 이번에 슈터 때 저한테 숨을 못 쉬었던 것 같은데.
You know, in Super Tournament,
맛집이라고 표현하니까 좀 기분이 나쁘네요.
in Super Tournament, Cure was getting asphyxiated by my plays. I don't know why he makes such bold statements.
태양형이랑
I mean, I don't care if TY picks me, but I'm gonna try to make a good group with TY.
자, 그렇다면 그래도 자 정말 오랜만에 좀 돌아온 이 이시영 선수 2시즌만 조지명씩 돌아왔거든요.
Innovation,
정태현과
you're joining the group nomination after 2 seasons.
명경기.
How's the TBT?
저는 근데
As for me,
다 마찬가지겠지만 태태전
I know all the Terrans feel the same. I have no intention to play a TBT.
별로 가고 싶지 않아요.
별로예요.
It's not
별로면
my
어디 가고
taste.
싶으세요? 그럼 이신영 선수는.
Then where do you want to go, Innovation?
저를 뽑을 사람이 없을 것 같아서.
I don't think anyone would want to pick me. Ooh.
오, 그러면 거의 이제 그룹 D로 갈 것 같다.
So you're saying that you might actually eventually go to Group D.
와, 내가
Wow,
여기서
great confidence there.
최고의 선수다.
TY staring at him.
선수 입장에서 살짝 이거 좀 아닌 것 같은데.
네.
Oh,
것
wow.
같은데요.
그래요. 그럼 이렇게 해서 선수들이 요청을 좀 안 했고 강민수 선수가 뽑아주면은 나는
And
충분히
Solar is saying that if he does get picked, he would happily go to Group B.
긍정적인
And Innovation mentioned that
자 이렇게 선수들의 이야기 좀
nobody would
들어봤거든요.
want to pick Innovation.
자, 전태양 선수.
So TY.
이렇게 저 강하게 어필한 선수 강민수 있었거든요.
So there are few players who have appealed.
그 강민수
What do you think?
선수에게 좀 물어볼게요. 확실히
I have a question to ask
제
to Solar.
의견을 만약에 뽑아준다고 하면은 제
If I do
의견을
pick Solar,
확실히 받아줄 의향이 있는지.
is he willing to accept my opinion? I mean, do I have to?
좀 어이없네요.
Am I in the position to?
대박이지. 이방이야?
어차피 뽑을
Mind your own business, man.
네가 나를 뽑을 수 있어도 내가 뽑는 건 관여하지 못해.
누가 봐도 제가 제일 약해서 저 뽑는 것 같은데.
I think TY has his eyes on me because I'm the weakest out of the remaining players.
내가 안 되겠다.
제 권한인데요 이거는.
I mean, it's my right, right? Nobody's gonna mess up with my right.
네, 이거 신중히 생각해야 됩니다. 이거.
And TY has to be very cautious with his selection.
것 같은데요 지금 조지명 씨.
TY seems like he already lost his game group nomination.
자 그럼 마음의 결정 끝났습니까?
Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have.
자 그럼 하식스를 전달해 주시기
Then
바랍니다.
would you please hold your hot six in your hand and take it to the player of your
골라줄 수
choice?
있긴 하지만 나에게 주어진 권한은 내 것이다.
한번
Now
해봐라.
he's walking
나 뽑아봐라.
towards
나 뽑아봐라. 와 진짜.
Solar, and he indeed does pick Solar.
자존심 대결이죠.
Wow.
네. 보세요. 굉장히 빨리 가요.
Solar just walking relentlessly to Group B.
여기서 픽이 됐어요.
특히 이제 테란 선수들이 자신을 비교적 쉽게 보는 거에 대해서 한번 제대로
Now
보여줄 생각인
the
거죠.
TBT.
지금 결국에
No, actually not TBT.
강민수 선수 소감 한번 들어보겠습니다. 강민수 선수.
So a TBT has been set up in Group B. What do you think?
선수 조에 안 가게 돼서
Solar.
기쁘고요.
I'm really happy I didn't join Group
그리고
D.
여기 있는 테란 선수들 중에 저는 개인적으로 전태양 선수가 그나마
But
제일
out of all the Terran players, I think
괜찮아요.
TY is the easiest opponent. So I'm really happy.
뭐 나쁘진 않은 것 같아요.
Not bad, not bad.
그러면 여기 남은 조 중에서 가장 쉬운 조 오히려 지금 강민수가 전태양을 선택한 느낌인데
It almost feels like Solar was the one that picked TY.
그러게요. 민수가 확실히 말을 잘하네요.
Wow, Solar
전태양 괜찮아요?
is really good at his
솔직히
speech.
모르겠어요.
But I'm not sure if
말은
his
잘하는데.
game performance
자, 이게
is
말만
as good
잘한다.
as his speech.
지금요. 지금 채팅방에는요. 전선당했네라고 이야기가 나오고 있어요.
In the
지금
chat,
팬분들에게도 한
the
말씀
viewers
해주시죠.
are surprised.
그러게 민수가 한 달 전까지만 하더라도 같은 팀이었는데 이렇게
1 month ago, Solar and I used to be on the same team.
몰랐고
But I never thought
이렇게
we would fall apart like this.
이기겠습니다.
But I'm going to win no matter what.
4명 결정되면은 제가 승자 예측 한번 물어볼게요.
After the 4 players are certified, I'm going to ask you how you feel about the
강민수
group.
선수를 골랐는데 이거는 마치 강민수 선수가 전태양을 찍은 듯한.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, it almost feels like Solar was the one that picked TY, not the inverse.
내 스타일상 괜찮다라고
So far,
느꼈다고
in the
봐야
second
되죠.
phase, it was TaeJa being picked in Group A, Bunny in Group C, Solar in Group B, and Ragnarok in Group D.
사실 전태양 선수가 예상한 대로 흘러간 건 맞아요.
I mean, it feels like everything's working in TY scenario.
승자 예측 크크크 판내 온이라는 이야기가 나올 정도로 이건 뭐 이제 전태양이
And all the domestic viewers are making their comments about the current group nomination.
예측이 다른 선수에게는 약간 저주였지만 자신에게는 예측이
I mean, as
맞았거든요.
TY is very notorious for making bad predictions. We'll see how his group unfolds.
그 정도로 프로토스의 존재감이 굉장히 커지고 있고요. 자, 1차
So I mean, Protoss is the race that is being feared right now.
선수들에게 시간을 주고 이제 2차 지명으로 들어가게 되는데 2차 지명은
So we're gonna go into the third phase of the selection.
순서로 진행이 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼
So
저희는
the third
잠시
phase
후에
will be
2차 지명으로 돌아오겠습니다.
Group D, Group C, Group B, and Group A. Alright, we'll be back soon.
Tonight, convinced that we were never broken, but girl, you never listen. You think it's what it isn't. Can't you see that? Every time we give in, we're heading for a dead end. I've got to say it. Don't make me make you cry. Won't make me change my mind. It's obvious that it isn't gonna work. Better stop running or we'll walk away. I'm trying to say goodbye. Been here 1,000 times. We say yes, but we should know. We're better off, baby, if you let me let you go. Let me let you go. I'm not the enemy. I'm just trying to be honest. This isn't meant to be. You're only making this harder. We've gone around in circles. Wish I could reverse it, but it's not that easy. Ain't nothing gonna save us. All that's left is chaos. Baby, don't make me make you cry. Won't make me change my mind. It's obvious that it isn't gonna work. Better stop running or we'll walk away. I'm trying to say goodbye. Been here 1,000 times. We say yes, but we should know. We're better off, baby, if you let me let you go. No matter what we do, we're not gonna make it. Don't make me make you cry. Won't make me change my mind. It's obvious that it isn't gonna work. Better stop running or we'll walk away. I'm trying to say goodbye. Been here 1,000 times. We say yes, but we should know. We're better off, baby, if you let me let you go. Let me let you go. We're better off, baby, if you let me let you go. Let me let you go.
종발. 지금 여기 없는데요? 김도우. 실력은 없는데 종발을 잘 써가지고.
김도우? 너무 잘 쓰셔가지고 아직도 머리 깊숙이 남아있어요.
도우 형? 김도우.
김도우 선수.
도우 형?
김도우. 아니 그냥 종발 그 자체니까.
원래 도우 형이었는데 요새 약간 원희삼님 같아요.
원희사? 이삭이. 이삭이 형. 연습을 안 해요. 근데 잘해요.
이해가 안 되는데 임유진 종빨이라고 말할 수밖에 없게끔 게임하는구나라는 게
SOS. He only 종발 only. 아 이거 못하게 한대요. 아 제가 딱 유진 형이 생각나거든요. 맞긴 해요. 근데 토스 아니었으면 어떻게 될지 뻔했지.
김대엽. 저그를 하시는 거 많은 시청자들이 보셨겠지만 그냥 극혐이에요. 진짜 토가 나와요 그냥 하는 거 보면. 프로토스란 게 최고의 신의 한 수가 아닌가.
김유진, 김대엽.
토스예요.
왜 토스가 종빨이죠? 이병렬, 조성주. 최근에 우승했으니까요. 종족이 좋아서 우승한 거니까 종빨이.
그 누구더라? 그 강태수 선수가 좀 공감을 못 하시네.
김동욱 선수가 테란 선수 중에서 한 2번째로 잘한다고 생각을 해요.
듣기로 뭐 김도욱 선수가 정말 잘한다고.
김도욱,
김유진?
도희, 김도희. Because he Terran. If he Chogo, he champion.
강민수.
민수가 실력에 비해 작년 GSL 성적도 그렇고 너무 GSL에서 못 보여주는 것 같아요.
재선이?
재선이가 열심히 하는데 좀 열심히 하는 거에 비해 좀 안 나오는 것 같아요. 저는 수호 형? 저랑 뭐 민수나 진혁이나 수호 형한테 많이 배우고 있어요.
박수호. 윤수 아닐까? 윤수 게임 양이나 게임 재능이나 분명히 GSL 우승컵을 들었어야 되는데.
디스 아니에요?
아니야. 실력은 충분히 우승을 할 수 있는데.
블리즈컨 2회 우승했던 유진이 형이
김주진, 정발, 보록, 사기.
역대로 치면 유진인 것 같고 성욱이 형, 대엽이 형, 김대엽?
Yes, that's something.
사욱이 형.
지금 성욱이 형 같아요. 성욱님이 제일 대단한 것 같아요.
성욱이 형이 주성욱.
지금 성욱이가 가장 잘하고 두 번째가 성호, 세 번째가 유진이, 네 번째가 저인 것 같아요. 그리고 다섯 번째가 이삭이? 동준이도 있는데 동준이 빼죠.
뭐 이거는 말할 필요가 없는 것 같아요. 성주.
Terran Maruf.
성주죠.
성주?
조성주.
조성주. 성주.
태양 클래스 써.
당연히 령우. 병렬이. 세랄도 너무 잘해요. 쓰리타.
병렬인가? 명우인가?
이병렬, 박영우.
열이 형이랑 령우 형이랑.
령우. 이제는 령우가
박영우 선수가 제일 잘한다고 생각을 해요.
명우가 원탑인 것 같아요.
이병렬.
박영우. 저는 실력적으로는 령우가 더 위라고 생각해요.
병렬이 형. 커리어도 굉장히 중요하다 생각하고 있어서 병렬이 형이 커리어가 워낙 IM 2번 하고 불커는 못 이기죠.
어윤수. 왜 웃으세요? 어윤수. 저는 윤수 형의 그 엄청난 그 결승 진출의 그 위력. 누구요? 백동준. 재밌다. 놀려먹는 거잖아요. 전 난 거 같은데? 지금은 저가 좋지만 그 분심 시절, 그 암울하던 시절 그나마 내가 좀 했다.
현우 형이요. 근데 이상하게 스타일이 좀 이겨도 짜증이 나고 저도 짜증이 나요.
저는 성호. 뭔가 못하는데 져가지고 기분이 안 좋아요.
전 태양이가 누구나 공감할 텐데 진짜 말도 안 되는 빌드 좀 많이 써가지고 그게 좀 짜증나는 것 같아요. 원래는 태양이가 약간 좀 지든 이기든 좀 경기가 좀 개판되는 경우가 많았는데 요즘엔 좀 제가 많이 이겨가지고.
성욱이요? 그 패배를 인정하기가 싫어요.
강민수요. 지잖아요? 그냥 수구도 안 하고 나가요. 그냥 빡종 바로.
유진이 형이랑 이삭이 형.
원희삭 선수가 최고의 칭찬이겠죠.
원희삭? 맨날 똑같은 것만 하는데 맨날 그거에 지니까.
원희삭? 전멸 추적자 컨트롤하는 거 보면 화가 너무 많이 나요.
스페셜. 그 뭔가 그 놀리는 듯한 표정이 그냥 짜증이 나요. 그 겸손이라는 게 느껴지지 않는 선수예요.
없어.
태양이, 김유진, 원희삭. 딱 그 세 명 이름만 딱 들어도 짜증 나잖아요.
김유진.
유진이 형.
모든 프로토스요. 테란이랑 저거 이기기 빡세니까 프로토스라도 이겨야. 게임이 잘못됐어요 지금.
I think very BM, so no. I hope everyone play.
성주나 병렬이 많이 했으니까.
성주나 병렬이야.
뭐 병렬이? 최근에 제 큰 앞길을 한번 막아가지고.
령우 형 잘해가지고 빨리 갔으면 좋겠어.
현우 형이. 뭐 겸사겸사 좀 더 오래 하면 좋잖아요.
주성우. 그냥 제일 최전방. 우리나라 군대 중에서 제일 빡센 곳.
이신영? 아직 좀 털이 없는 것 같은데.
이신영. 한이 많아요 신영이한테.
왜요? 왜? 스페셜. 그냥 무조건 최전방, 그냥 완전 진짜 제대로 굴릴 수 있는, 살 다 빠져서 그냥 완전 사람 돼서 나오는.
이야기 좀 철 좀 들어야죠. 10년은 갔다 와야지. 약간 북한군에 좀 가봐야 되지 않을까.
윤영서 선수를 의경을 갔다 왔잖아요. 그래서 한번 육군도 한번 경험을 해보는 게 어떤가 싶어요.
지성이 형 너무 가혹하려나? 저 나이에 다시 한 번 더 가려면? 성적을 그지 크게 못 낼 것 같아서 가서 그냥 부사관으로 말뚝을 박아버리는 것도 나쁘지 않아.
박진혁 선수요. 진혁이가 군대를 너무 뿔로 갔다 와가지고 그래놓고 맨날 자기는 너무 힘들었다고.
아 저는 민수가 사람이 덜 됐어요. 많이 이기적이고 형들한테 버릇도 없고.
강민수요. 좀 갔다 와야 돼요 한번. 깨우쳐야 돼요 가서.
민수.
저 빼고 다요. 다 갔으면 좋겠어. 저랑 아마추어 23명 해가지고 새 시대를 이끌어야죠.
We are back with the second phase of the group nomination.
신경전이 엄청
Wow, the first phase of the group nomination has been a battle of wits and a lot of the mind games going on.
큰 영향을 줄 것 같아요.
네. 아까 전에도 이 도발에
And there were a lot of the provocations going back and forth, and the players were like, red in their face.
약간 이거 매치에서 벌써 두 선수가
And things are definitely getting heated up right now.
이제 신이범 선수 시작으로
So now
이재선, 강민수, 윤영서 선수가
it is Ragnarok picking first in Group D, then Group C, then Group B, then Group A.
자, 신이범 선수.
Ragnarok, would you hold the mic, please?
맨 마지막에 남는 선수가
You need to be really cautious with the pick.
이번에 선택을 잘해야 돼요.
You need to be really cautious.
조성주 선수 어떤 이야기를 했습니까?
What did Maru tell you?
성주는 워낙 잘하니까 그냥 제가 뽑고 싶은 사람
Well,
뽑으라고
since he's
했어요.
really good, he just wants me to pick
좀 여기서
whatever.
진짜 개인적으로는 좀 뭔가 좀 여기서 응수해주고 싶은 사람, 뭔가 교육시켜주고 싶은
Then
사람
any
그런 선수
player
있었어요?
that you want to teach a lesson.
아니 그건 없는데.
네.
No, not really.
전 이사경을 한 번 더 뽑고 싶은데.
I mean, I do want to pick Parting,
아, 원희삭을.
but Parting's probably gonna hate it.
원희삭 마이크 한번 잡아주시고.
Parting, would you hold the mic, please?
자, 러브 코 처음이에요.
Is there a tear in his eye?
조성주가 있어요.
It's Maru
근데
in Group D. What do you think?
저는 진짜 C조를 너무 가고 싶거든요.
I really want to go to Group C.
제가 C조 들어가는 순간 그냥 조는
As soon as I go into Group C,
근데 제가 D조로
that
가면
group becomes perfect. But if I go to Group D,
게임 연습만 할 거거든요.
I'm going to risk my life practicing
그래서 놀면서 진짜 연습도
for
안
the
하고
GSL.
나를 들여밟고 가라.
So it's either I go to Group C as an easy opponent or Group D as a hard opponent.
떨어질 겁니다.
우와!
그러면 우리 선수 D조 가면 되잖아요. 우리 선수 떨어져.
So you just gotta go to Group D, right?
왜 D조를 안 가고?
Why did you go to Group D?
올라갈 수 있어요, 저 두 명이. 근데 저를 뽑으면은
If Group D, if Maru and Ragnarok don't pick me, they can advance together into round of 8. But if they do, they're gonna get eliminated for sure.
그룹 D를 가고 싶으신 분 계세요?
Any player who wants to go into Group D?
아무도 없네요.
Nobody.
아무도 없어요.
Absolutely
자,
no
신호
one.
선수 마이크 잡아주시고요.
Ragnarok, would you hold the mic,
선수가 자기를 뽑으면요.
Parting just said, if you pick him, Maru and you are gonna get eliminated. What do you think? Whoa, that makes me want to actually give it a check. I actually want to check if I do get eliminated.
그냥 장난이고.
This provocation was a joke, okay? Calm down.
진짜 너무 스타일도 잘
I have one person to recommend.
동준이.
Deer or Stats?
제 생각에 안 지거든요. 희범이 스타일상.
I think Ragnarok has a good chance of beating them. So rather than picking me, I think it's better to pick a quintessential Terran player, Deer.
신이범의 먹잇감이
Protoss player, Deer or Stats.
옆에 있다가 갑자기 지금 원희삭 선수에 강추받았어요.
Well, Deer, you just got recommended by
저는
Parting.
D조 빼고는 다 괜찮거든요.
Well, I'm fine except Group D.
성주랑 연습을 좀 자주 하기도 하고.
I mean, I do scrim against Mario a lot.
뽑아서 그냥 포트로시 받고 이기면 될 것 같은데.
But I think
원희삭을
Mario should just go for Parting.
원희삭의 D조 가면 어떤 부분이 좋을지 그럼 여기서 장점도 한번 말씀해 주세요.
So what's good about Parting going to Group D?
만약 성주한테 져요.
If he loses to Parting,
이사기도 지거든요.
네.
그러면 패드에서 포트로시 뻔하잖아요. 무조건
I mean, Parting is definitely gonna lose.
맞고 이기면 끝난다.
And Cannon Rush is the answer for Group D.
굉장히 이야기 들으니까 쉽네요. 와, 신이범 선수. 자, 지금요 이렇게
And
백동준
Ragnarok
선수님 추천이 있었고 그러면은 김대엽 선수의
here
말씀
has just
들어볼게요.
given you a
자, 김대엽
recommendation.
선수도
Stats.
지금 원희석이 김대엽
The
선수,
Shield of Iron.
백동준이 김대엽 선수
What do you think?
추천했어요.
네.
어떠세요?
이삭이 말이 어떻게 해서든지 들어가기 싫어가지고 그러는 거
Well, I think Parting doesn't want to go to Group D no matter what.
와 원희석 뽑아라.
오히려
So, you know,
교과서적인
I recommend Parting.
저 이렇게 만나면은 이기긴 이기더라도 되게 좀 힘들게
You know, if I go to Group D,
이삭이 같은 경우에는
I think the player's gonna have a hard time. As for Parting, I think it's gonna be easier one.
프로토스 4인방 중에 최악체를 딱 꼽는다면?
So out of the 4 Protoss players sitting there, who's the weakest?
프로토스 중에 가장 강한.
The answer's over here.
자 그럼 주성우 선수 이야기도 한번 들어볼게요.
Then Zest.
아니 지금 D조에
Anything you want to say?
선수를 뽑아야 되는데.
So we are now left in a situation where a player has to go into Group D. Who do you recommend?
예.
또 이삭이 뽑을 거.
I would definitely pick Parting.
와 그러면은
He's the weakest out of 4
프로토스
Protoss.
연합이 강추한 선수가 원희석이네요.
And now the Protoss Union has suggested Parting unanimously.
이겼기 때문에.
네.
그 전 라운드에서 이겼기 때문에 그게 좀 큰 것 같아요.
와 그래요. 자 신임범 선수.
Right, Ragnarok.
지금 모든 프로토스가 추천을 했습니다.
All the Protoss have recommended Parting
이게
as a choice. What do you think, Ragnarok?
가는데 너무 미안해요.
I mean, I do want to pick him, but I feel really sorry at the same time. We're really close.
미안한데 근데 진짜 이삭이 형 말고 뽑을 사람이 없어요.
But you know, I see no other choice than Parting.
더 중요한 거 아닌가요?
아니 이삭이 형 인생도
I mean, Parting's life is very important, but your life is more important, right?
근데
Yes,
연습을
definitely.
너무 안 해요. 제가 그래가지고
But you know, I see Parting never practices, and it's about time he learns a lesson.
좀 와가지고 전 이삭이 형 정말 여기서 한 하루에 30게임씩 해가지고 제가 지더라도 우승했으면 좋겠어요.
You know, I don't care if I lose. I want Parting to win and advance from the Group D.
황제로 거듭나라.
진짜 잘 됐으면 좋겠어요.
Yeah, I really wish the best for Parting, and hence that's why I'm gonna pick Parting.
그 가서 진짜 공부해줘야 돼요 이거는요.
Parting, anything you want to say?
근데 저 말이 모순인 게.
Well, that's actually a paradox.
열심히 하면 되는데.
I mean, I can go to Group C and try harder.
이제 저 말을 들었으니까 이제 C조 가서 하루에 30게임.
I mean, I can practice like 30 games, 50 games if I go to Group C. I assure you.
그냥 뽑았으면 좋겠어요.
Well, whatever.
그냥 제가 떨어뜨릴게요. 그냥.
Pick me, whatever. I'm gonna eliminate Ragnarok.
원희삭을 사랑하는 마음으로 원희삭이 잘 됐으면 하는 마음으로 원희삭이 발전했으면
And
하는
despite
마음으로.
Ragnarok wishing the best for Parting, Parting's very salty right now.
네, 듣고 싶어가지고.
테란?
Any Terran player who wants to go to Group D?
김도?
Cure?
어떠세요? 그룹 D.
Cure, what about you? Group D.
일단 상주랑도 하기도 싫고.
I don't want to play against Maru.
만약에 신영이 형 나오면은.
And if Innovation is the last one joining Group D,
좀 위험 부담이
another TVT, it's very risky selection. So no,
마지막에 남는
I don't want to
선수가
go to Group D.
이신영이 될 거다라고 생각하시는
So what
거예요?
you're predicting is Innovation's gonna be the last player to be picked?
우와.
Yes, I
자
think
그럼 이신영 선수
Innovation's not gonna be picked until the last
D조가
minute.
있고 지금 가는 것도 나쁘지 않잖아요.
그렇죠.
Innovation,
네.
what do you think about Group D?
어떠세요?
뭐 저는 어차피 D조라서 세 번째는 그냥
I mean, I'm
쉬운 상대가
100% gonna be Group D.
그럼 마지막에 갔으면
So
좋겠다.
I don't care.
안 가면 좋게 하죠.
I mean, it's the best if I don't go into Group D.
자, 안
But
뽑아줬으면 좋겠다. 자, 이야기 남겼습니다. 이렇게
I'll follow my
테란들의
fate.
이야기도 들어봤고 지금 테란이 둘밖에 남지 않았거든요. 신임범 선수.
Now we only have 2 Terrans left.
마음의 결정 좀 해주셔야 되고 거의 뭐 스칼렛 선수는 아까 전에 박영호 선수 찍었다는 그
And
제보들이
Dark
들어와가지고요.
said that he has his eyes on
네.
Scarlet, so he's
자,
warned others
아직도 결정
not to
중에.
pick her.
미안해요.
So Ragnarok, anything you want to say?
제가
미안해요.
빡세게 하겠습니다.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ruthless, okay?
하식스를 들고
I have made up my
가서
mind.
직접 골라주시죠.
Then would
자,
you
기도하고
carry your
있어요.
hot six
원희삭은 기도하고 있습니다.
and take it to your
자,
player
원희삭
of your
형이
choice?
원희삭이 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 원희삭이
And Ragnarok was wishing the best for Parting, and
Parting
Parting
말도 했는데.
is avoiding his eye contact.
정말 친해서
And Stats is nodding his face.
설마?
Oh.
그래요? 그렇죠.
Oh my God!
네,
It is Innovation getting picked into Group D. Now that's a big upset.
성공했습니다.
Big surprise.
와 이게 이렇게 된다고요?
And Maru with a smile on his face.
자극하고 게다가 테란들로만 구성을 하게 만들면 연습하기 편하잖아요.
And wow, this Group of D, Group D is becoming a group of Stats.
이 상황을
And Parting,
해석을 좀
would you hold the mic, please, and explain the situation to us?
와 이게 정말 한우를
Wow,
감동시켰어요.
Party, you must be really happy right now.
진짜 동생 하나
네.
먹어주고
Oh
맨날
my
이범이한테
God.
맛있는 거
I
사주거든요.
love Ragnarok.
그 농사가 지금 비슷한 것 같고
I'm glad that my efforts
이범이
to
맨날 내 연습 좀
making
해달라고
Ragnarok happy has bore fruit today.
좀 해서 성적 좀 내보라고. 그래서 제가 근데 갑자기 이거 보니까 C조 재선이가 저 안 뽑으면 좀 난리 나긴 하는데.
And now this being said, if Bunny doesn't pick me, I'm not left in a good situation as well.
신임원 선수 그 마음의 결정 끝에 고민을 굉장히 많이 했거든요.
So Ragnarok, after a
결정 끝에
big
이시영 선수
decision-making process, he has
저는 정말
managed
이진영
to
선수가
pick innovation.
정말 빡세요. 저 많이 지기도 했고 그래서
I'm honestly,
뽑고 싶지 않았거든요.
innovation is a hard player to go against. I lost to him many
이상이
times.
형이 너무나 저렇게 말해가지고.
But you know, Parting kept begging me to spare his life.
많이 해가지고.
So you know, I had to go with innovation.
정이 생겼어요.
그래가지고.
Kind of feel affectionate
어쩔 수 없이 뽑았어요.
toward Parting. So
지금요.
you know, I had to pick innovation.
조성수 선수 한번 줘보세요. 아니
Maru,
선수들이 쳐다도 안 봐주는 조성수 선수 지금 어떻게 된 거예요 지금?
what are your opinions on
그룹
this?
D.
Group D.
어때요 지금 괜찮아요?
How's it looking?
신영이 형 오는데 너무 웃겨가지고.
Well, I mean, innovation was coming here,
아
and
재밌었어요?
it was really funny.
조성수 선수 그래도 뭐
You
만족스러워요
know,
그룹 D.
things are pretty enjoyable right now.
누가 와도 상관없어요.
Yeah, I mean, my mindset is I don't care who comes to my group.
와이 그룹 D 죽음의 조.
Wow, confidence there.
정입니다 이 조는요. 자
Now
이렇게
this
이시영
this group
선수가
is surely a group of
이시영
death.
선수도 마이크 잡아주시고.
And
자, 이제
innovation,
오게
would you hold the
됐는데요.
mic, please?
결국엔 이렇게 오게 됐습니다.
Now you came to Group
마지막에
D.
싫다고 하셨는데 오게 됐어요. 어떠세요?
It kind of feels reluctant from you, but what do you think?
우승할 거라서.
Well, I'm gonna lift the trophy no matter what, so I'm just gonna gallivant my way towards the trophy.
비교적 일찍 뽑힌 거라 아, 이게 좀 불편할
And you haven't picked earlier than we expected.
그렇죠. 이렇게 두 선수 뭐 강한 자신감 내비쳤고 그럼
A
이어서
strong
이재선
confidence
선수
coming
쪽으로
from
가겠습니다.
the two players
자
in Group
이재선 선수
D.
마이크 들어주시고
Now, Bunny, would you hold
지금
the mic,
아까 전에
please?
그 간절한 마음을 원희사 선수 담았거든요. 나를 뽑으면
And
영
Bunny,
즐겁게 적당히
Parting is really
준비하겠다.
desperate to get
라는
into Group
이야기를
C.
남겼어요. 그 부분에 있어서 좀 뭔가 마음의 동요가 좀 있나요?
So, what do you think?
원래 이삭이 형을 뽑으려고 했는데
Well, I did intend to pick Parting,
좀 기분 나쁠 정도로
but you know,
시도를 너무 원하더라고.
Parting, you know, he almost
싫어지죠.
he's kind of provoking me the way he's speaking about Group C. And now I don't really want to grant him his wish.
좀 얘기를 들어보고 싶네요.
네, 대협
So I actually want to hear
저는
from
대협부터.
Stats and Sue.
예,
Stats, what do you think?
재선아.
Hey, Bunny.
씨.
아니 근데 막상 아니 근데 C조에 내가 들어가면 딱
If I go into Group C, I think this is a beautiful picture, you know, a beautiful scenario.
약간 딱 종족도 버그
Rather than
있어가지고
Sue.
버그전 더 연습하는 것보다 프로토스
Rather than practicing more on the Zerg matchup, I think it's better to pick me and go for the Protoss matchup, right?
이게 또 D조가 지옥이다 보니까 이제 또 일찍 뽑히는 게
Well,
나을 수도
since
있어요.
Group D is definitely a group of death,
어윤수는 그룹 C?
all the players want to go into other groups as much as possible. Sue, what about you?
저랑
Group C.
재선이랑 이렇게 좀 사연도 좀 있고.
Bunny and I, we have been close,
그림도 좀 재밌을 것 같고.
and I think it's gonna be really fun when I go to Group C.
생각해 본다면
But from
푸푸전보다는
Trap's perspective,
좀더 쉬운.
rather than a PvP, I think it's better to go up against me in a PvZ matchup.
이겨서
And Bunny often beat me, so I think this is a very
통하는 부분이
mutually good
분명히
situation.
있고 그래서 이렇게 들어가면 어떻게 되면 하나가 될 수 있는 그런 상황이다. 아까 전에 그럼 원희석 선수도 마이크
So,
잡아주시고 아까 전에
Parting, would you hold the mic, please?
뽑으려고 그랬는데 말하는 거 보니까 뽑기
Bunny
싫었어요.
said he was originally gonna pick you, then he changed his mind. What do you think?
제가 가기 싫으니까 그만큼 D조로 가기 싫었으니까.
I mean, I had to say that because I really don't want to go Group D, but I do apologize for my actions and my words.
인정하고 있는데 저를 안 뽑는다는.
And all the Protoss players have unanimously said that I'm the worst Protoss out of here. So you know, I think it's a very good decision for Bunny to pick me.
잠깐만요. 정말 행복한 조를 만들 수 있는데.
I think we can build a really happy group. There's no need to risk things, right?
그냥 누구도 올라갈 수 있는, 누구도 올라갈 수 있는. 네, 누구도.
I mean, if I go into Group C, anyone
같은데요?
is capable of advancing.
와, 자 이재선 선수. 자 지금 선수들의 이야기 다 들어봤거든요.
So Bunny, all the players have put out their words. What do you
이삭이
think?
형이 거의 울라고 그래가지고.
Well, yeah, Parting was almost like gonna cry.
고민되죠. 뽑아야 되나?
Yes,
네,
he's very
윤성
hesitant
말도
right
일리가
now.
있고,
I mean,
대엽이 형
Sue,
말도 일리가 있고.
he makes sense,
근데
stats make sense.
이삭이 형은 거의
But parting,
울라고 해가지고.
울라고 해서.
you know, he's like begging me with tears in his eyes.
원희수 선수랑 인연이 좀 깊잖아요.
그렇죠. 아직 해결해야 될 문제도 있고.
But you do have a long history with Sue, right?
그 인연을 바탕으로 해서 이렇게 만나는 것도 어떠세요?
I mean, this relationship has been going on for a long time. So what do you think, buddy?
좀 트라우마 생겨가지고.
Well, after that relationship with Sue, I did develop a trauma. So now the problem is whether I should overcome my trauma or just go for parting. The weakest product.
아니면 바지냐?
So what is it? Overcome the trauma or pick the weakest
다시
product?
한번 들어볼게요. 자, 그러면은 이제 눈물 감동의 원희삭.
Now parting.
마지막 이야기.
근데 제 게이머 경험상
Well, my gaming experience has told me that taking a risk is the worst thing possible. So it's very nice of him to pick me, the easiest one, out of the remaining players. All he has to do is pick me and just like pulverize me, stomp on me, and advance to the next level.
굳이 여기서. 굳이 여기서.
네, 과오를 되풀이하지 말아라.
So you're telling him, don't repeat the same mistake, right? Then Sue, what do you have to say?
트라우마는 있거든요.
I mean, all the people have trauma.
결국
Who doesn't? You know, it's time he overcomes the trauma.
넘어섰잖아요.
이제 재선이 넘어서야 할 때가 왔고.
Yeah, it's time for Bunny to overcome his trauma.
또 저그가 또 이제 얼마 뒤면 너프 되거든요.
And Zerg is gonna be nerfed soon.
뭐 실리를 택한다면은.
So if Bunny wants to think about the advantages, I would be the better fit than parting.
이 트라우마를 극복하기 위해서.
Now Bunny is still
트라우마를
hesitant.
극복하는 방법 그 누구보다도 어윤 선수는 잘 안다.
아 그렇죠.
Again, the question is overcoming trauma more important, or is picking the worst products more beneficial?
그렇다면 여기서 어떤 선택을 하실 건지.
So Bunny,
눈물이냐?
it is time for you to make a decision.
청산이냐? 그렇죠. 그런 게 여기 좀 걸려 있어요.
Is it Sue
자,
or is it parting?
마음의 결정 끝났습니까?
Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have.
핫식스 들고.
Okay, take your hot six and give it to the player of your choice. Is it break the curse or pick the easiest products? Who is it? Is it Sue or is it parting?
와, 그렇죠.
Oh, it is parting. Parting looking so happy right now.
청산은 실패를 했고.
Oh, Sue looking devastated.
웃어요.
That is not a happy smile.
지금까지 느낌으로 세 선수가 서로가 생각한 구성이 된 것 같아요.
And for now, Group C, it feels like the players are very satisfied with their group. And parting, your wish has been granted, and now you're in Group C.
이 정도면 됐다.
He looks so happy.
그 구도 그대로다. 이게 A조는 몰라도
This is the scenario he wanted.
자, 원희삭 선수.
Parting.
자, 여기 원하는 C조에 들어갔어요. 어떠세요?
Hold the mic, please. You went into Group C. What are your thoughts?
오늘 목표 다 이뤘고요.
네.
I mean, I'm so happy. All my wishes have been granted.
시나리오 그려졌고.
Now, my scenario to round of 8 has been made.
올라갔으면 좋겠네요.
8강 축하드려요.
Congratulations to round of 8 parting. Thank
강영호
you.
선수의 존재를 아직 눈치를 못 챈 것 같은데요?
네.
I don't think I think you're underestimating Dark's powers. Dark has the power to swap two players at the end of the drafting process.
네. 그거에 대한 뒤통수를
I mean, Dark is in a really good relationship with me, so I doubt that he's gonna backstab me at the end of the drafting process. I ideally hope he doesn't pull it off.
마음의 결정을 정말 심각하게 했잖아요. 마지막에
So Bunny, you have been very hesitant for a long time. Why did you pick parting?
윤수 형을 뽑으려고 했는데
I did intend to pick Sue
좀 깰라고
to break my curse, to break my trauma.
이번만큼은 좀
But this time around,
길었기 때문에
I have waited a long time for this moment, so I'm gonna try to pick
이삭이 형을 만만해 보이는
parting, who's a better opponent
알겠습니다.
than
이렇게
Sue.
해서 이재선 선수의 선택이 마무리가 됐고 다음으로는
So
강민
Bunny has
선수에게
made his
마이크
choice,
넘겨보도록 하겠습니다.
and it's
자,
now
강민 선수는
Solar of
지금
Group B
전태양
to make his
선수는
decision.
이야기 좀 나눴어요. 거의 말 안 하는 것 같은데 둘이.
And it feels like Solar and TY is not having a conversation at all.
원래 백동준 선수를 되게 뽑고 싶었거든요.
I really wanted to pick Deer.
탑시대에 이제 박명호 선수의 눈치를 보느라 제가
But you know,
못 뽑겠어요.
I kind of think Deer might ruin the whole scenario at the end of the draft.
함부로 못 뽑겠어가지고.
So I can't really pick Deer.
어려워요 진짜.
한번 물어봐요.
So this whole thing is really hard for me.
네 물어봤는데 영우 형이 선택지가 너무 많더라고요.
I asked Dark, and Dark has too many options.
와 지금 너무 머리가 너무 아파요.
So you know my brain hurts right now from too many thoughts.
아 근데 또 심기를 건드리면 안 되잖아요.
안 되죠.
But you know I don't really want to provoke Deer. I don't want to provoke Dark.
김대엽 선수도 고민 중이거든요.
So I'm thinking between Sue
어윤수랑 김대엽이요.
or Stats.
한 명씩 다 의견을 좀 들어.
네, 한번 들어보겠습니다. 자, 그럼요. 그룹 B로 들어갈 수 있는 그 기회. 어윤수.
So now you're given the opportunity to go into Group B.
B조도 나름.
Sue,
어윤수라는.
what do you think about Group B?
이제 선수가 있잖아요. 어떠세요?
뭐 C조만큼은 아니지만.
Well, I mean, it's not as good as Group C, but Group B,
괜찮을 것 같아요.
not bad. I don't think it's too
그러면
bad.
역순으로 가다가 돌아서 C조에 가는 방법도 있네요.
I mean,
선택 안
it's a
받으면?
snake format, so you could actually end up in Group C.
C조 가면은 그냥 좀
I mean, if I get into Group B,
이렇게 뽑을 생각입니다.
I'm gonna make an interesting pick. I'm gonna make an enjoyable pick.
예, 그럼 이어서 김대엽 선수도.
Then Stats,
Group B.
anything you want to say, Group B.
우리 친한 태양이와
Well, Group B,
민수가 있기
I have my beloved TY, my beloved Solar.
들어가기 가 싫네요.
예, 들어가기 너무 싫고.
So I don't want to go into Group B. I don't want to play against them.
우리예요. 그러면 우리 백동준, 자 안산 절친이 있잖아요.
And Deer,
어떠세요?
you have a good friend of yours in Group
대엽이
B.
형이 뭐 우리라고 했는데 뭐 팀도 다른데 뭐 우리는 개뿔.
You know, I don't care.
저기 대엽이 형 뽑고.
I think Group B should just pick Group B should just pick Stats, and I should be picked by Dark.
네,
I want to go into Group A.
자 그러면요. 김독 선수도 어딘가 찾아가야 될 거 아니에요.
And sure, you're gonna have to find a place to go into. Where do you want to go?
B조나 저도 C조 가고 싶은데.
Well, I want to go to Group B or Group C.
있어가지고
But for C, there's parting.
꺼려지고.
So I'm
민수랑 솔직히
kind of reluctant.
오프라인에서 하면은 제가 거의 다 졌었는데.
And in offline matches, I lose to Solar
자신감 넘칠 것 같거든요.
most of the time. So he's probably really confident.
저한테 좀 생각을 해줬으면 좋겠어요.
So I want him to consider my situation.
나를 데려가면 그래도 좋은 조를 만들 수 있다.
So you're saying that
자 강민 선수
Solar
이렇게
should pick.
선수들 이야기 들어봤습니까?
Sure.
어떠세요?
Solar, what do you have to say?
모르겠습니다. 그냥 마음 가는 대로 할게요.
I don't know. I'm just gonna go with the flow.
끝났어요?
네.
잠깐.
I made up my mind.
지금
피하고 싶은 의견이 있어요.
And TY, anything you want to say before you Solar picks?
제가 얘기한 건 그거예요. 아니 민수가 동준이를 너무
What I said
원하는
before
거예요.
was that Solar really wanted Deer.
그렇게 원하면 동준이 뽑고
I mean, if he really does,
끌어라.
he should just
라고
pick
얘기를
Deer
했거든요.
and just get on his knees to
계속
Dark.
머리 아파하길래 어떻게 할지 좀 아직도 의문이 많이 드네요.
So you know, I still am hesitant
강민 선수가 해야
in
되거든요.
how
자 한식씩 들고 선수를
the
뽑아주시죠.
group will turn out
자
to
누구
be.
뽑을까요? 고민의 고민이에요. 와 이거 진짜
A조 눈치를 볼 거냐 안 돼요.
백동준 데려가면은 박영우 선수가
And Solar is walking
아니면 다른
with his
선수를
hot stakes
데려가자니
to the player of his
좀 어려울
choice.
수 있고 최종 강민수
Who's it gonna
선택은요.
be?
선택. 데려오네요.
Oh, it's Deer.
다른 선택지도 있다고 들었으니까.
There has been other options, but it is Deer getting picked in Group B.
박영우 선수 이야기를 무시를 하고.
근데 약간 기분 나쁜 표정이네.
And now Dark is not looking too happy.
많다고 했지만 그렇다고 건드리란 말은 없었는데.
이게 어떻게 보면 무리수가 될 수도 있는 상황.
And TY giving a slight glance.
내 눈치
Dark.
안 보네.
그렇죠. 자 그러면은
Is this the right decision?
강민 선수 마이크 잡아주시고 왜
time will tell.
지금 박영우 선수의 이야기를 거부하고 백동준 선수
Solar,
뽑았는지.
why did you ignore Dark's words and pick Deer?
중에 한 개라고 했거든요. 그래가지고
I mean, Dark said there are 3
아프리카
options,
형들이랑 제가 또 워낙
and Deer was
친해가지고
one of them.
많이 배우기도 하고 그래가지고 뭔가 아프리카 형들.
And I'm really close with the African TV
너무 이게 또 생각이
players.
너무 많아서 머리가 너무 아프더라고요.
네.
And you know, my head was like bursting, and I just had to make a decision no matter what.
네, 알겠습니다. 지금
And
이렇게
it has to be Deer.
자, 지금 백동준 선수 마이크 한번 잡아주시고.
And Deer, we hold the mic, please.
이쪽으로 오게 됐습니다.
Now you're in Group D, Group B. What do you think?
돌이라서 그런지 약간 생각을 좀
I
잘못하네요.
think Solar. I think
저는
Deer. I think Solar is a stonehead. He wasn't wise with his decision.
만약에
He's gonna regret it.
넘어가지 않는다고 봤을 때 B조에 대해서 어떻게 생각하나요? 만약 내가 그냥 남게 됐다.
So what do you think about Group B?
그럼 안 되죠.
Oh no, this is not looking
무조건
good.
간다라는 지금 확신이 좀 있네요. 자, 알겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 강민수 선수는 고민 끝에 백동준 선수 픽했고,
So Solar
자, 이제 윤영서
picks
선수의 기회가
Deer
지금
after a
돌아왔습니다.
long hesitation.
윤영서 선수 뭐 사실상
And now it's
이 박명호
TaeJa's turn
선수를 시키는 대로
to
할
pick a
수밖에
player in
없는
Group A.
상황이거든요.
그렇죠.
네, 워낙에 선택권이 막강하기 때문에. 네.
백동준 선수의 멘트를 들어보면 이게 실제로 그대로 남게 됐을 때
Yeah, after listening to
A조
Deer,
입장에서도 궁금해하지 않을까 싶기도
I
합니다.
want to hear what I want to know what
들었어요?
Group A thinks of this
선수에게?
group nomination right now.
영우가 동준이를 데리고 온다고.
Well, Dark has mentioned that he's going to pick Deer and bring Deer into his group.
우와, 가장 강력한 후보?
I mean, he's the favorite,
셋
right?
중에 한 명이었어요.
Yes, he was a
그러면
heavy favorite.
윤영서도 여기서 마음대로 할 수 없는 입장이에요 지금은요.
So TaeJa, you're not in a position to
따르게 예전에 그렇게 막
make
진짜 조지명
any
씨께서
decisions by yourself,
예,
right?
뭔가
Yeah.
제갈공명의 그런 느낌 좀 있었을 때가 있잖아요. 4년 전에.
그때는 이제 은퇴했기 때문에.
Well, 4 years ago,
그렇게
things were
올라가고 싶었던
different,
마음이 없었기 때문에.
and I retired at that time, and I didn't really have the ambition to advance to the next level.
만들어 봐야 될 것 같아요.
But now I'm gonna have to ask how Dark thinks about the group nomination.
서로가 괜찮은 선수를 고르면 마지막 선수를 교체하면 되니까.
그렇죠.
Yes,
자,
as we all
그러면
know,
여기서
Dark
아까
has
전에
the power
정치원
to change, to swap two
스칼렛
players
선수가 있잖아요.
after a draft
네.
process is finished.
자, 그러면 그 느낌 자체
And
여기서
Scarlett still
그러면
remains
윤영서 선수 이야기
in the
들어보고
chairs.
싶거나 그런 거 아예 없죠 지금요.
저는 들어보고 싶을 생각이 없어요.
아, 생각이 없어요.
Yes. I don't wanna hear from the players. I have made up my mind. Nothing's gonna change my mind.
네, 나는 신경기생 중이다.
그렇죠, 그렇죠.
신기충이다. 알겠습니다. 그럼요. 자, 감염된 윤영서 직접 여기서
Alright, invest in TaeJa.
저그가 됐어요.
네, 지금 저거예요.
Would you pick your player, please?
자, 여기서 이제 올라가야 되기 때문에 무조건 박영우 선수의 의견에 따르겠다.
No, he is going to Scarlett. And it's gonna be Scarlett. Yes, it is.
네, 스칼 선수 입장에서도 A조가 괜찮아 보이긴 해요.
So Group A is looking actually pretty good for Scarlett.
좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는 데다가
So Scarlett has been showing good performance
원래 테란전 오늘 자신
against the Zerg.
네, 괜찮죠.
그렇죠. 자, 그래서 이번에 스칼렛 선수를 지금 뽑았고
So now Scarlett has been picked in Group A.
데려갈 거다라는
And Dark has mentioned before that he's going to pick Scarlett no matter what.
누구도 스칼렛 선수를
So no other players have been able to pick Scarlett because they couldn't disobey Dark's word.
들어보도록
So we want to hear what Scarlett thinks about
You just get into the group
this
A.
thing.
So what do you think what do you think about it?
To be honest, from the start of the group selection, I thought I would end up in Group A because of Dark's power at the end. But I was a little worried that there's a small chance I'd end up in Group B. But after Deer was chosen by Solar, I was very happy because I knew I would be in Group A, and this is the group I wanted to be in.
그 사실 처음부터 그 조 지명식 때부터 자신이 A조가 들어갈 거라고 생각했기 때문에 그렇게 그 예상 밖이는 아니었는데 사실 아까 전에 그 아주 작은 찬스로 B조가 들어갈 수 있을 거라고 생각했는데 강민수 씨가 바로 다른 사람을 골라줘서 자신이 거의 A조가 확정이라고 생각했습니다.
네, 그러면은 그래도 이제 스칼렛 선수가요. 지명권이 있어요.
Scarlett
물론 박영우 선수가
has the
바꿀 수
right
있겠지만
to pick a player.
그래도 그
And of course,
나름대로
Dark has the power to
네 명의
swap two
선수들
players
중에서
at the end as well.
어떤 스타일을 이번엔 박영우 선수의 이야기를 듣고 뽑을 것인지 아니면 스칼렛
So
선수
what kind of player are you intending to pick,
궁금하거든요.
Scarlett?
So
Are you gonna
now
listen to
you
Dark's
have the
word
choice to choose
or
among the
make
four players.
a choice?
So what are you going to choose among the four players, and what are your plans on choosing the player here?
To be honest, this time Dark said he wants to make it easy for himself. So the best thing I can do is choose a player Dark doesn't want to play, because I think in the end he'll move him to another group for an easier opponent.
이번에 선택에서는 박영우 선수가 기본적으로 자신에게 유리하게 그 하는 게 좋을 것 같아가지고 그래서 플레이어를 선택하는 데 있어서는 박영우 선수가 상대하기 힘든 선수를 골라가지고 박영우 선수한테 그 바꾸는 거를 하는 거를 생각하고 있다고 합니다.
알겠습니다.
이게
Wow, the mind game's going on.
그러니까 어쨌거나
And
A조에서
Scarlett's pretty logical
박영우 선수에게
with her
거부하지
scenario.
않고 말을 따라주게 되면 이제 지금 골라지게 될 선수는
네.
다 그 특정 선수 조에 가게 될 폭탄이 돼 있어요.
Now the player that is picked by Scarlet is gonna be a massive bomb to the other group because of Dark's power at the end.
카드가 될 수 있습니다.
그렇죠.
So the last player of Group A will definitely be traded with the other player in the other group.
Pick me, please.
And Stats is saying, "Pick me, please," to Scarlet.
안 가요?
Sue, what do you have to say?
마이크.
No.
No.
Not Group A, please.
자 그럼 주성우.
And Zest, what do you have to say?
네, 저는 뽑아줬으면 좋겠어요.
I hope I get picked in Group A.
예. 좀 어필을 좀 강하게 한번
Would
해보세요.
you like to appeal yourself?
그냥 조조에 있어도 좋을 것 같고 뭐 딴 데 간다 해도.
I mean, Group A is fine, and any other groups are fine actually.
이게 잘 생각해야 되는 게 이게 은근히 하이 리스크 하이 리턴인 상황인데.
This is actually a situation where it's high risk, high return.
자 그러면 김독 선수도 한 말씀 해주시죠.
So Cure, anything you want to say?
C조랑 D조 가기 싫어서.
Well, I don't want to go into Group C or Group D.
바뀌었으면 좋겠어서.
I want things to change.
저도 좀 생각.
So if possible,
픽을 해달라.
I would want to be picked in Group A. So everyone's saying pick me please.
자 그러면 이제
Apart from
스칼렛 선수
Sue.
결정을 해주셔야 되거든요.
So Scarlet has to make a decision now.
이야기하고 있는 박영우 선수고요.
And Dark's
어떻게 할지.
talking to Scarlet.
지금 우승자 출신이고 막강한 권한이 있기 때문에요. 선택을 하고 있습니다. 그러면 스칼렛 선수의 최종 선택을
So
해주십시오.
Scarlet, you have to make your
가서,
final decision.
예, 직접 초이스 해주세요. 네.
여기서
하식스 들고.
변 이제 2변이 나온다면
네.
Oh, she's
기조를 그대로
holding up her
그렇죠.
hot six can.
자 과연 여기서 어떤 선택을 할지.
네.
So
가서
she's
주면
gonna pick.
됩니다. 전달. 자
Alright,
스칼렛 선수가 지금
here she
포부를
goes.
A조의
Here she goes.
운명은요.
So how's the destiny of Group A gonna turn out?
선택할까요?
정황상
four players.
B조로
주성우?
보내지게 될
It is that?
되는 건데.
It is that. The
김대엽
Protoss
선수가 지금
player
선택이
getting picked in Group A.
와 김대엽 됐어요.
So Stats should be pretty happy.
근데 이제 예상대로면 그게 맞는데 또 모르죠. 박민호 선수의 생각이 바뀔 수도 있는
So
거예요.
you know we don't know what Dark is thinking right now. So things as of now are quite unstable.
네, 자 그러면요. 자 스칼렛 선수가 최종 김대엽 선수를
So
선택하게 된
Scarlet
이유에
locks
대해서
in
말씀
Stats as
부탁드리겠습니다.
a final member of Group A for now.
네, 스칼렛 선수가요. 스탯을 고른 이유.
Scarlet,
So the
what are
reason
your
behind
reasons
you
for
choose
picking Stats?
among the players?
To be honest, I was thinking between Sue or Stats. If Dark didn't switch the play, I would rather play against Sue a little bit, but I think Dark will definitely switch Stats. He told me he will, so I believed him.
그리고 선택지가 그 어윤수 선수하고 그 김대호 선수 중에서 그 생각하고 있었는데
네.
그 박영우 선수가 일단 무조건 그 바꾸겠다고 생각하는 거를 그 생각해서 어윤수 선수는 그렇게 되면 무조건 바뀔 것 같기 때문에 그래서 김대호 선수를 골랐다고 합니다.
자 이렇게 해서 김대엽 선수의 운명입니다. 여기 남아 있을지
And
아니면
now
바뀔지는
the
이제 박영우
question
선수
is
이야기
whether
나누면 되는
Stats will remain
상황이고요.
in Group
여기서
A
기도를 하고
or
앞으로
be
있어요.
transferred into another
예상대로
group.
B조로 갈 수도 있는데
네.
또 모르죠.
몰라요.
So
변수가
he
나오고
may
있어요.
be
보내서
transferred to Group B.
강력한 경쟁자를 떨어뜨리는 방법도.
그렇죠.
네.
So we don't
자
know
그럼
yet.
이제 이어서 백동준 선수의
So
선택
now
시간이 왔습니다.
it is time for Deer to
백동준 선수가 운명이 좀
make
어떻게
his
바뀔지 모르는
choice.
상황이거든요. 그래도 백동준 선수 여기서 상대를 좀 골라야 돼요.
So Deer, now you have to pick a player.
남은 선수들이
There are 3 players remaining.
주성욱 선수가 있고
There's Protoss,
저그
Zest,
어윤수가 있고요.
there's Zerxu,
테란 김독 선수가
and there's
있거든요.
Terran Cure.
또 개인적으로 여기서 끌리는 종족이 좀 있습니까?
Any race you want to pick?
일단 저는 떠날 사람이긴 한데 여기서 근데
I mean, I'm definitely gonna be swapped out.
혹시라도 1%라도 그 남을 가능성이 있기 때문에
But there's this 1% possibility that I might remain in Group B.
만약에 뽑는다면 도우기
So just in case, I want to pick Cure.
생각 들어보고
I want to hear what Cure has to say.
너무 좋아요.
너무 좋아요.
I'm really happy with
왜냐면
Group
어차피
B.
김동준 여기 백동준 선수 갈 수 있으니까.
Because Deer can be swapped out, right? Yes.
좋아요.
네?
바뀌어도 안 바뀌어도 둘 다?
So are you happy whether Deer gets swapped out or not?
통하는 것 같아요.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with Deer.
좋아요. 자 그렇다면 어윤수도 마이크 먼저 잡으시고
Sue.
B는 아니에요?
Anything you want to say?
B 아니에요?
How's Group B for you?
B.
B요?
어.
B?
이거 잘 생각해야 돼요.
잘 버티면 시조 가나?
잘못하면 5대5 확률로 천국과 지옥으로 왔다.
You know, there's a 50% possibility you might go to heaven or hell.
그럴 수 있습니다.
자, 선택.
So you have to be wise with your words.
준이가 저를 위한다면.
Well, I mean, Deer, if he cares for me,
안 뽑아주면.
I hope he doesn't pick me.
그래서 어디서 시조 노리는 거고요?
So do you want to go to Group C?
그래도 뭐
예.
남잔데. 도박 한번 해봐야죠.
와!
I mean, I'm a man. I'm a real man.
자, 주성욱 선수.
I'm gonna gamble on my life.
B에 들어갈 가능성이 좀 있거든요.
아니, 동준이가 절대 안 뽑을 것 같아가지고.
I don't think Deer's gonna pick me.
포기했어요.
So I gave up.
운명에 맡기겠다.
운명에 맡기겠다.
So you're gonna leave it
자,
to
그럼 여기서
fate.
강하게 어필한 선수는 김독 선수 하나입니다.
So Cure's the only one that is appealing.
네.
자,
So have you made up your mind, Deer? Yes, I have.
백동준 선수가 이제 A조로 갈 가능성이 있는데 또 모르는 거니까.
So there is a big possibility that Deer might get swapped out to Group A, but we can't be certain. So as expected, is it Sue? No, it is Cure.
이거 자동으로 C조 도박.
이거 근데 두 선수가
And Sue was shaking his head.
D조는 어떻게 돼도 장난 아니겠는데요?
예, D조는 진짜
Oh wow, Group D is gonna look terrible.
자, 이렇게 해서 김동욱 선수는 최선이 됐고 김동욱 선수는 만족스러운
Now Cure
준비가 됐습니다.
is being taken to Group B, and he looks pretty satisfied with the groups.
네, 워낙
How is it?
쉬운 선수들이
Cure.
없어서 좀 보통조에 들어간 것 같아요.
Well, there are no easy opponents,
전태형 얼굴 왜
so I
그래요?
think Group B is
모든 걸
comparably
이기는
easy
지금.
compared to other groups. TY, what do you think?
아, 네네네, 괜찮고. 아,
I'm
그러니까
pretty
조
happy.
자체는 나쁘진 않은 것
It's
같아요.
not bad.
다 잘하는 선수들이지만 D조만큼은
But
아닌 것 같아요.
oh, Group D looks horrible.
서로 할 만한 것 같은.
But for Group B, I think the 4 players are equally good.
바뀔 수도 있잖아요.
학교도
But
괜찮나요?
things are bound to change, right? Due to dark.
어떤 선수가 오느냐에 따라 좀 다를 것 같아요.
I mean, the situation might change depending on who comes in my group.
대호병이 오면은 좀 까다로울 것
But if
같긴
Stats
한데.
does come to Group B, it might be a little
그래도
difficult for me.
토스가 한 명이면은 저도 괜찮을 것 같아요.
But having one Protoss
전략으로 승부하면 되기
would be pretty good for me.
알겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 그룹 B 김독 선수가 지금 들어가게 됐고.
So Group B,
자, 이제 원희석
the
선수
final
시간이
player in
됐어요.
Group B is Cure,
원희석
and now
선수
it's
시간.
time for parting
남은 선수는 둘.
to make
원희석 선수의
his
손에
choice.
의해서 진짜 한 선수를 지옥으로
Now,
보내버렸어요.
땅과 지옥으로
it is all.
보낼 수 있는.
누가 더
This
뭔가
all
뒤집어
depends on
보면
parting.
그런 느낌이 있었나요?
원래는 윤수형 뽑으려 했거든요.
I was intending to pick Sue,
근데 제가 성욱이 형을 한테 좀 많이 줬어요.
but I lost to Zest a lot.
뭔가 복수하고 싶어서.
I think it's time for my revenge on Zest.
성욱이 형, 그리고 그냥 뭔가 프로토스 대 프로토스전으로
And I feel like
편하게 게임 ha고 싶은 것도 있고.
I just want to play a comfortable game, going up against Zest in a PvP matchup.
가서 이제 이번 시즌 우승했으면 좋겠고.
And at the same time, I kind of wish Sue would go into a hard group and win the GSL season this year.
그다음 저랑 만났으면 좋겠어요.
우와, 이거 완전 잠깐만요. 지금 어디서 계획대로 모든 게 지금까지 99% 완성됐거든요.
이게 거의 들어봤을 땐 주성우 선수랑 원희 선수 이미 합의된 것 같은 느낌이
And
들어요.
now,
100%가 남았어요. 어디서 빨리 지금 어필 한번 해보세요.
Sue, do you want to say something?
아, 어이가 없어가지고.
No, I'm just flabbergasted right now.
아, 아니겠죠.
He wouldn't pick me, right?
너무 확고한데요, 원희석 선수는?
But parting, so sure.
이석이랑 그런 이렇게 사적으로도 많이.
I mean, parting and I, we are really close friends. We are on good terms.
이렇게 통수 치는 건 아니잖아요.
But he really shouldn't backstab me, right?
저는 믿어요.
I believe in him.
그 믿음이 있습니까, 원희석이?
I believe parting.
아까 인터뷰 영상에서 가장 짜증나게 하는 선수가
In the
누구라고 하셨죠?
interview, you said the most irritating player is parting, right? No, actually, that's a compliment in the esports industry. Saying irritating means very good player.
진정한 죽음의 조.
네. 대화 들어가면 좀 흥이 좀 빠져요.
So if I go into Group D, I think Group D is gonna be very boring.
C조로.
그렇죠.
가는 그런 준우승을 했던 조성우도 있고.
So there's Trap in Group C.
그러네요. 컨셉을 맞추는 방법이 있네요.
Sue is a finalist as well, like Yusu.
자, 그럼 주성 선수 이야기 들어보겠습니다.
So Zest,
운명의 갈림길이에요.
what do you want to say?
과연 나는 고독한 싸움을 해야 되나?
아, 근데 이삭이가 진짜 절 뽑을 생각이 있어서
I mean, if
저렇게 말한
parting
거지.
really wants to pick me,
장난으로 저렇게 말한 건지
I'm not sure if that's a joke or not.
그럴 수 있죠.
좀 다시 한번 물어보고 싶어요.
I want to ask him once again to parting.
자, 그럼요.
Parting, are you serious?
한 입으로 두말하지 않습니다.
Yes,
그리고
I'm very serious.
인생은 뜻대로 되지 않기 때문에
And Sue, life doesn't go according to your plan.
8강에서 서로 강해진 상태로 만나서
So how about
재밌게
we
했으면
meet
좋겠네요.
each other in the round of 8 in a power state?
시간을 조금 더 드릴게요. 이번에 왜냐면 이게 진짜 중요한 거잖아요.
그렇죠. 아 근데 이런 방법이 있어요. 여기서 어윤수 선수가 필살의 방법으로 오히려
There's a possibility.
협상의 대상을 바꾸는 방법이 있죠.
어떻게?
That's two mind. Make it out of his way by negotiating with Dark.
변수를 다르게 방법으로 만들 방법이 있거든요.
그러려면 여기서 그걸 유지하고 바꿔줘야 되는데 자 그러면요. 자 어윤수 선수 끝으로 한 말씀.
So
마지막 기회 발언기 두 분에게 드리겠습니다.
Now this is your last chance to say anything to party. Oh, there's a sad piano music right now. A very appropriate music.
아니 저 이제 좀 있으면 가야 되는데.
You know, I have to leave soon.
마지막 그래도 저한테는 마지막 기회거든요.
I need to give my farewell, and this is my last opportunity. But if you really want to eliminate me this early in the rounds,
보내려면
well, that is my fate. I have to accept it.
자 그래서 주성 선수가 아까 전에 이야기했을 때 이게 장난이 좀 아닌 것 같아요.
And Zest, it feels like parting is actually serious about picking you.
가야 되는 건 저도 똑같거든요.
I mean, to be frank, I'm in the same position as Sue.
남자인지 아닌지.
I have to go. So I just want to see if parting's a man or not.
자 그러면 원희선 선수 최종 선택 하식스를 들고 앞으로 가서.
So parting, it is time for you to make your
이게
decision.
천국과 지옥. 예, 지금 만만한 조와 죽음의 조.
Is it Sue or is it Seth?
와 어윤수 우승!
It is Sue.
와 조지명 씨 우승!
Wow.
정말요?
와
Sue
진짜요?
is the real beneficiary of today's group nomination.
역시
Wow.
사파 프로토스답죠.
네, 사파입니다.
네, 여기서 조지명식에서도 빌드를 볼 줄이야.
Amazing.
네, 이게
And
진정한
Seth
지금 우승자는
automatically
이번 조지명
sits in
씨에서
Group
어윤수
D.
선수 마이크 잡아주세요. 어윤수 선수.
Sue, would
원하는
you hold the mic, please?
C조의 아카데미 감성을 자극하며 들어오게 됐습니다.
Now you have
어떠세요?
secured your seat in the Group C. What do you have to say? I'm really happy.
저희 회식 한번 하겠습니다.
I'm gonna treat.
시즌은 서로 사연도 있고.
I'm gonna treat parting to a nice meal.
또 그렇고. 시즌은 완벽한 깔맞춤이 됐어요.
Wow, Group C
조성호 있죠.
looks amazing.
거기에 이재선 있죠.
There's Trav, there's Bunny, there's Parting, there's Sue. There are so many
종합
finalists.
선물 세트인데요, 어윤수 선수에게는요.
This is like gift box.
실력은 다른 쪽보다 좀 부족할 수
I mean, our skills may not be as good as the other groups, but we can assure you one thing. We can assure you that this group is going to be enjoyable.
시즌은 거의 뭐 콩중의 콩을
Wow.
가리는
Group
약간
C,
그런 거겠죠?
full of second places.
마이크 잡아주시고.
And now, Zest,
추성우
would you hold the
선수를
mic,
고르지
please?
않았어요.
Nobody
들어오게
picked Zest.
됐습니다. 소감 한 말씀 해주시죠.
What do you think about Group D?
네, 좀 D조 들어갈 거 같긴 했는데.
Well, I mean, I did have the feeling that I might join Group D.
예, 하는 거랑.
But playing on a Saturday.
있어가지고 좀 싫었는데 결국 오게 됐네요.
Well.
어때요? 좀 예상을 했나요? 이 결과에 대해서?
I'm kind of reluctant coming here.
예상을 했는데.
I mean, I did expect it.
첫 상대로 할지 몰랐어요.
But I never expected to go up against Innovation in my first match.
끔찍하죠.
Wow, this group is
괜찮아요?
looking terrible.
신영이한테 요즘
Maru, Ragnarok, Innovation, and
한번
Zest.
혼내주고 싶긴 했는데.
I actually lost to Innovation quite often these days, so I want to actually take my revenge.
박영호 선수에게 약간의 뭔가 그 부탁할 필요가 딱히
So Zest,
없었나요?
do you have any pledges you want to give to Dark?
D조랑 바꾸는 거 밖에 안 되지 않나요?
So it's only possible for him to swap one of his player to other group, right?
못 갈 것 같아가지고.
안 될 것 같죠?
I don't think I will ever make it to Group A.
자 그러면요 이렇게 자 우선은 마지막의 우승자의 그 지명권을
For now,
제외하고
all the players have been
지금 선택이
finalized
됐거든요.
without Dark
명단을
using his power yet.
자 보도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, this is the currently finalized group.
박영호,
So A, Group A, we have Dark, TaeJa, Scarlet, Stats. Group B, we have TOI, Solder, Steer, Cure. Group C, we have Trap, Bunny, Party, Sue. And in Group D, the group of Death, we have Maru, Ragnarok, Innovation, and
일단
Zest.
이대로만 봐도 꽤 괜찮아. 그러니까 박영호 선수 입장에서 괜찮아 보여서.
I mean, Group A for now looks pretty good for Dark.
어떤 선택할지가 또.
So we're really curious as to
모든
who
결정은
Dark is gonna swap out.
박영호 선수가 하게 됩니다. 박영호 선수 마이크
Now
잡아주세요.
Dark, it
자,
is the
이제
highlight
여기서 이
of
조지명
this
씨
group nomination.
모든 게 다 마무리됐죠? 계획대로
The things have been finalized for now.
다 됐죠?
뭐 생각해온 대로 다 된 것 같은데.
네.
I think this is everything has been
재밌죠 이번에는.
conducted
우승을 하고
according
난
to my
이후에 조지명
scenario.
씨가니까 진짜 재밌잖아요.
네, 그렇죠.
It's really
네,
fun
그러면은
when you're the top seed, right? Yes,
이제
definitely.
여기서요 변경권을 써도 되고 아니면
Now,
안 써도 돼요.
you may use your
그냥
power,
둬도 돼요.
or you may
그렇죠.
not actually.
자 그래서
If you're
과연
satisfied with the groups,
이
you don't have to use your power.
김대엽
If you're not
선수를 어디다
satisfied,
드랍할
you may
것인지
use your power.
아니면 그냥 둘 것인지 그 모든 것들이 달려 있거든요.
원래 근데 저희 조 사람들한테 물어보고
네.
I mean,
바꿀까 말까 정하려고 했는데
I want to ask my
한 분은 지금 어디
group mates.
갔어요. 왜냐면 지금 막차
I don't see one person.
예, 평택으로 갔습니다 지금.
Oh yeah, he has to get in the subway.
하더라고요.
So he has to go.
대엽이 형이 여기 있는 것도 괜찮다고 하는.
So Stats is saying that he's pretty happy in Group A.
상대하게 될 종족의 경우의 수를 줄이는 건 뭐 고려 대상 아닌가요?
So dark. I mean, like.
뭐 그런데 저는 B조까지 좀 생각하고 있어가지고.
I'm thinking about Group B as well.
그냥 8강까지 생각한다면 이대로 가는 게 괜찮아요.
I mean, considering advancing to the round of 8, this group looks the best.
이
Looks
선택에
like the best.
힘을 보태주신다면?
아주 탁월한 선택이에요.
I mean,
제가
dark.
요즘에
I think you're making the right decision.
다졌거든요.
네.
I mean, I lost to Zeus. I lost to Dark so much.
1등 진출?
So I think Dark is gonna advance in first place, and maybe me as a second place.
자 그러면 이 백동준 선수 이야기도 한번 들어봐야죠. 백동준 선수 이 계획대로
here.
그냥 이대로 두는 것도 방법이 될 수 있다는 이야기를 했어요.
How does this
백동준 선수의 생각은요?
situation look like?
아니 아까 너 말을 믿었는데.
I mean, I trusted you, Dark. I believed in your words.
뭘로 만드니?
Why do you leave me alone?
안돼.
데려가야 돼?
솔직히
Dark, you have to pick me.
만약에 승자전에서
What are you thinking?
죽는다면은 대엽이 형보다 제가 더 쉽다고 생각해요.
If you do play against
이거 백동준 선수 큰
me
그림이거든요.
in the winners match, I'm probably gonna be the easier opponent than Stats, right?
뭐 근데 저는 둘 다 상관없는데.
I mean, I don't care whether it's Stats or Deer.
다른 분들의 생각을 한번 들어보고 싶어요.
So I want to hear what other players are thinking.
자 여기서 황제가 말하면 들어야 돼요.
근데 사실 저는 그 대엽이 형이나 동준이나 둘 다 까다로운 스타일이라
Honestly, for me,
없어요.
Deer and Stats are both really formidable opponents, so I don't care that
가장
much.
표정 변화가 심하더라고요. 그래서 강민수 선수 얘기를 한번 들어봐야 될 것
I
같아요.
want to hear what Solid thinks.
강민수, 마이크.
저는 일단 A조가
As for me,
표정이 너무 행복해 보여요.
Group A, everyone looks so happy.
그래가지고 그냥 그대로.
I want that group to stay as they are.
딱히 B조도
And then
동준이 형 빼고 다
Group
표정이
B,
괜찮거든요.
apart from Deer, everyone looks happy.
이대로 두는 것도 괜찮을 것 같아요.
So I think not using the power is actually a viable option as well.
저도 솔직히 말하면
Well, I too.
A조가 좀 더 나을 것 같긴 하거든요.
I think that
나를
Group
데려가라?
A might be better for me than Group B.
김대엽과 나를?
영우가 제 생각은 없는지.
So I want to hear if Dark actually
종족의 경우의 수를 줄일 수 있어요.
sees me as an option.
빼버리고 테란 내려오면 강용 선수 저그와 테란 전반 경기 준비하면 되니까.
딜 들어왔습니다.
So
나를 데려가라.
if Cure does go into Group A,
같은 팀 아니었으면
all he has to practice is the Dirk and the Terran matchup, right?
선택지에서 없고요.
No, he's out of my options. He's not an option.
삐지시려고 하는 것 같은데. 한번 얘기를 마지막으로 들어보고.
얘기. 자 흔들릴 수 있습니다.
아니 저는
Alright, Deer.
영우만 믿고 여기 왔거든요.
I mean, I came here with
그래서
full
저는
belief
민수가
in
돌리는데
Dark.
지금 제가 돌이에요.
So I thought Solar was a stupid one, but I ended up being the stupid one.
제가 더 편할 거예요 아마.
스칼렛?
아니야?
And honestly, Scarlet might consider me as the easier one, right?
아니래.
And Scarlet's saying no. Scarlet's
아니
saying
그래도
no.
아까 한 말이 있는데. 그러니까 영우는 상관없잖아요 솔직히.
Come on, Dark.
없으면은 아까 한 말이 있는데.
You're a man of your words, right?
강용 선수가 예전에 조지명식 때 정말 많이 속아봤잖아요.
네, 많이
이제 한 번쯤은 속여봐야죠.
I mean, Dark has been fooled many countless times before in the group nomination, so it's
간절한
maybe
이야기를 지금
about
들었습니다.
time for him to fool others.
김대엽 선수가 지금 이야기해주고 있는데 김대엽 선수 마이크 잡고 이야기해주세요. 마이크
Stats,
잡고.
would you hold the mic, please?
영우가 B조 괜찮냐고 그러길래.
Well, Dark was
저는
asking
여기가
me
좋다고
if
했고,
Group B was fine, and I told him Group A looks better for me.
싫다고 했습니다.
And I said I don't want to go to Group B.
지금 아마 여기는 이제 그대로 둔자. 근데 아마 C조와 D조에서는 또 그래도 박영우 선수의 이야기할 기회를 한번 갖고 싶다는 분 안 계세요?
So anyone in Group C
혹인데요.
or Group D
신입원
who wants to go into Group A?
신입원 마이크.
Oh, Ragnarok,
신입원.
raise his hand.
대엽이 형 데려와서 여기 두 명 떨어뜨렸으면 좋겠어요.
I hope Dark sends Stats to Group D and make two players eliminate in Group D.
네, 큰 그림을 그린다면
진짜 죽음의 조가 돼요.
강용 선수가 우승을
I mean, if
올린다면
Stats does go into Group D,
D조로
that is
김
gonna look
선수를
terrible.
교체해서 강력한 네 선수 중에 두 선수가 실력강.
Wow, that is gonna be terrible.
어마어마한 큰 그림이 될 수는 있어요.
And Stats is like pleading Dark.
이 제안은 어떠세요?
What do you think about suggested
형한테
Dark?
물어봤거든요.
I asked stats.
기조가 낫냐?
Whether Group A was better, Group D
기조는
is better.
죽어도 싫다고 해서.
And he said Group D, he doesn't want to go there no matter what.
네, 알겠습니다. 그럼요.
I have
자,
made
이제
up my
박명수
decision
선수
now.
우승자의 선택입니다. 앞에 판넬로 가셔서 선수를 바꾸실 거면
So now,
바꿔주시고 사용하지 않으실 거면 그냥
Dark
들어오시면 됩니다.
is going to
자,
unleash his
박명수
power
선수는요.
to swap the two
자,
players.
누군가요?
Who is it gonna be?
잠깐만, 제가 어떻게?
Oh,
바꿔요.
it is
바꿔요,
Deer
바꿔요. 아, 진짜 바꿔.
coming into Group A, and Spats moving on to Group B.
야 그래도
와, 백동준이 이겼어요.
Wow.
아니 이게 속아본
Deer comes out on top in this mind game.
네, 조금 이해해줬네요.
네,
And Deer
옆으로 보내버렸습니다.
is forcing Stats out of the seat.
그룹 B의 선수들은 정말 끔찍한 상황으로 경기가 좀 이어졌고
Wow.
백동준과 스칼렛은 미소를 지으면서
Now Deer and
여기서
Scarlett
박명수
looking so
선수에게
happy.
인사하고 있어요. 자, 이번에 좋은 모습 보여준 그 마지막에 약속을 지켜준 박명호 선수에게 백동준 선수가 한 말씀
And
해주시죠.
Dark is a man of his word.
아,
for sure.
명훈은 역시 승자의 이유가 있어요.
There's a reason why Dark is the champion.
하고
He has great physique
이번에도 우승할 것 같아요.
and he's a great mindset.
그래요.
I think
이게
this
선수들이,
season he's gonna win again.
16강만 생각한 게 아니에요.
네.
8강 구도까지 생각하다 보니까 이런
The
결과가
players
나옵니다.
didn't only consider the round of 16, they have considered the round of 8 and the round of
아니
4 as
여러
well.
가지 제안들이 들어왔고 친한 선수들이 이런저런 이야기를
And
했는데
Dark.
백동준을 바꾸게 된 결정적인 이유.
What was the reason behind swapping out Stats
제가
for Deer?
조지명신에서 많이 속아봤다 보니까
Well, I mean, the past group nomination, I know how it feels to be fooled,
늦게 하고 싶지 않았고
so I didn't want Deer to be fooled, and I just kept my promise, that's all.
약속을 지켜서 자,
Wow,
이렇게 최종
a man he
대진이
is.
좀 완성이 됐습니다. 자, 이렇게 오늘 경기
And now
오늘
the
조지명
groups
씨도 마무리가
have been
됐거든요.
finalized.
최종 결과 저희가 확인해 보도록
Alright,
하겠습니다.
let's take a look at the brackets.
자, 최종입니다. 확정이에요.
Okay,
5월
this
5일
is
수요일에
the
펼쳐진 경기입니다.
finalized groups.
박영훈, 윤영석,
Group A, there's
백동준이에요.
Dark, TaeJa, Scarlett, Deer.
A, B,
Group
C
B,
조는 이제
there's
약간
TY,
디테일로
Scholar,
보면 약간
Stats,
바뀐 점이
and
있다고
Tor.
해서 나름대로
Group C,
예상한
there's
대로의
Trap,
그런
Bunny, Harding, and
분포라면
Sue. And in the group of Stats, Group D, there's Maru, Ragnarok, Innovation,
그렇죠.
and Zest.
역대급의 우승자 지금 3명이
Wow.
포진이 돼 있고요. 5월 9일 토요일 경기는
Three
전태양
champions
김동욱이고요.
in Group D, and that group is looking so horrifying.
조성호, 이재선, 원희삭, 어윤수. 그룹 D의 대결은 조성주, 신이범, 이신영, 주정 선수의 매치가 확정이 됐어요. 와, 역대급인데요.
Wow, that group is
요새 이제
a
워낙 많은 선수들이
unprecedented
GSL
one.
경험이 많다 보니까 우승을 해본 선수들이 많다곤 해도 근데 그 선수들이 기조에 거의 다 몰려 있습니다. 그만큼 정말 GSL에서
And Group
경험이
D
그러니까 잔뼈가 굵은 선수들이
consists
기조되고 있는
of
만큼 좀 어려운
three
거겠죠.
past GSL champions.
행복한 모습을 보여주고 있는 그룹 C조와
And there's Group C, and everyone looking so happy in Group C. And in Group B, everyone looking happy as well.
박영훈 선수가 원하는 세팅 100%
And Group A, there are only three players because one had to go.
약속을 지켜주면서 오늘 조지명 씨는
And Dark
마무리했습니다.
keeps his promise with
비조
Deer
입장에선
at
사실
the very end.
비조만 놓고 오면 나름 서로 이제 할만하다고 느끼겠지만 문제는 8강 구도까지 고려하다 보니까 어려운 경기.
그렇죠.
모든 선수들이 결승 가려고 하잖아요.
I mean, all the players,
그래서 이렇게
they have
조지명 씨 마무리가 됐고
they have expectations to go into the finals, right? So it's going to be a really fierce match coming up.
펼쳐지게 됩니다.
And the next round of 16 group match is going to be on Wednesday, the 6th of May. And it will be between Dark, TaeJa, Scarlett, and Deer.
A조 같은 경우에는 서로가 만족한 조가 구성됐는데.
And as for Group A, everyone's happy with their groups.
나오늘 봐야 되겠죠.
그렇죠. 저희는 여기서 인사드리고요.
So we'll be back again on Wednesday, the 6th of May, with the Group A matches.
함께 지켜보도록
And
하겠습니다.
this was Andy, and I was guiding you through today's group nomination.
6시 30분에 뵙겠습니다.
We'll be
여러분,
back on
고맙습니다.
Wednesday. Thank you guys for tuning in.
여기는 아프리카 TV 프레이업 스튜디오다. 다음 시간에도 GSL 잊지 말라고.